Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promised I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody. So we gotta move to the front.
That's not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me, so I'll keep them.
No, you don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
I mean, the White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this, these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give
arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
What's up, boys? Now, all my videos get copyright strike like every single time anyways. All right? So I'm not super worried about it. I'm not going to lie. That's the new intro, boys. It's been a crazy year. To be fair, the one COVID clip wasn't from this year. I think the Wikipedia lady went viral this year, but that was from like 2 years ago. And obviously the Andrew Tate one is from a while ago, but again, a while back. I made sure I clicked the Andrew Tate video that had the entire girl, Vivian, blurred out. And the Carmageddon clip, she dropped her label because they refused to because she refused to change the lyrics. So because she refused to change the lyrics, I will genuinely fight copyright on that every single time until they sue me. And then when they sue me, I'll fucking blow up on Twitter. So, bet. The Pokemon argument? Yeah. If you weren't here in the very beginning, my favorite part was being able to find the meme of oh God, what is I can't remember the big guy's name that was, oh my God, what is his name? He was in Paul Blart Mall Cop. He was in that King of Queens. He did like an MMA movie. He did a stand-up special called Sweat the Small Stuff. I can't think of his fucking name. But anyways, where he's at the racetrack. Kevin James. Where he's like, ladies, start your engines. Like having that at the beginning, like while the music is popping off, is probably my favorite part of that. But yeah, I've been working on it for a couple days. I finished it up today. with it at the type being like Trump to the ICE vans right outside of Chicago right now. I appreciate the likes. I appreciate the support, guys. Yeah, the debate should start. Someone asked earlier. The debate should start in about 50 minutes. I usually hop in there a couple minutes early. We're just going to hang out. I wanted you guys to see the new intro. New intro is like almost 9 minutes, which is perfect now because it gives us time to come in, get together. Gets me time to clean up my beard and, make sure my water and my coffee is good. Make sure I got my essential oil diffuser because I like my room to smell pretty. No, I'm not gonna hop on a panel naked. Why would I do that? No. But yeah, make sure you guys like the video, right? Like there's only 8 likes, 22 consecutive viewers. We just started, right? As always, $3.99 a month membership gets you access to basically nothing but, some emotes and some badges. Little bits over here, 6 months strong, You get to flex for a little bit. Join the Discord or the X. X is for my shower thoughts, and when you want to watch me go be toxic, Discord is to be a part of the greater community, and, a lot of fun things coming up. This week I got a couple of things going on. Obviously, Thursday I'll be leaving. Mark and I will be leaving to go to West Virginia to go to Tim Pool's place, stay at the hotel that night, and then Friday morning at I don't know exactly when it airs, but I know it films starting at 11 a.m. is the Culture War podcast. It should be debating Connor, assuming nothing falls through, and then hopefully I'm only like a 3-hour drive away, give or take some time. So hopefully that is enough to maybe you might see me on Tim Pool more than once, hopefully. So that should be dope. Trying to get Sam Cedar to answer his email so I can finally be the ANCAP that doesn't crumble because they don't know how to debate on his silly little fucking show. And Scott, is your beard gonna grow any bigger? Will you go full Arab? I start trimming it the moment it get I just trim my beard. You know what I mean? I don't let it get out of control because it does go full Arab, right? So once it starts to get a little crazy, I just trim it up. I mean, I cut my own hair, so why wouldn't I trim my own beard? Are you married? Watch your content enough to know you're not Christian. Enough to know, and are you Christian? So no, neither of those things am I. I was engaged. I really wanted to be married with the mother of my 2 children, even before she was pregnant. But things happened. Then COVID happened. I tried every which way to get it to work. It didn't. I was in grad school. There's a lot of stuff going on. COVID, grad school. Her work was downsizing, so she was working 80 hours a week, and we had a baby, and I was watching the kid while she was working during the day, and trying to work and trying to watch kid all day and try and do well in grad school. A lot of stress, a lot of arguments. I tried, but it just didn't work out. So yeah, there's that. And then in terms of am I a Christian? No, I am not a Christian. I did go to Liberty University for grad school, believe it or not. So I took quite a few religious studies classes in college. I was raised devout Catholic. I went to a Christian university for grad school. So it's not for nothing, not for not trying. I definitely gave it literally the good old college try. But no, I'm mostly an objectivist now. I set myself somewhat against Christianity. I don't have the same ire or hatred that objectivism people have against Christianity, and certainly not to the degree that like lefty atheists have. Like I recognize it as an institution. I recognize the value of 4,000 plus years of shared wisdom in biblical texts, especially the Old Testament. I don't think libertarianism and Christianity are incommiserate. In fact, the exact opposite. I think Christianity is one of the few belief systems that is a complete belief system that is, a proper reading of the Bible, in my opinion, such as Isaiah, would show you that you ought be Christian. I'm sorry, if you are a Christian, you ought be a libertarian. But ultimately, I do think that Christianity teaches some things that I disagree with. Obviously, the philosophy behind it, but more specifically, I think there are elements of socialism within Christianity. This concept of like when you look at Judges, for example, like Amos, and there's this constant finger waving by God for not using the collective funds to take care of the widows and the orphans and things of that nature. I don't necessarily disagree that is a bad moral sentiment, that you ought to take care of your direct community, but there's a sense of this idea of my brother's keeper, the sense of altruism that I can't necessarily fully get behind. And then, of course, I think, bad philosophy leads to bad outcomes. So ultimately, I am against Christianity. But again, like, it's way down my list. Well, the story of Jonah is really the story of the whale. And if you can't eat a whale, then good luck with that, eh? No, the story of Jonah and the whale is not about the whale, right? The story of Jonah and the whale is about the idea that God is king of all, not just king of Judea, right? God charges Jonah with, going to what were once his enemies and asking them to repent. And he's like, dude, they're going to kill me. So I refuse to go. And he tries to charter a ship. And then the ship is, of course, attacked by a whale or a Leviathan. It just means a big sea creature. And then, even he has to admit, like, yeah, this is my fault, because he thought, like many gods around the time of the Old Testament, they believed that their power was within the region, right? The gods were kind of like regional gods, or that they lost power. So he thought he could outrun God. And so he proves to him, you can't outrun me. There's nowhere you can go. Everyone are my children, right? It's the first really major religion, Judaism, old Judaism, not rabbinical Judaism or Orthodox Jews, right? But Jews at the time that would later, you could say even later become the basis of Christianity, right? They were the first people to go, no, God is God of all men, and all men are equal because they're all children of God. Even if they've sinned, they can repent. So Jonah eventually repents, goes to, I can't remember the city, and is charged with, telling them. And then what do? They dress in sackcloth and ashes and they repent to God. And now Jonah's pissed because he's like, these people have bullied my people. They've killed my people. They've plundered. They've pillaged. And now you're just going to forgive them? Like, aren't we your chosen people? And he's like, you're my chosen people because you're the son of, of multiple covenants. And I do have a covenant. I do have a promise with you as my chosen people. But these are all my people. These are all children of God. And if they repent and they find the light in the way, then they too can come under the kingdom of heaven and can be absolved of their sins, which is what they do. And Jonah and God illustrates this by growing a tree while he's like sitting over watching to see what happens, so that he can sit in the shade. And then God kills the tree. And then Jonah's like upset with God. He's like, why'd you kill that fucking tree? Like, I had this spot in the shade. Like, what are you doing? And he's like, he's kind of flexing his power on Jonah a little bit, but he's like, everyone are my children. Like, you're being obstinate. You're being, you're going against the very teachings of God, and you're going against me, and you rebuke me by rebuking my wishes and my commands. And he's like, so just as easily as I can create a tree to give you shade to sit in and make your life better, I can take that tree away because everything is mine. So it's kind of like it's a humbling moment it's a moment of of the religion recognizing that all people are equal, that it's not just the chosen people and then the barbarians at the outside of the gate, that like God says we can kill them all, but it's actually about the actions and behavior of man aligned with what is perfectly good or perfectly true, as opposed to like being born with a certain skin color or to a certain tribe. And then Jonah having to live that over and over and over again through multiple tribulations, realizing he can't escape God into the sea, realizing that even when swallowed by the Leviathan, God protects him because he has a mission for him. And then him having to see his enemies repent and come to terms with the fact that they have truly repented. And so if God says they're not worthy of punishment, who are you to say that you can just punish them in this regard? So no, like I think, don't you dare tell the Jews that they're God's chosen people today, and that we all are. LOL. I mean, like, this is just an atheist's interpretation of Jonah and the whale, right? But Jonah and the whale is a very good biblical story, as far as I can tell, with a lot of wisdom in it. And I think a lot of atheists and even Christians that don't read their own Bible kind of take the story of Jonah and the whale that they learn from like children's books, and like that becomes the story. And I don't want to say it's offensive to me because I'm not a Christian, but as a respecter of traditions and wisdom, it's a little bit offensive to me. Scott wanted to be chosen. Dog, I am a mutt of every race except Jew. Like I'm like Irish and Scottish and like a little bit of French and a little bit of Anglo-Saxon and Lebanese and black and like I'm everything but Jew. I got my 23andMe results and I was like, really? No Jew? All this shit and no Jew in me? Like, all right, whatever. Well, Leviathan just sounds scarier. Yeah, well, like the thing that you have to recognize is that like whale is a species to us. Like whale is like when we think whale, we think of like a sperm whale, a beluga whale, maybe a killer whale, right? But we think of like a specific species of sea creature. But like whales like they didn't have a scientific method, or like they didn't classify animals in that regard. I mean, obviously Aristotle, classified animals, and there was like plenty of like early scientists and biologists that were doing that, but there wasn't like a widely acceptable like whale just didn't mean that. What whale meant was giant, unknown, deep sea creature. So like a giant squid, a fantastical dragon from underneath the sea, all of those things would have been a whale, right? So that's why I prefer using the term Leviathan instead of whale, because I think whale is a bad translation from the story of Jonah. From the book of Jonah, sorry. I hope he keeps threatening a third term. Yeah, dude, like I'm probably gonna play WoW and like take a backseat on this panel, because like to me it's just a troll. It's exactly like you said. Like, I mean, like it's like I want to know what he's about to do, that like he's trying to like media blitz and get people to freak out about. Like what's the real plan here? Because obviously Trump's gonna be old as fuck. He doesn't want to work another third term. He wants to get his shit done now, and then he wants to hand the baton to somebody that is like one of his acolytes, somebody that follows what he follows and is going to continue the mission and play kingmaker. You know what I mean? Like, why the fuck would he want a third term? He's not FDR. You really hope Trump cancels elections? I don't know if that would be good or bad. You know what I mean? Like, I don't value democracy in any real meaningful sense. But like, I don't know that like having a dictator is really going to lead to the best possible outcome either. Yeah, don't forget to hit that. Don't forget to hit that like button, boys. Like, you don't got to give me money. I appreciate it. I answer all super chats. You don't got to get a membership. They're only $3.99. They give you a badge. You get cool emotes. You get to be a part of the community. You could be even more of a part of the community if you join the Discord or follow me on Twitter if you want to see me be wild. But like, yeah, it's a Raz. I don't really like it that much, to be honest with you. I prefer Lost Mary. I prefer like the Lost Marys. But you can do all that. But like the likes are free. I got 17 likes now. 30 of you are watching. Like some of you guys, all you gotta do is like run over real quick and click a button. And you've helped me out. See, I'm a Christian. I've been a Trump supporter since day one. I've defended him a lot, but mainly because of all the bull they've thrown at him, Russiagate, Ukraine Gate, constantly. Yeah, it's very interesting. Like, I'm not a Trump supporter, obviously. I didn't vote for Trump. I'm an anarcho-capitalist. I'm a libertarian. There's some things like about Trump. I would tend to view Trump slightly more favorably than somebody like Kamala Harris. But I mean, like, that's a low fucking bar. But like, you do highlight an interesting thing in the behavior of how most normal people feel, which is that, like, you know, the pendulum swing, right? The reactionary kind of, you know, the reaction, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. It's like when you lie and bullshit and you just pick like low hanging fruit that's just not true, people, like, you muddy the waters to such a degree that people are going to be like, okay, I don't care. I don't care that you're trying to socially shame me for being a racist. I don't care that you're trying to socially shame me for voting for Trump or whatever those 20 other things are, right? Like, you begin to not care, and it loses all of its effect because they've overplayed their hand. And just the amount of meaningless bullshit that they've done is just wild. You see, Counterpoints is now funded by Midas Touch pedos. I don't know much about Midas Touch. I know that he gets paid. He got paid by Progressive Victory. He's moved on to a new thing. I know he was on a meeting, you know, helping the Democrats win elections and shit, while pretending he's a conservative because he's a Burkean conservative. I think it's all fucking, you know, dumb. But, you know, I'll be debating him on Friday, you know, on Tim Pool Show. So hopefully I can, you know, dust his ass. And you know, when he gets his 15 minutes of fame, like just like I am, you know, his 15 minutes of fame will be him getting dusted by me. And hopefully I'll be able to gain more out of it than he will. Social Security and whether or not welfare is destructive to the family and gender roles. I supported him because America First and anti-immigration and because screw the Dems, but now, man, he's really cucking for Israel. I guess the Dems do too, though. Yeah, I mean, like, cucking for Israel is just... It's just, that, like, that doesn't matter if you vote Democrat or Republican. It's like, I find it funny when, like, the anti-Israel people that are, like, super fucking pro-Hamas, Palestine, like, weirdos on the left, it's like, fuck both of these people, right? But, like I have no love for Hamas. Like, it's wild that they're freedom fighters. No, they're not. They're anything but. They're just a bunch of fucking terrorists, you know, Muslim terrorists LARPing as fucking freedom fighters. But I don't have any love for Israel either. Israel has way too much fucking power in our government. AIPAC has way too much power. We give them way too much money. You know, they have way too much influence in Five Eyes program with, you know, intelligence community. I have a lot of problems with Israel. But it's like, I always thought it was funny when they were like, we're not voting Kamala because she doesn't take a hard enough stance against Israel. And it's like, I mean, I appreciate people that are not going to vote for a politician because they feel that they have to earn them. But like those same people being like, that's why Trump. And it's like, they're both shills for Israel. Like, Brack said, funnily enough, Yaron Brook blocked me for not being strong enough in my support of Israel and for critiquing him, despite the fact that I had a great interview with him. Like, I've spoken to him. I have his email address. I have his Discord, though his Discord is just managed by an intern, right? Like, I have DMs with him, and then he just randomly blocked me because it was like, you're not good enough. That interview was great. God, I wish I could redo it because my understanding of objectivist philosophy was way, way, way worse than it is now. Like, I feel like I could have a much, much better conversation with Yaron Brook if he'd stop being such a little bitch about, you know, me not being 100% bomb Gaza. It's fucking crazy. Watched Tim Pool for like 7 years, pretty much every day. until he started cucking for Israel. Nah, I'm definitely not pro-Hamas. I'm anti-war. I'm a big fan of Scott Horton fan. Yeah, I have. See, this is see, this is where I split from other libertarians, because Scott Horton to me is a fake libertarian. I don't care that he's set up the Libertarian Institute. I understand, and it's great that he's anti-war. But the problem is that he regurgitates leftist talking points constantly about Israel. And he only tells half the fucking story. And he has a lot of people that follow him, people like Dave Smith, Clint Russell, people with a lot of clout, right? That regurgitate his same talking points. And it's very obvious. It's like, oh, cool. You haven't looked into this or talked to anybody at all. You've listened to Marty McBride, and you've listened to, Scott Horton, and now you're just going to repeat whatever their talking points are. And it's sad to me, right? Because Israel is no fucking good country. No country is good if you're an ANCAP, right? But Israel's a little dirtier than your typical Western country. And it's they'll just be history starts with the Nakba, right? Or 1948, it's just immediately it's oh, Israel became a country because Britain loves the Jews. It's what? It's no, they don't talk about the fact that Palestine and Israel, were both promised land. They don't talk about the fact that Palestinian, leadership, went to Hitler to try and get Hitler to invade. They don't talk about the fact that Palestinian leadership, refused any two-state solution from the very first day and said that they would not accept Israel in any way, shape, or form unless all of the Jews were pushed out of Israel, and that there would be no acceptance of any Jews in the country whatsoever, despite the fact that they had been promised land, despite the fact that they were there under the British mandate. Right, they don't talk about the riots that led up to the creation of Likud and a lot of these right wing militia / political groups. They talk about how horrible they are, but they don't talk about any of them. They'll talk about the war, for example, the 6 Day War, and they'll be it was a war of Israel's aggression because they just invaded Egypt and started bombing things. Scott Horton does this, Dave Smith does this, and it's dude. Egypt took over the Suez Canal. Egypt, and what did Israel do? They didn't invade Egypt. They went to the UN. UN brought in peacekeepers. The UN solutions, fails, they failed to find any meaningful resolution, to the point where the peacekeepers eventually pulled out. And even though Israel was being blockaded and they had exhausted all peaceful solutions, they still didn't invade until Jordan and Egypt started building and supplying airfields on their border. They were about to invade them because it wasn't good enough to blockade them via the Suez Canal and stop all their trade. So yeah, then Israel started a war. Right? And it's they'll talk about the PLO like they're this freedom organization, or how they're just whatever. And it's there's very little mention of a Palestinian Liberation Organization going into Jordan, attempting to assassinate the monarchy, getting kicked out of Jordan, then going into Lebanon, and then just wreaking havoc and starting terrorism alongside of other Muslim organizations. Israel didn't get involved in the Lebanese civil war until much after Black September. They didn't start Black September. Fucking the PLO did. Right? So these are horrible things that Palestinian organizations and leadership have done. Now, does that mean people in Palestine deserve to be bombed? Does that mean that they deserve to be locked into areas like Gaza, where they have where their ability to move in and out is so extremely regulated that it might as well be an open air prison if it's not? Does that mean that Israel isn't to blame for Camp Casey's, breakdowns of certain accords because, some fucking IDF soldier had to get fucking trigger happy about goddamn protest? Does that mean that we can't judge Israel and say, hey, dude, you shouldn't have you shouldn't have waited until 2012 for your Supreme Court to decide that human shields are bad? Right, the IDF has done a lot of fucked up shit. Israel is a fucked up country, and that's saying something from an anarchist, because I think all countries are fucked up. Israel has a lot of fucking problems. It's done a lot of evil shit. But there is this weird, one side of the story, other side of the story. And the anti-war people like Scott Horton love to only tell the leftist side of the story. And that side of the story is all based around, liberation, two-state solution. There's a lot of communist leftist infiltration of that. And to me, a libertarian like Scott Horton should be telling both sides of the story. And then they should be talking about the Nakba, and they should be talking about a state solution, but they should be talking about bringing in judges to determine who owns property and then returning property, right of return to property that they own. That's what a libertarian should be talking about. Is there land in the West Bank that has been taken over by, people, settlers, whatever the fuck you want to call it, that used to belong to someone else, and they have the deed, and they were excised from that land, and Israel needs to prove that they're terrorists or something, or that the terrorists are the reason that they took over that land. And if they can't fucking prove it, and I've got a deed that's older than yours, then you need to give them their fucking house back. Right? Like, that's what we should be talking about. We shouldn't be talking, like, if we want to utilize a two-state solution because we recognize that, like, a Muslim majority country is gonna fucking like carpet bomb every Jew, and that like a one-state solution is probably not gonna work and it's just gonna cause problems. Like, I'm willing to have that conversation, but the idea that like we only tell half the story is beyond problematic. To me, it reeks of subversion, and it completely undercuts any libertarian message. Because if you are a libertarian, I get that you're anti-war, but you shouldn't be anti-war so much that you're allying with the entire messaging of leftists who are not anti-war. They just don't like Israel because Israel is one of their fucking, Western hegemonic fucking, neoliberal states, and they want fucking commie states. They want more socialist states. That's not being anti-war just because they happen to be trying to stop one side's version of a war. I prefer a no-state solution. That's the ultimate solution as a libertarian. But I recognize that we got to work to get there. So that's how I feel about people like Scott Horton and libertarians that are super anti-war. But Yaron Brook and the Objectivists were saying I'm too anti-Israel and had to block me and had to excise me from conversation and gatekeep me away because I'm dangerous, because I'm not pro-Israel enough. It's like, no, dude, I'm just actually fucking, like, to me, I'm more objectivist than they are, because they're fucking sucking Israel's dick, some of them. And like, no, dude, like, Israel's an evil fucking state. Like, when did we give up on the fact that fucking taxation is theft? But now we gotta fucking tax people so that Israel can defend themselves with their Iron Dome? Like, what? Fuck their Iron Dome. If they can't afford to fucking do it themselves, then fuck them. Maybe they need to cut back on a few music festivals so that they have the money to fucking defend themselves. It's not my fucking prerogative. You know what I mean? Like, maybe, just maybe, they don't need if they didn't have my tax money, there wouldn't be a fucking music festival next to fucking Gaza. Like, that's wild. Also, what Hamas did, fuck Hamas. They're horrible. They're monsters. And it's just so crazy that people are like, oh, you're trying to both sides this. This isn't both sides, just to recognize that there's a lot of evil in this world. Do objectivists believe taxation is theft? I don't think so. I think they believe in taxation to preserve rights. Most of the objectivists that I've talked to agree to the position that taxation is theft, and they believe that like a state will be voluntary. Because like a state that only protects rights would need very, very limited revenue compared to the current state, and that people would be like willing to voluntarily do it. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't buy any story out of Israel. Like, for or against the IDF, for or against Hamas. Like, anytime someone's like, did you hear Israel dropped a bomb and it killed, on a hospital, and it killed 10,000 children. And then, like, Israel comes out and they're like, here's the footage. There's like barely anybody in it. We use a roof knocker. 2 hours before, we dropped pamphlets saying, get out of here. and like here's our intelligence information showing that they had weapons stored there. And then like the UN and everybody in the news media will be like, fucking Israel, the great evil, right? And then the same thing will happen in the other, right? And like, and then they'll like trot out like a bunch of like supposed kids, and they'll be like, look at all these like kids that died. And then the same thing will fucking happen where like you have the media just like running, you know, just running every cover that they can to be like, actually 90% or more of people that died on October 7th probably died from Israeli helicopters because the helicopters were just firing indiscriminately into the crowd. And it's like, do you have evidence of this? Yeah, Hamas told us so. But we left that at the very last, line of the fucking, of the article that we wrote because we know that you'll never read it. It's like, yeah, like anytime I hear about, did you hear this story coming out of Israel? It's just like the fog of war and the amount of lying that happens in that conflict. I don't believe shit. I just don't believe anything. What I believe is that people are dying. Both of those people are fucked up. I don't support states, and I certainly don't support my tax dollars going to help continue either side of that conflict. Would say I'm a voluntarist, but I'm not well read on voluntarism. Dog, voluntarism is just a really nice way of saying ANCAP without being an ANCAP. It's like, voluntarism as far as I'm concerned is silly. I mean, like, there's Konkin, there's like left Rothbardians that have like kind of tried to differentiate themselves from ANCAP by utilizing the name voluntarism. But like 99% of the time when someone says they're a voluntarist, that just means they're an ANCAP, but they don't want to call themselves an ANCAP because ANCAP, is seen as like this weird radical thing, and you get attacked by like lefty anarchists and shit like that. Hopefully we can make him God King Trump and we can have all the terms. Yeah, right. God Emperor Trump, man. We're not stopping with America. We're starting with Greenland and Panama Canal. Mexico and Canada are next. I think the whole thing's kind of silly. I'm just gonna play WoW and listen to him. And maybe, just maybe. By the way, I deleted all my characters again to start on Alliance because there was some other ANCAP dude that plays WoW, and he was like, dude, we should play together. And I was like, fuck it. You know what I mean? So, whatever. Now, let's be honest. It's going to be the end of his term, and then he's going to go live his life. Yeah, no, he's gonna play Kingmaker. One day he'll be entombed on the golden throne. Are you trying to tell me that like all of the Trump derangement syndrome is really just like a ploy to turn Trump into a god by all the psychic energy that is being placed in like all the chaotic and crazy Trump derangement syndrome is going to turn him into a fucking eternal? It's really just one big ritual to turn Trump into an eternal. Or whatever the fuck they're called. I can't remember what they're called. I'm not like that big on Warhammer lore, but I know a little bit. I mean, no. You can make any argument. Like, at the end of the day, the Constitution is just a piece of paper. I don't really give that much fucks about it. But 22nd Amendment's pretty clear. You can't have more than 2 terms. So like you have to do like some real vague reading of like his first term doesn't count because, he was impeached. Yeah. We're gonna extract the energy with. All we need to do is dig under pyramids of Giza in Egypt. And then we will have the power to harness crystals, right? You can have 10 years if you start as VP and take over half a term. Yeah, potentially. I'm gonna let Lactoid do this one. I'm gonna kind of take a back seat and play some WoW, because to me the whole thing just seems like a distraction. I think it would be hilarious if we took Canada. They would be so salty. I don't think it would be funny. I think it'd be pretty fucking sad. I think a lot of people would fucking die. A lot of good people would die. And for what? For oil we already have in America? What, for beavers? Like, what do we need beavers for? Like, we have pleather. We have plastics. I mean, unless fucking RFK is so worried about the microplastics, he's going to start banning pleather, so we got to go beaver trapping again to make sure we stay warm in the winter from the nuclear fallout that's going to be caused because God Emperor Trump wants to invade everybody. Like, then, like, maybe it would be beneficial. But until then, I kind of prefer we not start stupid wars. Even ones that are just economic in nature. I thought you said you weren't gay, but you don't want more beavers? Look, the only beavers I want from Canada are a couple of Asian immigrants. They're not even Canadian. Canada doesn't have enough black women for me to be super invested. What do you think about the argument that Trump has undermined the right-wing parties around the world by allowing the left to hold the nationalist position in opposition to him? I'd need to see that argument like fleshed out. I'm not sure that I'm fully comprehending it. Yeah, so I made some new characters. All right, so this should be... It should be that. Wanted to go beaver trapping since elementary school. Yeah, I've hunted a lot of things. I've never hunted beaver. Busty Craigasm. What the fuck does that supposed to mean? I'm gonna find these links. Find these links, boys. Does anybody else feel like the new Discord UI is like meh? And that like there were already mods if you wanted a different one? Because that's kind of how I feel. I don't know what Kyre or Craigasm is. So I don't know what the YouTube equivalent would be. Because I don't know what the original means. I'm going to have to do this to cover up my chat. Is that we're going to have to do it? So I can... Then I got to do this. And then do this. Boom, there we go. Oh, fuck, I have to do this. I hate that I have to constantly... There we go. There we go. Don't allow... Okay, there we go. I had to make sure. So you can't really see me right now. The reason you can't see me right now is because I'm a little early. I like to be early. You're supposed to be like 10, 15 minutes early to these things. And I feel like that's like, maybe that's like the most conservative thing about me, is that I'm really obsessed with being early to stuff like this. Craigasm is the face of people that look into Pennywise's dead lights. Dog, I have not read that in forever. Can I not post links here? Yeah, no, you can't. I don't think you can post links. Actually, I think you can post links. Hold on, let me go to StreamYards. Is there something you wanted me to react to or something? Oh, not StreamYards, sorry. Streamlabs. Give me 1 second. No, link protection is not on. So I don't know why the link would be an issue. There's a new Discord UI? Yeah, like the new Discord update came out. It's like a new UI. I'm not going to show it on screen just in case I have like some weird DM or something that I'm not aware of. I miss the yay president. We can talk about bad stuff the president is doing. Andrew, sometimes I feel like you're expect me to be a mind reader. You be saying shit and I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. If I want to make money, say I'll do a jumping jack for every $1. Dude, I mean, if you want to pay me to do some jumping jacks, I guess. I haven't made any money this stream. You guys have been I mean, to be fair, it is the 31st. So I understand some people be like, yeah, I'll pay you when I get paid again. Panels now have topics criticizing the president because Biden's not president anymore, was my point. There were plenty of, maybe I missed something. I don't follow all the panels like you do, but I feel like I've been on plenty of panels where like people were just talking shit on Biden, and that was like Biden's policy or something was what we were talking about. The fuck is the Windy Goon JFK video? But yeah, if somebody wants to super chat me for some jumping jacks, I mean, I don't know how many. I don't know that I want to commit to that, because then if somebody will be like, "Here's $300," and I'll be like, "Fuck," but I could use some money. I have no idea what the Wendigoon is. I'm literally like, all I can think of is like Wendigo, like the fucking Native American, like, you know, like all I can think of is, hold on. This is all I can think of now. You said Wendigoon, and this is what my brain is doing right now. All I can think of right now is this. Great fucking movie, by the way. Ravenous is an amazing film. I have been searching. If one of you guys can find me the link, for the love of God, please send it to me. But there is a car commercial. I'd never put in the song now that I think about it. Car commercial, Boyd's Journey, Ravenous. Okay. Maybe I can find it this way. I'm telling you, I've seen it before and I've found it before, but it's nowhere to be found. But not long after this, like I want to say like mid 2000s, there was a fucking minivan commercial, and and whoever made the minivan commercial, cut out the intro to this song and only like the beginning happy part of this song and had like a father and mother loading their children into a minivan to talk about the safety ratings or some shit of a vehicle. But like the intro and the what are those diminished fifths? Dun 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 dun. Yeah, those are diminished fifths. Maybe they're diminished thirds and I'm retarded, but whatever. Like it's a diminished, like it's a devil's triad or diminished fifths. I can't quite tell right now because I don't have fucking perfect pitch and I don't care enough. But you know, that keys you in that this is like a creepy cannibal movie song. But if you cut that out and you just go to where it resolves into the major key, this. And there's I swear to God, I swear to fucking God, there is a fucking like minivan commercial out there, and I've seen it before, and I promise like I had like shown it on stream and like shown it to Mark like years ago, and now I cannot find this video. Like they have scrubbed it from the internet, and like, God, I want to find it so bad because it is so creepy to know that they're like showing off a family car, but it's really just fucking like some fucked up thing about like it's the theme song from a cannibal movie. It's like just full of nothing but gore and violence and all kinds of fucked upness. Okay. I'm in the right StreamYard, right? Like I didn't go to the wrong one. Let me just reconnect to his link to be sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's dude, he sent out and everything. And nobody is here. No way did you find this. No way.
Where are the kids?
God damn it. I'm so fucking mad. I'm so mad that you sent me some like SNL parody bullshit. Or maybe it's not.
Cold the Sachs, proud parent of an honor.
No, I hate you.
Testing?
I hate you so much right now. I heard you. I had multiple screens open doing stuff.
I didn't want a replay of last week where you spoke up and I ignored you. I apologize for that.
Dude, yeah, right? Fucking asshole.
I know. I have a reputation.
Corey Campbell is the meanest motherfucker on Twitch. That's his reputation, in case y'all didn't know behind the scenes.
Hopefully you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm doing fine, brother.
Hear it.
All right, just for the record, guys, I'm leveling a bank alt right now. Like I'm just getting to level 5 so I can get like some money in enchanting, so I can have a bank alt.
Hey, Fabian, I got a question for you.
10 inches.
Fantastic. It's good to know. Hopefully that it's wide. But here's the question.
No, it's kind of pencily, but you know.
Let's see.
You can still get to the cervix either way.
Oh baby. Sometimes they like that because then it curves. Anyway, long story short. Hey, what are your schedule? What do you have planned for this week? You don't have. Do you have like? Just out of curiosity, do you have like any shows planned?
I mean, I have like a potential conversation on Tuesday and then Wednesday.
What is the topic? Just out of curiosity, because I'm gonna use this in my opener.
It was just someone wanted me to do a debate review that he had done with like Vegan Gains.
Fantastic.
And like apparently like done very poorly, and he was like, please critique it.
I see. Perfect. All right, that's exactly what I anticipated. Something along that like. You'll see when I do my opening. Why I'm asking. I was watching that Wick debate earlier with Prime here, and the left is just reeling, bro. Just really, they don't understand. They don't know what happened. Like, it's so clear to me.
So then what happened in 2020?
Tomfoolery.
Okay.
And shenanigans.
I was thinking of the debate person.
Oh, that's funny.
A tomfoolery.
I was like, I didn't know you meant the word itself.
Yeah, I would be honest. I never think of the debate person.
I called out fucking Andrew Tate on Twitter, and like, cause like whatever, I hate that fucking guy. I called him a coxcomb. I called him a coxcomb, and then like I got like 2 separate DMs by people being like, "What the fuck is a coxcomb, you weirdo?" And I was like, "Yeah, that is kind of an archaic, nerdy, stupid fucking word to use." I was like, I really did take the wind out of my sails by being like that fucking like dumb with it.
Tell us what it is.
It's called
it's just like a coxcomb's just like somebody that peacocks a lot. Somebody that like beats their chest and talks about how amazing and great. It's like somebody very braggadocious, right?
Don't know anybody like that.
So I felt like I was like that word perfectly you know what it is? Andrew Tate. Like that's why I used the word, because I felt like it perfectly described Andrew Tate. And then people were DMing me like,
Lactoid,
dude,
same
what the
question I
fuck,
asked
you dumb
Fabian.
nerd? And I was like, okay.
What do you would you have any shows this week, Lactoid?
This week?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
No shows. All right, cool. Perfect. Just curious. You'll see why in a minute.
Okay. That's cryptic.
So far you've asked everyone except I guess me and Prime.
Well, because y'all are on the left, so I that's not pertinent to my question.
Fair enough. Interesting.
We're doing what we call research data right here. We're taking stock polling of known conservative streamers.
Is Lactoid a conservative?
When he's not being a socialist. When he's not being a socialist. I don't know. There's MAGA communism now, apparently, and
oh yeah,
so
I'm also conservative when I'm not being a socialist. Like that's true.
These are questions.
Oh, just asking questions.
Yeah.
Observation. These are questions.
Prime. I have about 30 minutes left of the last episode on season 2 of Severance.
Oh, it's fantastic! Yeah,
I haven't even started it. Last time you were here, you were like, I watched like episode 2. Like Jesus Christ.
Well, it's only 20 episodes. Well, yeah, it is 20 hours, but you know, the perks of being self-employed.
Now you can just binge watch. I don't have that problem luxury. I keep thinking I will, and then shit happens, and I never get to do what I want to do.
Well, you're a busy man.
Yeah, and today we got to deal with hail and hobos. Been fun times all day today. A lot of fun.
Hopefully, separate events, or unless the hobos incorporated hail in their activity.
They are separate events, but they happen within 30 minutes.
Yeah,
so the hail will take care.
I feel like this topic is going to be kind of dull, so I'm going to play WoW, and we're going to
today at least.
We're having it on in the background. If it gets wild, I'll just pull it up on the main screen and we'll just get going.
Okay,
sorry. I feel like it's going to be a lot of like
troubleshooting. Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah. So I'm going to play WoW. And you guys something to watch in the background.
Actually, Doobie's not here yet. Never mind. I was going to say something.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Doobie is here. You're not on the screen. That's what it is.
Oh, 1 second.
Yeah.
What can I do for you, sir?
Sure. So what I was hold on, the other guy's here. 1 second. I apologize. Hey, Tyler, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. All right, we're getting you all on screen. We have. Oh, is it? No, we're not missing anyone.
You need something?
I mean, like in terms of the group DM. Who are we missing here? Okay. Well,
is this where we remember the fallen? Those that are lost.
Selena today is her 10th anniversary.
I just
1995, 20 years or whatever.
Seems like. Sorry, go ahead.
Is that what we're talking about?
No.
You talking about the lady that killed Selena? Is up for parole?
No, well, that was this week. She didn't get off. She got lucky.
Dude,
but Selena died today.
Dude,
years ago.
I was really hoping that she would get paroled just so that Trump would deport her. I wanted Trump to deport her.
Bro, she's not making,
that would be
she's
so
not
funny.
making it out of the
Dude,
jail.
I'm just saying, if he announced like she's getting paroled and then he was like, and we're deporting her, like the entire Hispanic community would be
That's
like
not gonna
99% behind Trump. They'd be like, finally a good deportation. Like that shit would be hilarious.
Nah, because
for him to be like, I don't care. I don't care where she's from.
Dead within a week.
Nobody that kills Selena is an American to me. like,
$20 in within a week after she gets out.
I love
she's
Selena
dead.
and taco salads.
She'll be
You
fine.
know what I mean? Like, she would be so funny.
She's not gonna be fine if she gets out. Like anytime soon. But absolutely not. I know her family, Selena's family. I went to school with them. They're gonna put a hit on her, like guaranteed. Like I have zero doubt.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we'll just wait for that to happen.
You're acting like this is awkward, like the entire Hispanic community.
Yeah, I don't think you understand
deeply
the hate
feeling like
people
I don't
have
think,
for this woman.
This is one of the few
she's gonna
things
die.
in the world, okay, that like outside of maybe not outside of the Hispanic community, but in the Hispanic community, this is one of the few things in the entire world that every single one of them can agree to. If you ever meet a Hispanic person, be like, should we kill that lady? They'd be like, we should flay her. Like the nicest, sweetest Latina woman that you'll ever meet will be like, we should flay her and wear her skin at festivals. Like they hate this bitch.
She's gonna be fine though.
He was saying if she got out of prison is what he was saying.
If she got out of prison, yeah, I know.
He was saying like if she got released, he's saying somebody would.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that, Prime? Like, why do you have this like? Do you understand the cartel already hits out on her?
I don't look down on Hispanics and think they're violent people who are going to.
I mean, the cartels have already said they're going to kill her. Like, I don't know. Like, you're arguing. So you're telling me the cartel's not going to kill somebody they said they're going to kill?
Who said all Hispanics?
The cartel. So I say like, hey, I don't pigeonhole all of Hispanics. You're saying, well, what about the cartels, right? That's your response to that.
I'm telling you right now. No, you don't
what we're
understand,
saying is the cartels would kill her, and the entire Hispanic community would be like, sucks to be her.
Okay, hold on. You're saying
I think an old lady, regular old lady, Hispanic lady, is going to be fighting the cartels to get to this bitch first because this person.
That's the point. This point is different, right? Now this one is like you're all murderers, so not all murderers.
This is you don't understand that.
I don't understand.
Hold on, this would be like if Hitler got out of prison. Like that's the level of
yes, this would be the person who killed Selena would be like if Hitler got out of prison. If Hitler, those are the same things.
Yeah, for
those
the
are
level
the
of
same
hate.
things.
Yeah, they are this. Okay, Prime. So hold on. Prime is doing something racist here. Actually, he's assuming that he understands the hate that the Hispanic community has for this individual.
It's on the level of a genocidal murderer.
Yes,
no,
absolutely.
it is.
It absolutely is.
It absolutely is. No, I agree.
Okay.
No, this makes sense.
Wait, Prime, are you not here arguing that Yolanda
is not going to get killed immediately after she gets out of prison?
You know
no, he's saying by us saying that we're saying all Hispanics are like violent psychopaths. No, we're just saying that that community hates that bitch so much that some of them would
something Hispanic to say.
Somebody's going to take
about Hispanics.
No, black people hate Yolanda.
Are you going to say Cisa Puerta? Is that what you're going to say?
Oh, no. I want to say something actually. I think I may have made a mistake with my vote in 2024 because apparently Corona might get tariffed, and
so switch to Modelo.
That'll do it. That'll do it. Well, Modelo would also get tariffed.
What about Land Shark? Because it's just
guess who owns Modelo? First of all, guess who owns Modelo now?
What? Who owns Modelo?
Anheuser-Busch.
I don't think that's
why the fuck you?
And it's made here. And it's made here.
I love Corona. I love Modelo. I love the Mexican beer specifically.
Drink something like nice and like fruity, like what's it? Shock Top. Shock Top's really good.
Shock Top's disgusting.
That's a totally different beer. That's a Belgian white. That's a Belgian white. That's not the same thing.
I don't know. I don't know you bring race into this, Scott. It's just fruity and I like it. Okay.
So
I
Modelo,
think all beer is like disgusting. Like don't worry, all alcohol is disgusting, but like people like beer in particular is like the grossest thing in the world. Like I that's the deal breaker. I would never date a girl who drank beer.
You get like a Bud Light Orange, okay? Bud Light Orange is
first of all, Bud Light Orange is inferior to Bud
really
Light
fucking
Lime.
good.
and it's not even
No,
literally all
what are
that
you-
good.
okay, what are you talking about?
100%. Hold on, 100%.
Me and Primer
Gibbs,
right in.
Modelo is in the U.S. is not owned by InBev. It's owned by Constellation Brands, it's the same owners of Corona, and it could be subject to the tariff.
Nah, it'll be fine.
I think we fucked up, dude. I mean,
Nah.
this is where I draw the line, right? At 25% more, holy shit, this would be ridiculous.
Well, this is the top beer in America. Let me tell you something. If it's a foreign beer, it needs to be tariffed. Think about all the money we can make from the Modelo tariff.
Dude, listen. Beer tariffs are a problem, okay? Tariffs in general are a problem. But let's be honest. Your typical cheap beer drinker just needs like 2 more commercials with Shane Gillis and Post Malone, and they will switch brands in a heartbeat. All right, like I'm sorry, like with the tariffs do not matter for 99% of people that are drinking cheap shit beer.
You just get like an Old English or like a CO211. That was really good.
I'll just start drinking Shine.
I used to drink that a lot more, especially like when I was a student. Yeah.
I have one silly question that is relating to BAM, and then a serious question that I'm gonna yell at Lactoid and Doobie about. So like BAM, why won't you date a woman who drinks beer? Not that asking you to drink beer, but she just drinks it herself.
Can't trust them.
Beer is like it, just like the concept of it. Like a girl holding a can of beer or a bottle of beer in her hand is disgusting to me. Like the aesthetically, like I think of beer.
Did you not like Jessica Simpson in the Dukes of Hazzard? Did you like
I love how dudes will like create paragraphs to not just say it gives me the ick because they don't want to say some gay shit like that. But that's all it is.
He asked me. I mean, I was just explaining. Yeah, it does. I'm fine with
it gives you the ick. That's it. It just gives you an ick.
But most people more
low class
people feel that way about cigarettes.
Because men can't have preference.
I want to clarify something.
What if it's a nice beer?
What if they just liked holding an empty can of beer as like a weird quirk?
Corey Campbell, aren't you bisexual? We're out.
What if she's a hipster?
Stay out of this
craft
one.
beer.
No, like it's gross. Like I don't drink at all, but I'm fine.
I don't drink at all either.
Like if she drinks a drink, like a girly drinker, but just beer in particular is disgusting to me. Like most people I know, like are more relatable. A lot of guys feel that way about cigarettes for girls. They're like, oh yeah,
cigarettes and
that's different.
I'm actually don't like that. Like I don't like cigarettes either, but cigarettes is better than beer.
No,
what do you have after sex? Do you not smoke a cigarette after sex? Like what's come on?
The mouth taste is totally off.
It's awful. Yeah.
All I can think of now is Forrest.
If they drank like one beer a week, that would be a deal. Yeah.
Like
you got some stuff going on there.
Like not even in your past, you can't.
What if she drinks vodka? Is that okay?
Yeah, like I said, alcohol is so different. My girlfriend now likes gin, which is like an old man drink.
Gin is disgusting.
I bet you though.
Gin is a liberal hippie drink.
Beer,
that is what gin is.
You get over the phobia pretty quickly.
There's some really nice gins.
Yeah, and the only people that drink those are liberal hippies.
No, there's a shit
like Bombay.
Monkey. You can make a really nice drink out of. It's a drier gin from England. It's really good.
Yeah, the fact that you know that makes me believe that.
What do you want to say? A dry wine or a dry gin? Like what does that mean?
But long term
means they're too uppity. That's what it means.
Dry means less sweet, basically.
One of her things though, in comparison,
dry, I mean, why not just say less sweet?
Married,
like, why
I
is
would
it
have
dry?
to give up pork, which is crazy.
Fucking.
But I about to say that would be like her compromise.
Yeah, I prefer wine super dry.
This entire conversation is just reeking of city liberal shit because
that's exactly what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like to me.
This would like just not fly if you were anywhere outside of like a massively populated city.
You know,
I don't like girls who drink beer. It's like, you mean like 99%?
I grew up on a farm. I'm more country than anybody in here.
Well, Doubtful. Listen,
Gibbs literally lives on like a ranch.
Well, I don't live on a ranch currently, but I do own one that I go out there all the time. Listen, here's the thing. I also grew up on a ranch. That's not. I'm not going to get into
farm, right? So now he's disgusted with that.
We're not going to get into. We're not going to get into
running from it.
But you did hit on something interesting here that's been coming up lately, and Tyler and I had this conversation in the background the other day, and it's that there's a regional Well, I don't know how to say this. I'm going to call it uppityness, where they look down on people with certain accents or certain viewpoints, and they're just like, these people are dumb country bumpkins, and just because of the way they talk or they sound. And it's really hilarious because that's also a reason why the Democrats are losing people, because they can't understand that they've become the party of the elite.
Hold on. That has been a thing. That has been like so
for decades now.
There are people that work. So, for example, you can look in research in linguistics and look at like which accents are which accents are becoming more prevalent, and then like which accents are falling out of favor. And like since the 1960s, the Southern accent, especially the old aristocratic kind of like, like post-bellum, antebellum, like, film, like, oh, Mississippi Lord, like that accent has just been disappearing because people treat people with that accent as stupid. So like, I agree with you that that's a thing, but I disagree with you I disagree with you if you think that is like a new phenomena or like a more.
I'm not saying it's new.
That's been around for like damn near 100 years.
I'm saying that it's definitely become like, at least in the way I'm saying it is, like on the debate poll area, it's become very much more prominent lately, like than it had been previously. I hadn't seen it like until, I don't know, 6 months ago. I started going to people, and suddenly Gibbs slurring his words. I'm like, because I said y'all, I said ain't. A slur. He's sitting here speaking in colloquialism. He must be a dumb fucker.
No, you
Admiral Gibbs. One, you slur. Two, this is not a dig at you because I'm almost where you are, but you're fucking pretty fat. Three, you have a really bad microphone, right? Like, so
I do have a bad microphone.
Those three things together is gonna get you shit for like when you slur a little extra.
That's fair, but it's
hard to even understand what the hell you're saying.
I've even heard people say it though when it's clear as day, and like I'll go back and rewatch the VOD, and I'm like, didn't slur there, and they're like, this guy, and it's like, and then I'll notice which chatters are saying it, and then I'll see like the righties are like, he sounds normal.
I don't think you're evaluating yourself objectively.
I don't even think. I don't even consider you having a southern drawl.
Well, that's good. I guess I don't know.
I'm about to say just around people like
he has a more Texas accent.
Are you from Texas?
More of a Texas accent.
I don't consider Texas the South, but
well, that's debatable. I mean, I would say anything that's not Texas is in the South because they a bunch of bitches.
I think Texas is the South, yeah.
Texas is Southwest. Is y'all do y'all's own thing?
Depends where you are in the state. It's such a big state.
I'll accept that answer.
Hold on. Can we just say for the sake of conversation that there is the South and then there's the Deep South and that these are two different areas, right? Because like I think of like Texas and like Virginia and like parts of Tennessee and like parts of North Carolina and like as like still the South, but it's not like the Deep South. It doesn't have the same Bible Belt area. It doesn't have the culture's different, right? Like, I mean, like Texas has obviously just a lot of different cultural influence. Virginia, for example, is like barely like we get in on like a fucking. We get in by by the skin of our teeth because obviously 80% of all Civil War battles were fought here, and the entire Civil War history, like 80% of that shit is the Virginia Army, right? But culturally speaking, Virginia's not really the South, but we certainly have some elements of it, and we're lacking other elements. So like, I just think there's the South and then there's the Deep South. And there are places that are debatable as to whether or not they're the South. And then there are places that are clearly like just not the Deep South. Texas is not the Deep South.
Maybe something we're from the inside looking out. I think inside the South we don't say the Deep South. But I think like I say, it may just be because we're.
Well, I think the outside has made that distinction for that reason, because like New Yorkers look at people living in like Danville, Virginia, or like people living in Appalachia. Like they might consider people living in Appalachia hillbillies, and that's what we would consider it, and that's what Southern people would consider it. But like in the North, it's kind of all the South, right? And it's like they don't make the same distinction between like hillbillies and like Southerners, even though it's a totally different culture.
So I work in mid Georgia, and I can tell you, I drive to South Carolina, Florida, Alabama, Texas. I have family in Texas. I'm out there multiple times. Most of that area, the northern part of Florida, you can't tell you're there, or if you're in northern Georgia, if you're in western Alabama or West Virginia, the culture is exactly the same. Like the state lines are drawn there arbitrarily. So it's really the northern part of Florida is considered more of the South than the vacation parts of Florida even as well. And it does breach a little bit into Texas, but Texas is different. It's a different atmosphere than, I guess,
I'll agree with that.
South.
Yeah, we have southern aspects, but Texas is Texas, and the rest of the South are a bunch of bitches. I mean,
it's a little
different. I mean, the accents are different. Like if someone from, like, I'm from Georgia too. If someone from Georgia is not Atlanta, but like, you know, southern area, a more rural part of Georgia, went to Dallas or Houston, like you wouldn't like stick out. Like you're gonna sound pretty similar in the way you speak, but it's as far as culture, lifestyle, there's, like I said, there's some shared aspects, but there's definitely some differences. Like there's a Tex-Mex is a real thing.
Yeah, but the point that I'm making though is there's a certain aspect to like this that is especially prominent, like within the left, right? Where it's if from any of these areas, you could just say you're from one of these areas and you're immediately dismissed as an idiot. Like even if I don't like the Cali people, right? I'll let's say, yeah, they're educated, they're intelligent, but they're wrong. But, you know, they'll start talking, and I don't immediately go to IQ. They'll be like, look at this dumb, but they're over here like, look at this dumb country bumpkin over here trying to tell us about economics. What does this rancher know? And you're like, okay, buddy. Yeah, like, you know, and this happens a lot. And then Dim's like, why do people think we're elitist? I don't understand.
The politicians and stuff don't do that. But I will say that there's, like, as someone, again, who lives here, there's some overlap of truth. Like, the stereotype doesn't exist for no reason. It's the same reason why if Prime bought on someone in here that had like hot pink hair and a septum piercing, people would like assume everything about their politics as well. Like the southern accent, it does carry with it generally a typical type of politic that people think is probably pretty dumb. Like it's a reason why Tommy Tuberville won in Alabama.
Look at the Cajun accent. Like, if I go talk to a Cajun guy, I can understand everything he says, right? Totally fine. And, like, you know, I'll be fine. I'll talk to him.
The geniuses of the American.
Well, hold on. You're bashing him already. See, you just dismissed him.
Yes,
these Cajun fuckers. But these Cajun fuckers aren't intelligent as hell. They're just more intelligent in different ways. If I need somebody to fix a John boat, they're gonna be able to have that fixed in about 30 minutes. If I need somebody to go catch a gator, I'm definitely gonna call up John Boy to come over and catch that bitch. I'm not gonna go call up little soy boy Sam that fucking just moved in from Cali down the way to come help me catch this gator, because that jackass gonna get eaten. Like, you know, like it's real simple.
You're speaking of the hit by conversation.
Are there no gators in California?
I'm not gonna talk to them about. I'm not gonna talk about economic. Like, I'm about to say, I used to love watching Swamp People, but I was like, I'm not talking to these people about like economic policy.
Why not?
Bro,
you don't think they're affected by economics? Like, you don't think
economics don't matter?
This is what I'm talking about. Y'all just like dismissing these people's views out of hand, like right there. Like you're not about no economics.
Generally speaking, no.
They might have gone to LSU. You don't know.
Most Americans aren't well informed on these issues. And when you get to like niche accents, it just shows to be even more true. But yeah, like if you ask me to, I don't care what you go to the smartest county like in any state in the United States, and I go ask a random person on the street, I'm probably not gonna like their opinion, because most Americans don't have an engagement with these topics and that
right. But you did say that the accent itself would showcase
there's some
less
level
likely to have some basic level of knowledge on like economics.
Understand it.
I'm about to say, it depends on the topic. Like I said, if you want to say like understanding like the environment of a bayou or swamp, like understanding what thing, they could be intelligent in those aspects. But yeah, there's a general correlation between the lifestyle that you grew up in, the interests you show, and the likelihood of you having interest in these other areas. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily true, but there's a correlation.
Well, so like I think there's some truth to both things going on here, right? Which is, you know, individuals that grow up in cities and individuals that grow up in very rural areas with distinct accents have different interests, as you put, right? And so there's an assumption that a conversation about economics is something that you wouldn't necessarily talk to a Cajun guy about, because it's less likely to have those interests in, like, you know, following online politics and things like that.
Yeah, I think
right, but I do think that there is a general dismissal of people's G factor, right? There's a dismissal of recognizing that, yeah, that guy might not be, he probably doesn't know what Kuznets curve is, or the Laffer curve, or
But he
like
can understand the concept.
Discuss. Right, but that doesn't mean that they don't have practical knowledge in other areas that give you wisdom and give you knowledge and allow you to see things from new perspectives, right? And I think what has occurred very much, and I think it is more prominent on the left and those that live in cities than on the right, but both sides are guilty of it, where there is a dismissal of the type of knowledge that the other person has. And I do think it is more prominent with city, educated people that are like, oh, I got a bachelor's degree. And it's like, dude, I've met a slew of retards with bachelor's degrees. Like you can be sub 85 IQ and have no problem getting a fucking bachelor's degree. And yet there is this idea that like, oh, I understand all of the things about the world. And it's like, dude, there's so much that you don't know that you could learn that would give context even to the knowledge that you have if you were willing to have an open mind, in speaking with people whose life experience is wildly different than yours. And yet we don't see that grace given to the left, towards those people. And I think you do see it a little bit more in the South and in deep, in the deep South, if you will. Right. Though they are also dismissive of, city, liberals that don't know where their water comes from,
You could give like an example like this. Let me talk. Like, you know who the Landrys are? Do you know who the Landrys are?
No, I'm about to say not with that.
Okay, so they're like one of the biggest, richest people in Louisiana. They also own large seafood chain, and they own several other restaurants, and they're all like the Landry Seafood and all this. They own several seafood chains, right? And several, not seafood, they own a seafood chain. They own several other restaurant chains, right? And they own a massive food group. They're all across Texas. They're all over Louisiana. Now, have you ever met any Landrys? Obviously, you don't know who they are, but I'll tell you what they sound like. They sound like Farmer Fran. Now, this motherfucker is about 6 times as rich as I'll ever be, and he's over here getting close to billionaire, and he's over here like, and you're like, what did he just say? I'm like, he just said he likes to see homos naked. And you're like, what did he just say? And like, whatever. And they're just like, can't believe it. And like, oh, but it's just because, guess what? He's speaking Cajun. Y'all over here just
money isn't a correlation with intelligence.
But it is a correlation to understanding economics, though.
Hold on.
Wait, making money is 100% correlated with
I was about to say, like, IQ and like conscientiousness.
I know people who don't speak
English.
Like,
two of the strongest correlations.
Make a lot of money. No English.
You can find exceptions.
Hold on.
But IQ is one of the biggest correlates with making money.
Right. You can absolutely say that, like, just because someone's rich doesn't mean they're smart. Like, I totally agree with you, and I think that's probably what you meant, right? I don't think, but to be clear, like, IQ and wealth is pretty fucking. It's a strong,
very strong correlation.
Yeah, I mean, look at Paris Hilton.
With education.
Yeah, look at Paris Hilton. She's very smart.
IQ is a independent, strong.
Yeah, IQ is definitely a stronger correlation than education to wealth.
But I think as a society, what we're doing in America, the race to the bottom that we're doing, and it's just a pendulum swing that and it'll eventually come back. But we're in a period right now where we're dismissive and shameful of education. We think it's prouder to not have any type of form of education. Like, oh, my daddy didn't go to college, and he was a great man. Like, I don't want no school, or I don't want no sissy up here that went to university. Like, you don't have to do. Like, I think that this the long term side effects of this are going to be like a major negative impact for the country, because that is, like, you're right. We do feel what is the ivory tower argument people make, like, oh, the left feels dismissive, but like I feel like all of the best countries in the world right now have a high association correlate, like it's seen as a sign of achievement, and the United States is pushing back against that. But that's not new. The United States has kind of always pushed back against that. That's why I think TV nerds.
It's just expensive here.
So I think there's a correlation to what you're saying, right? But I think it's a little.
I think if it was free, a lot more people would go.
We talk about the concept of anti-intellectualism, right? Which is kind of what you're describing, right? This point of pride that, like, I'm not, educated, or that, like, I made it in spite of the education. And then even worse, this idea that, like, educated people are bad, or like you'll see it in other communities, right? Where it's like, a black guy goes and gets a college degree and then comes back to his home. They're like, oh, you're a sellout. You know, like you left us, you know, you're an Uncle Tom or something. It's like, why? Because I became a fucking doctor and I made something of myself. Like, you know, and you see it in a lot of low socioeconomic status places in America. But I think it's more than just, oh, we hate the concept of education or like learnedness. And I think it's becoming it's much more melded with the concept of elites that look down on them and are learning things that they find are useless, right? So I think it's less about, oh, I'm proud to be dumb or something, and more like, I'm proud that I work with my hands and I fix cars because what I do exists in reality. And I'm watching you guys spend $2 billion to do a study to find out whether or not gay birds go in the same circle as straight birds. You know what I mean?
And there's the indoctrination factor. And there's the like, oh, we send our kids off. They all believe our values. They go to college and suddenly they come back talking about now they're an Oscar Mayer wiener. Like that's the problem here. Like,
So
you know, like
there's two things that are being conflated here. I feel like so there is one. What Scott was just talking about above here is the anti-intellectual movement that exists on some ends of every demographic. Either you're a liberal elite or acting too white is something Obama would talk about at certain points as well. I think that is over here and has always existed to some degree. What I think Bam is talking about is more what we see in the more recent is like this trend of like entire movements being against the experts. And what you see with that is they're against the experts until the experts agree with them. Everybody hates the polling until the polling says you're winning. Everyone denounced the polling when it said Biden was going to lose. As soon as Kamala Harris started to look good, all those people started pushing every single poll out every day. And it's the same thing with the medical apparatuses of government. As soon as
I'm so glad you brought that. I'm just going to segue right into my point later when we do opening. I'm so excited.
So I think it's a lot to do with the partisanship that we see right now in politics, where you reject the experts if they don't agree with you.
So,
I mean, I would always just say it's bad philosophy, and that the right and the left are both guilty of it.
I did have a separate question for more of an accusation for Lactoid and DB, but the thing is we're all here, and you guys have yelled at me for taking too long with these.
But now I'm curious. You can't just like.
I've never yelled at you.
You've never yelled. Well, if I say it,
it's 8:30. I'm talking about when it's like close to 10, and you're like, and another thing, and I'm like, dog, when do we get into the fucking topic?
I'm down to start now. Don't fuck all that. Don't let him bamboozle you. It's fine.
Okay, well, I'll put it up because what we could do is maybe I could wait till afterwards and we can have a discussion.
Sure. Does it have to do with Mexican beer?
It has nothing to do with Mexican beer. No, it doesn't. But
which you should try the Victoria if you like Mexican beers.
But it's a bone I got to pick, especially with Doobie. I've already
just say it. Okay? Just grab your balls and say it, please. I'm begging you. Just let it out. Get it off your chest.
All right. So we might not be able to like fully hash this out now, right? Because
say it, please.
Scott's
just say
it.
Do it.
Do it. No. We get some inner feelings here.
Is it TOS or something? This is weird.
Oh no, it's not. Okay, fine. I'll just sorry.
You can ask his favorite color or something.
No, it's quite simple. So I was reading up on how Texas is placing restrictions on school books, right? The whole book banning thing, right, in school libraries. So this is like, it's spreading there. There's a few bills that they've dropped. Some of them are passed, like the Senate. Yeah, and now they're talking about like the types of books that are being challenged, right? Things like The Catcher in the Rye. All of a sudden, those are too sexual, too dangerous for young minds. And this just like goes on with the regular nonsense we saw within the Florida situation, right? But then we had useful idiots like Lactoid and Doobie who defended this policy, who like gave room for this, right? Gave space for this thing. And now, and that's not obviously not just their fault, but like I'm yelling at them because they're the ones in front of me.
Literally their
but
fault.
now we're seeing these things spread. Right now we're seeing regulations in line, like in the vague regulations as to what should be bannable. I can literally
you said
read
a
it to you
source?
if I can.
Because that sounds like some shit Democrats would make up to talk because they like to group banned books
school
together.
choice.
They do this all the time. They ban.
Democrats love attacking Doobie and Blackwood.
They group together books that the left banned with books that the right ones banned, and the left banned them because it had like an N word or it's racist or something like that. Do you have a source?
First of all, like I do have multiple sources. One, I have the text of the bill.
You heard of Google?
And the text of the bill talks about like what is bannable, right? So it's harmful material, period. Harmful material. Library material rated sexually explicit material by the selling library material vendor, which that one makes sense. A library material that is pervasively vulgar or educationally unsuitable, as referenced by Board of Education versus Pico. I don't know exactly what that I don't know what that case says, so I'm unaware about that.
That might be important.
That might be important. But it starts off with harmful material, just harmful material. As long as we can argue that this is harmful material, then we can ban it, right? Like, what isn't harmful material? Like, what do I think is harmful? We know that there's a difference between Lacto and I, right? That's what we consider what's harmful material. We already have this.
Do you think mine taught in schools? And like in middle school level?
Library material containing indecent content and profane content, right?
Gibbs, yes.
Indecent and what's indecent? What's profane, right? It's nonsense. It's a nonsense standard. So
it's great standard.
I will send you. I'll put it in the group chat so you guys can all take a look at the text of the bill. Paste and
it's a great standard. I love that. I fully support.
Yeah, of course you do. Yeah, so I'm ignoring you for now, right? So okay, I'm more than one. And then from there, as I had presented last time, right? I don't think you were there, Scott, though. I was presented to this to, I believe, Lactoid previously, talking about that there's a tiny amount of parents. Not even parents. They're not even fucking parents, right? Who have done the vast majority of book bans nationwide, right? Like these individuals who just submit a list. They're not even parents, and kids, just to get them banned. And yeah, they're on the right. Absolutely, these people are on the right. So
amazing. Amazing.
Yeah,
that's good.
You did. But anyway. My problem is that I had already basically handled this with Lactoid, right? But Doobie, you also gave space to this, and I think you should apologize to me.
Well, I think
apologize for what? You haven't presented any problems.
I think I think there should be space for banning books from schools. I know that you'd agree. Not every book is appropriate for school, or like a middle school, high school, even.
I would.
There needs to be some space to keep certain books out of these kids' hands.
I would leave it up to librarians. I will leave it up to librarians. I think
that's iffy.
I think the costs that we're seeing
librarians.
Right now, I'm sure we can say that. Maybe I can give you the.
Yeah, he's
the
over
olive
here.
branch. Hold on, one second. No, I don't need you. I can give you the olive branch.
Well, I live in Texas.
Hold on. One second. Don't care. I can give you the library branch.
I know you don't care because.
Shut up for a second. I'm going to finish my point. I can give you the olive branch, Doobie. That librarians weren't necessarily perfect, and that like you could have found things that maybe we could both agree that shouldn't have been there, right? I can say that. However, what we've gotten on the other side to say, like, opening up to parents, right? And a lot of times people aren't even parents, but opening up to parents to make these decisions is that we've had massive banning of these books. The damage is done, right, to great swaths of literature that these kids can't access. Greatly outweighs any small benefits that they talked about some titties and fucking and some books, right? Whatever.
Can I respond to this?
No,
this is total bullshit.
I think you're
wow.
Because so it's using the one that you mentioned, right? The Catcher in the Rye. That's been banned repeatedly over the decades, right? And then unbanned and then rebanned again. And this isn't even something that's like a conservative thing or a Republican thing. The fucking Huckleberry Finn was banned, right? Because they use the N-word. Dr.
Seuss.
The Merchant of Venice.
Dr. Seuss is banned
by woke liberal schools, right? Like so, like this. this happens on both sides, right? So I agree.
Which
If
Dr.
it's true that
Seuss?
they're banning the Catcher
racist
on the Rye.
one.
I don't agree with that. There's obviously going to be subjective bullshit that's happening on both sides, and I agree that there should be some kind of standard for what it means when something's harmful or inappropriate. But
Well, there
when you're dealing with
is.
something like literature, well, yeah, but Lactoid, if it's as
No.
it's
It's not. I have the law.
Go
But
for it.
Prime was kind enough to provide us a link, and when you go to the link, it has right here section 33.020 definitions. Harmful material has the meaning assigned by section 4324 of the Penal Code. I go to that section of the Penal Code, and it states specifically here, for the purposes of this section, minor means an individual younger than 18. Harmful material means material whose dominant theme, taken as a whole, appeals to the prurient interest of a minor in sex, nudity, or excretion, is patently offensive to prevailing standards in the adult community as a whole with respect to what is suitable for minors, and is utterly without redeeming social value for minors. So they have they reference a specific section of the Penal Code, and then it goes on. Indecent content means content that portrays sexual or excretory, I can't pronounce that, excretory organs or activities in a way that is patently offensive. They're using the exact same definitions that they use for pornography, Prime.
Well, also,
so
some of them. Hold on.
It for the child origin that happens at the end.
Well, there's some other books. Other books they ban. One of the books.
That's how they
so
grow
here's the
up.
one. Here's the one that's controversial
so that they
right
can
now
get rid of their
in
fear
Texas
of the
that they're
icon.
arguing about it. If you want the local perspective, there's one book specifically that is being talked about controversially, right? And it's Anne Frank, the Diary of Anne Frank. And the reason why it's specifically controversial is because the paperback, normal, non-illustrated version that came out, that version's allowed. However, there's also a graphic novel version that shows intimate photos and talks about intimate things of her attraction with other females that has been banned. So one version, the normal fine version that everybody studies at school, is allowed. But however, some people of a certain persuasion decided that version wasn't good enough and were trying to teach the graphic novel version, which is quite a bit more controversial. And then that got banned. And so now people like Prime are being disingenuous and lying about what harmful content means because they don't like this leftist agenda.
Prime's not a lawyer. Prime's not a lawyer. Give him some fucking grace, right?
Yeah.
I don't think Prime understood that there was a legal definition.
I said like Prime, not Prime.
Well, let me go into this bill a little bit more, because there's also some, in addition to, I think, defining this, the bill also does some, I think, pretty common sense things. It requires that schools have to provide a list of what books are in the library. Parental access is required, and it creates a council that, like a government council, that decides what books go into the library. Seems pretty. You were saying before that you'd be okay with a librarian doing it. I mean, this doesn't seem too different.
Yeah. So that's what I was going to get to as well. I looked at that already, and so Prime. I don't want to pick on you here, but I kind of just disagree with your framing. You're overstating slightly by saying it's a book ban. It's perfectly acceptable for these student councils that are voted in and the parents to have a say on this. And people ban books all the time. I think Doobie gave good examples about that. But going into like where you actually have a valid concern is like this can be overdone. Absolutely. And if we let the Christian moralists that were in charge of the culture in the 90s take back this, we're going to see Puritanization of our school. We're going to see issues like praying coming back to schools.
Hold on. I want, see, this is my issue, right? Both with Average Debate Enjoyer and PrimeCayes, right? Like what your example of overreach, of going too far, right, would be that there wouldn't be borderline lewd and lascivious, at least according to Christian Puritans, books freely available without the parents knowing at the school library and publicly funded schools. It has nothing to do with private schools. It has nothing to do with parents that choose to let their kids read certain things or even check out books for them. Like what we are talking about is trying to get rid of books that parents themselves wouldn't approve of their children reading. And so like, maybe I'm a crazy ANCAP, right? But like, to me, I fail to see how this is like some horrible authoritarian issue when you have public schools.
Because all books can be banned really easily.
That's what I'm saying.
All it takes is like a disagreement.
But again, even if they did, right? If they banned like every borderline book, right? To the point where all of the books at the school library sucked, Libraries still exist. Barnes and Noble still exists. Amazon still
there's
like parents exist.
I mean, yes.
Why?
Versions.
Hold on. My question, like, I guess, like, you guys are jumping into weird places. Like, let me make it clear. Like, how is this a horror story that the government would be able to ban, you know, all the borderline books only in public schools? Like, shouldn't public schools be a place where everyone can agree that the books that parents' kids are getting are ones that they know about and know that
that's not what's
they
happening
agree with?
even. No. That's not what's. But no. But there's already So when I was in middle school, we studied Fahrenheit 451 in 1984, right? And there was a version that left out certain scenes in Fahrenheit 451 because they were deemed whatever by the school district. However, if you signed a permission slip, they would give you a version that had those scenes included in a different section. And we studied those. That happens. I don't know if that's currently happening right now, but there's a reason why the one version of Anne Frank is allowed and the other version isn't, and it's because it's pure propaganda. And that's what it is, and we don't want indoctrination in our schools, and that's a big reason why we're pushing for school choice.
I don't know anything about
I don't know, Prime. I know that you don't want to agree with that, but that's what's happening.
I don't know. I just don't know anything about two versions of Anne Frank. I don't know
exactly. But you brought up the law, and I'm happy. It's happening here locally.
I don't know I'm saying. I don't know the specific example about Anne Frank.
But I'm giving you the specific example because you brought up the law and brought up Texas specifically, and this is something that's in our news cycle right now locally because that's what's happening.
Okay, well, then tell us more about the actual book there because you're saying, hey, this is propaganda.
I did. I know what I'm saying.
No, you didn't know. All you said is propaganda.
No,
what the fuck are you talking about?
You just weren't listening to me. I gave a whole thing before.
Relax. He did before. He said, and just to prove that he did, because I'm not from Texas and I heard him, he said that there are two versions of Anne Frank. There's one that is just the original copy that has just been turned into text. And then there's one that has graphic novel depictions of sex acts about her fantasies of having sex with other girls. And that the one that's banned is the one that has graphic depictions of sex acts as opposed to the one that is just her diary.
Sorry, is that added material
yes.
or like was that?
Yes, or at least that's his claim. Okay. I don't know the story, but I'm saying he did differentiate those two earlier in the conversation.
Okay. If someone added that in, then that's a different thing. Okay. So I was talking about Anne Frank's diary, but if there's a separate thing where someone's added material, well, then I was referring to that. So all right.
I have a question.
Hold on, before you get actually. All right, you can respond. You can ask your question, but I do want to be able to respond to the accusation from before.
Like I want to decide if I care about this because I'm not sure if I do. So 2 parts. Number 1, actually, I'm gonna Lactoid. Can I ask you specifically? It seems like that you have.
Yeah, you can go ahead. I'm just looking at. Jesus Christ, I didn't know Stephen King did that. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. And this is.
Oh yeah.
He's just learning about it.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's why people call him a pedophile on Twitter, man. Is because he wrote a whole fucking orgy sex scene of kids in his book, and people are like, "Hey, that's weird."
This can be really quick. This will just tell me if I feel like this is actually like good faith parental engagement, like or healthy engagement, or if people are being crazy. Okay. Would you be opposed? Would you be opposed to the concept of instead of one parent having an issue with one book and now all the students don't have the ability to read it, like books that are like a parent can submit a book into questionable categorization. And
why not just have a category for questionable books and then get like a permission slip? Like, why isn't that like?
I wouldn't say a permission slip, but I was about to say a parent can my grandparents didn't like Harry Potter. It wasn't enough to put you on a ban list, but it was just the old that's the devil, whatever.
It's witchcraft.
Yeah,
so
but just let me get my question out. I'm asking, would you be against like I said, there being a section for questionable books, and then students, parents being able to mark off, I don't want my children getting these books, or insert certain type of book, and then that child can't check it out, but others can.
I mean, at some point, a system like this could maybe work, but at some point, it sounds like we're just if you want your kid to have read a book, you can just give them the book. You would have to have what?
So why have a library at school?
Yeah, that's my question, right? So you would have a questionable books behind the counter, and then little Jimmy has like a permission slip or has like the questionable books pass.
Hold on,
like
you don't
get
need
those
behind the
it
counter.
seems odd.
You just put a sticker
Okay,
on
so
it. You just put a sticker on questionable books, and then they're like, "Hey,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
they
Get rid of books in libraries and call it a day,
we
because this
already-
is just
I mean,
going to
like-
create a bigger problem.
Oh, no. So I've thought about this, Scott, because hold on.
We already have the
They
AR.
could go read the book in the library. They don't have to check it out, right? So they would go into the library, walk up to the sticker.
Their friend can check it. Their friend can check it out and spread it around the school.
That's
Like
also true.
Just ban books from the schools, and then you'll be fine. Just like no more libraries in the school.
Listen, sociologic. I'm
Every
glad
book.
you finally come around to the ANCAP logic that governments trying to control things doesn't really work, and there's unintended consequences, and enforcement is a problem. But setting that aside, that kids will always pass around bad shit. Right? Like, it's not that crazy when, like, plenty of school libraries already have stickers that they put on things because this is a science book or this whatever. You could put the few books that are, like, the bad books, put a sticker on it, and then you need permission. Like, yeah, will kids sneak into the library to read the bad books when they're supposed to be in class? Probably
where you
not.
read.
Right. Okay, but that's not how most high school
I mean,
libraries
if there's a banned book, if there's a banned book and you're 14, if you're 14 and there's a banned book, everyone's going to want to read the banned book.
Most kids don't have study halls in American public school until like 11th grade.
Okay.
They still have the internet.
We've had different experiences.
They still have the internet, and if you have a banned book, they have incentive to want to read it.
We gotta let Bam finish.
Second question to you. And actually, I feel like I already know your answer to this, but I'm curious anyways. Because like as we've seen, and this will be a part of like what we get to with the topic itself. When it comes to, it seems like conservatives and the Republican administration, there's like people that make a stance on like, oh, I would never go for that, and then that thing happens, and then they move the position on it, like, yeah, this is fine, this is based, I'm cool with it. Like, I'm just like, even if we just people like, oh, I don't want this thing banned in school. Would you actively speak out against if not a federal, but if a state tried to pass a law that said that like we don't want children to be able to read these books?
Just real quick, there's no need to shit on conservatives. That's just a thing people do. Like, I know she snuck that in.
I chose. I mean, it was a choice.
Are you saying like if the state tries to ban like you even giving like a book to your kid to read in their own time?
Parent, like like you can't.
Yeah, I mean, there's some books, there's some literature that I think would be like, and I think you would even agree, right? I mean, if you had like two parents give their 11-year-old like hardcore pornography, I would want that to be, they should get in trouble for that. I mean, you would agree with that, right?
What about Mein Kampf, Lactoid? Should they give Mein Kampf to 11-year-old? Be like, here you go, this is as good as the Bible, and then give them to your kids?
Yeah. So when it comes, like, that's a good question. When it comes to like political literature or stuff that I guess the framers would consider to be, really what they had in mind when they were talking about First Amendment protections, right? Things that really have to do with expressive thought and important thought. That speech is like, and there's law behind this, right? That speech is on such a different pedestal and such a high standard that you have to hit in order to remove that I think it'd be impossible. And it probably should be impossible because the slippery slope with that is like much more concerning than when it comes to banning kids from having pornography. So, but I would be okay with schools, restricting Mein Kampf in their school libraries.
Sure, but I don't want to talk about pornography. Like, pornography has a legal distinction. I'm saying that
that's basically what this bill is.
Nudity. No,
the line between, just to be clear, the line between like legally, like pornography and like kind of gray area pseudo pornography is very difficult. And some of these books that are being banned have shit right on the line in them.
Cool, but I'm talking. Yeah, like we know that line exists. You can call it gray or whatever. But I'm saying, would you be against would you be okay with a state making a law that said that a kid couldn't read a book that wasn't legally pornography?
Catcher in the Rye, let's just say.
Yeah, like I would.
If a state bans Catcher in the Rye, you just read how graphic and disgusting it was, and I mean, it's.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't know too much about Catcher in the Rye. It's a gap, I guess, my knowledge.
Even if I believe there's orgies at the end, whatever.
Sure. Well, I mean, from what I'm finding out about it, I mean, this is awful. But anyway, the standard for stopping parents from giving their books to kids should be significantly higher than the standard we have for a school library. I agree. And this kind of goes towards, I think, parental judgment and parental rights, and the fact that the nuclear family is so effective at raising children and has been for all of Western civilization.
No, it hasn't.
And, hold on. And Well, I think it does. I think it has. But there are certain pieces of literature that I would still criminalize parents giving their kids outside of the school context, for sure.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna go now. I got a lot of things to respond to. One, nuclear family is a brand new thing in history. We usually had extended families, and now we go in the past and say that all of the successes of these civilizations have been because of the nuclear family, which didn't exist in the concepts that we have now. Okay, whatever, right?
Well, yeah, they were better. They were more together. I think the nuclear family thing is like less about like
a bigger megaton
kids,
yield.
and
it's an American 1950s thing, right?
Well,
that's like the nuclear family.
Yeah, but like when he says nuclear family,
okay.
Well, you're being disingenuous, like you are. Like when he says nuclear family being successful, he's talking about having a mom and a dad together as opposed to being a single parent. He's not talking like I understand the extended family's
first
better.
of all, hold on, no, that's not. He didn't stipulate any of that. But whatever, hold on.
Talking about parental rights. That's what I was.
But you didn't. But you didn't stipulate any of that. To be very clear. So what I was responding to actually does make sense, right? Like if you want to change,
if you're not going to be,
if you want to put an addendum as to what he said before,
let me add an addendum. Let me add an addendum.
He was nodding his head like he was. Yes, like that's. Like, come on, man! Like you're just being.
No, Lactoid. No, hold on, because then you called me dishonest about that, right? When he didn't add that stuff before, and I did already respond to it, and now you're saying, well, after the fact, right? I guess you're still dishonest because I've added an addendum, and then you didn't already agree to this addendum that he didn't add. So no, I'm not being dishonest. I am honestly responding to what he said. Okay, whatever. Whatever. What? No, don't try. No, because I called you out. No, because I called you out, right? I called you out
because you were being disingenuous.
You stuck your nose in. You stuck your nose in where it didn't belong, right? And then you got crushed. All right, so go ahead, Lactoid.
Crushed? You're crashing.
And then
I'm
going to respond.
Like, relax.
Shut up, Lactoid.
So I was specifically intending, like, I'm comparing the idea of like the family raising the kid as opposed towards like the state or some kind of like communal entity. I guess just to be very clear here, what I meant, like having parents, having your grandmother around and uncle around, that's good, that's fine. I was really just comparing this to like the state being involved.
The state, okay, which is different from what Scott said any which way. All right, I appreciate that. So
that was my critique.
In any case, no, it wasn't your critique. It was something completely okay. Whatever. I gotta focus on this thing one at a time, right? All right. So So the Texas bill, as far as I know, is not in effect yet. So that's as far as I know. Maybe I'm missing something. And then there's more than one bill. There's actually a few bills, but I only gave you the text of one of them. That's the only one I read. But there's other bills that are being pushed there. And so the thing that I have to compare to are the bills that did get passed, right, in other parts of the country, and the results there. And they had similar language, right? So I hear you, Lactoid, when you talk about like within the harmful material, right, that's defined in a certain way, right? But those other bills had similar language, right? And what we see from those bills is that it didn't matter, right? So you can say, well, it has a very a narrowly defined idea of like what is harmful material, what is a vulgar or whatever. But what actually happens when we put these bills into law is that we get a vast censorship campaign on the part of these conservative individuals, right? So like there's and I got multiple sources here. I can put them in to chat in a second. So there's a source. Sure. So this one starts off. The analysis found that 30% of more than 4,000 banned titles feature characters of people of color. 25% include LGBTQ characters of people, characters or people. Of the titles featuring LGBTQ people, 20% featured a transgender and or genderqueer character. 1 in 10 of the banned titles feature characters of people with physical and or a developmental disability. These are the ones that are being banned. I think this is
that makes sense.
Can I ask a question? But hold on. You bring that up. But how many of those are involving sex acts? How many of those are involving sex acts?
I gotta get it because I have.
Sure, you gotta get them because you're.
My God, I gotta finish.
You're saying a stat, and you're not including any of the sex act part of that.
Shut the fuck up, or I have to mute you. Shut up. I gotta get I let you all go through. I let you all have the conversation. I'm gonna respond. Thank you so much. All right. So what we see is that there's a massive banning of these types of books, right? And then there is this. I think this one is Utah. I'm getting my sources mixed up here, so I do apologize. Which one was I'm looking for? In Spotsville County, Virginia, educators spend up to 4 hours a week in reviewing titles. A mother of 2 students single-handedly challenged over 70 books in her school district. In one Utah district, 199 of 205 challenges were tracked in one married couple. So again, showing that the number of people who are doing this is tiny. Right, and then they are having this disproportionate effect on what is being banned. In another source, right, it says the majority of book.
Wait, what's wrong with one small number of people doing it?
Shut the fuck up! I'm gonna finish. I will finish. It's going to happen.
You just want to answer the questions.
Okay, hold on. Shut the fuck up. I don't know why you have trouble with this, right? But if you have so much trouble, don't worry. I can assist you. Shut the fuck up and let me finish this. I appreciate it. So in any case, server mute him. So the majority of book challenges in the United States came from 11 people. 2 of the most prolific, Bruce Friedman and Vicky Baguette, hail from Florida. Friedman and Baguette have challenged hundreds of books in Clay and Escambedian, respectively. I guess they're places in Florida. Over half of all books challenged. Book objections in Florida during the 2022-2023 school year came from both of these from these 2 counties. Friedman and Baggett frequently challenge books that include LGBTQ characters or discuss the existence of racism, whether or not the books include any sexual content. So answering Gibbs' question when he couldn't shut the fuck up about. Baggett previously told Popular Information that she challenged a book called And Tango Makes 3, a book about 2 male penguins who raise a baby chick in the Central Park Zoo, because she was concerned, quote, a second grader would read this book and that idea will pop into a second grader's mind that these are 2 people of the same sex that love each other. Friedman previously told Popular Information that he challenged the book called The Girl from the Sea, an award-winning graphic novel about a 15-year-old girl who develops some romantic feelings for another girl because students are, quote, not in the school to learn how to be better lesbians. That's his fucking response. So we're talking about like what this equals, right? Yeah. Is that one, we have an outsized effect. So if there are challenges upon challenges, and it's taking a massive amount of school resources, and I'm almost done, a massive amount of school resources, these things will get de facto banned. We're just going to ban them, even if they don't even fall within the guidelines of the law, we're just going to ban them because it's easier. It takes a massive amount of time, it takes a massive amount of taxpayer money to actually deal with all these books. And so these books, the ones that are dealing with racism, the one that speaks to like a large swath of the country, those things get banned. And then to respond to something that Scott said previously, at least I think it was Scott, it may not have been him, is that like someone said that our libraries should be spaces where most people, right, within the community, right, feel like should be able to agree on what's in the library textbooks. But like that's just not the case. Like we have such even within this space, right, within this small space, we have a group of individuals with vastly different ideas as to what is proper, what should be included, right? I mean, some of you guys like would be backing banning those books talking about racism, right? Because it falls into neo-Marxism DEI, right? And you'd say, well, that shouldn't be allowed, right? And I want to give people the ability to get rid of those. What happens is the vast majority of people who actually don't have a problem with any of these books, right, or almost any of these books, they don't actually go to these school meetings. It's not as if there's like
real quick. It's not as if there's not.
No.
You made like 7 arguments to me.
Holy shit! I'm going to finish. I'm going to make 20 of them, and I'll
just
finish.
Just a gish gallop, and you're the moderator.
Hold on. Shut the fuck up, because I have multiple things to respond to, right? So I'm responding to multiple things. So then afterwards, you can write whatever the fuck you have down. I can respond to that, and that's how we'll do it. Okay? Thank you.
All right, brother. It's your show. Jesus Christ, brother.
It absolutely is. All right, don't worry. I can serve you. Shut the fuck up. Thank you. All right. So I guess it was the last point. what I was about to say. It's not as if there's a mechanism that says, well, if the vast majority of parents don't have a problem with these books, then they get to stay. No, it's if one individual has a problem with them, and they just keep resubmitting these books, re-challenging these books, and eventually we just don't have them. And so it becomes a tyranny of minority situation. That's the thing I wanted to, all the things I wanted to object to. So I'd love to hear what everyone else has to say about these things. Anyone can go.
I want to jump in here. I want to talk to a little bit more about a couple of points you brought up in terms of like the books that are being banned. So if your push is for diversity and getting diverse characters out there, getting all these certain things out there, then those things that are going to be pushed back on are going to also be more diverse just by definition of what's being pushed for. So I see this as a little bit of a Mott and Bailey argument where you're using the definition of racism or sexism or gender that the leftist indoctrination, quote unquote, would be using to put into these books. And then when it's pushed back upon, you fall back to a more classical definition of what racism is or what sexism is. And that because the way that the racism is being pushed against is the power versus prejudice definition of racism that people are opposing. They're not opposing the classical definition of racism prior to that. So when people push back against power versus prejudice, in a way, saying that they're just fighting against anti-racist policy, it acts as a smear as to what they're actually intending is all. I'm trying to just unconflate the two terms.
I think you've conflated lots of things. I think you're putting in, and this happens lots of times where like you have a certain idea of what other people have in their heads, and then or what you have in your head, and you're kind of copying that off to others.
He made so many bad arguments, and that wasn't.
So I don't think that's necessarily the case that other people meant what you necessarily meant. But
the general you,
in any case,
is more what the general you, not you as Prime, more like
general you.
The person that would be making this argument generally in society. What they're pushing into these schools is a more modern, updated version of what racism means, and it's the power versus prejudice definition.
Okay, I don't know how that relates exactly to what I was saying, but okay. Anyway, right? So you made a previous point talking about like how the books I in general being like other people, right? Not necessarily me, but the books that are being introduced to these libraries are more diverse, and so they happen to be the ones that are getting banned more often. Is that correct?
And to a degree, yeah, that's how it started, is the books that are more diverse are the ones being pushed out right now. So those are the ones that are encompassing this supposed ideology that they're trying to police more often. Thus, those particular books that they're pulling back out would also be more diverse per capita as well.
That's not the case. So there's statistics on this. This is an infographic. Let's see if I can copy and paste this thing. Into our group chat, but there is there's a group that's been keeping track of like who gets included in books, right? The vast majority of books, right, children's books, talking about children's books here, are for feature called white individuals. The vast majority of books, right? There's only very few books that directly speak to the experiences of minorities. This one doesn't necessarily include LGBTQ individuals. It's about race, I believe. But it's all on the same lines. So there's actually very few books that come out like that. But they're still overrepresented within the
ethos,
within the ecosystem of banning, right? Yeah. So that's a big problem.
That being said,
and then
if you compare the growth of that specific group, though, child's books diversity has grown significantly since 2015. It's a 40% growth from 2015 to 2022.
My character's name is Anklebane.
Yeah, but I mean, 40%. And then I have other. So this same group has been tracking it for a very long time.
Love this name.
For decades, so there's other infographics that showing, right? Yeah, there's been an increase,
artists and 5% intellect is the way to go.
Are within the territory of white.
Yeah, he's a gnome.
But let's go to Doobie wants to respond. Electron wants to respond. We can go Gibbs. We can go.
Prime, I'm back. Let me in my. It was glitched.
Okay, so
Prime, I think that the issue. I mean, I'd never heard of this mermaid book you mentioned, right? So I looked it up while everybody was ranting, and I mean, fucking 3 seconds into my Google search, right? There's like 4 or 5 kissing scenes where they're like wearing bathing suits or like half naked. So like, I think the issue isn't that they're like lesbians. It's that the book is focused on their lesbian sexual identity, right? And it's all about exploring that sexual identity as like 15-year-olds, right? I think that's the issue. So I think if they were so if the issue isn't that they're like diverse or LGBT or whatever the fuck, it seems to me that the issue is that that's the focus of the book. The focus is specifically on exploring this lesbian sexual identity.
No, but Doobie, that's the issue though, right? That's the problem that I'm pushing against. Because we have a ton of books that explore straight sexuality, right? Heterosexuality, that like where it's coming of age, where a boy and a girl get together and this is their interactions and they're exploring love. Our libraries are filled with that, right? But those aren't the things that are getting banned. It's not that
I don't think there are many graphic novels. So the one you mentioned is a graphic novel.
We have them in graphic novels.
Well, hold on. So maybe I'm just not aware of what's in our kids' schools these days. Right, but growing up, I don't remember seeing a ton of graphic novels or like comic books in the library. And to be fair, I went to very poor elementary schools and middle schools and high schools that were like full of like fucking teenagers, like 15-year-olds, like making out. Right, I don't remember seeing a lot of shit like that, like comic books or graphic novels like that. So this one is a graphic novel, and again, multiple scenes where they're like half naked or meeting up behind some rock to make out or something. Right, so. Wait, I don't know if it's true that there are just like a ton of graphic novels in there that are just like straight kids doing the same shit, like straight 15-year-olds doing the same kind of shit. Yeah, I would say that there's like a double standard right here that's not okay, right? But I'm not just not aware of any of those.
If the kids are making out and half naked behind the bleachers or the rocks or whatever, like what's the difference between that and then like they can't read books about it? Not that I'm like pro the books in school, but I'm just saying
I think the idea is that you don't want to.
If we admit that the kids are like fucking at like 13 and 14, like. Isn't like what's the issue with them like reading about it at that point?
I think the issue is that they're like misidentifying the issue, right? So these kids go home, they have YouTube on their phone, and they're just being bombarded with sexual material like 24/7.
They get confused about their sexuality and their premise.
No, it's just I think that they're like this. To me, I think the core of this issue is parents and schools trying to fight this like over sexualization of children is starting in the exact wrong place, right? It's not the fucking
starting at school and not at home.
It's not the school library that's doing this to kids, okay? It's the fucking on YouTube or TikTok or whatever.
Like Admiral
Twitter,
Kids and I are both still
I would agree. That would be the big issue to deal with. But like the thing that we've given people agency over, like random citizens, is a school library. We haven't given them agency over like general like the YouTube platform, right? Or the Twitter platform. We left that up to Elon. But for these individuals, this is how they exercise their power. And so actually I think it's perfectly fine if and again, so and this is again part of the heart of the issue, right? So you Doopy may disagree with this, right? And Lactoid and Scott and possibly definitely Gibbs, right? He thinks everything's propaganda. It might disagree.
I don't have a mining pick.
But see, I don't have a problem with that, right? And I think a lot of other people within the communities are like, well, yeah, I use books, right? And I use graphic novels. I use graphic novels to explore my identity, right? I'm not necessarily my sexual identity in that case, but the heterosexuality was always prominent there in those cases, even there, right? Like that was never an issue. It was never not represented as a heterosexual man in like Marvel and DC, right? That was always front and center. And so that's like never a problem. Like scantily clad women in general, right? In those graphic novels is like never a problem as long as it's presented in a way that is appealing to men. But once we have a graphic novel with girls, right? Now it's being this is a training manual to teach women how to be better lesbians. Like so, this is the level of discourse that's happening here. And so it's a tyranny of the minority situation is what I respond to. So let's go to unless you have something to respond to, DB. I want to go Lactoid and then.
No, I think I mostly agree with it. I just think that the issue isn't so much with the law itself or the fact that books are.
No,
neither of them unmuted.
Okay.
Go ahead. Finish your point, DB.
I think that the issue, to me, it seems like it isn't so much with the laws for like being imposed to ban books or whatever, rules being imposed to ban certain books. It's just more about the subjective ideas of like whatever population is doing this. Yeah, everybody doesn't have a different idea of what's appropriate. So, I mean, a lot of these books we're talking about have like fucking graphic murder scenes all over the fucking place. That's apparently fine, but if two girls make out, it's bad. It's kind of silly. A lot of it is like war propaganda. So like, I don't know. I get what you're saying. I agree that some of these sound silly, but that being said, I think you'd agree with me that there should be some space to ban certain books from classrooms, or not even from classrooms, from just like libraries and schools. Like, for example, the one that got a lot of attention the last time around was like Lawnmower Boy or some shit that had like a scene where they're like this kid was jerking off another kid. Like, that's not, you don't really need that in like a middle school. So like,
I would maybe be in favor of like we could still like have stricter rules around these things, right? But we leave it within the hands of librarians. Like, okay, these are updated rules, right? There were things that were allowed previously, and these aren't. And now we're going to, have more conservative, narrow focus on what books that are allowed. I'd be in favor of that, but I'm not in favor of this system of tyranny of the minority.
But see, what this does is actually set up.
Let's go to Lactoid. We gotta move on. We gotta get this done. So Lactoid, we're to Gibbs, and then Scott to finish off.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff was presented, so I'm just going to respond. I'm obviously not going to be able to respond to all of it, but I have some of the things that I think is important to illustrate my overall point. Me and Average Debate Enjoyer here have posted this link. I did post a snippet from part of it, with the part I'm looking at that's highlighted. Looking at, according to the same agency that you are citing from 2012, 40% of all books here had at least one BIPOC primary character, and 49% had significant BIPOC content, according to the CCBC. So it seems like there's been a massive, massive change between 2012 and today, if that's what the chart from 2012 is measuring, because the chart from 2012 is weirdly worded a little bit. And I also can't help but notice that the infographic is somewhat stereotypical with how it dresses the Asian American and the Native American. But I just thought that was kind of interesting, sort of maybe subtle racism there, or unintentional racism there from the person who made that drawing.
I only have 2012 and 2015 for the infographics. I was looking for other ones that are more updated. But I will. I'll give you the 2015 one, which does show an improvement.
I linked you one from 2023. I linked you a chart from
2023. I understand. I'm not questioning you. I'm just saying that I only have those two. And this is like the other infographic. But to your point, it does show an improvement. Like I was saying previously, there is an improvement within this. There's like a greater area. So, but I didn't have the most updated information, so I'll just leave that there.
Sure. I mean, to some extent, it may demonstrate a little bit of an overcorrection, right? I mean, the chart has it broken down as 15% African American, when African Americans make up 13% of the United States, right? And then you can say, well, that's not a big deal. But again, when we're talking about these, if we're being hyper fixated on these kind of percentage measurements, then I don't know why it necessarily wouldn't be a big deal. But I mean, that's just, again, from the 2023
Wouldn't it be because
content.
the type of people who are going into aren't, and again, this is me speaking generally, but aren't like conservatives generally telling people not to go into the arts, it's a waste of a career. Like if I imagine people who are writing books in 2023, 2024, it's not going to be shocking that it's going to trend politically.
There could be explanations. There could be explanations as to why we see this overcorrection, perhaps to some extent, and that this could also somewhat explain the political blowback from it. I think you're probably right that conservatives not like being less apt to enter certain fields is probably the case that explains some of this, right? Like especially like novelists, I think probably control for left wingers.
They're going to be highly educated, typically, like master's degree.
Well, it's not just that, but also like the arts generally, I think would kind of like they tend to draw in people who rank high in trait openness, which conservatives tend to rank relatively low in trait openness compared to like left-wing people and like libertarians, right? Who tend to rank pretty highly in openness, just as a personality trait. And so this is going to potentially have an effect just on the kinds of people that are attracted to write children's novels generally, art generally, right? Obviously, that's fine to explore that. But what I'm just saying is that I think it's inaccurate to say that there is this dramatic underrepresentation when it comes to the actual books themselves. And I don't think that's necessarily the motivation here when it comes towards people, being concerned about these books. I think really what the concern about these books is it's going to be the political messaging that's located in these books, but also the sexuality messaging as well, right? And so, something that was said before, I think you were reading off stats, Prime. I mean, I don't know specifically what the year is again that you're referencing these stats for, but Gibbs held up a little whiteboard and he made the claim that over 57% of those books that have been banned had overt sexual content or sex scenes located in those in that content. And
I like to see a
to
source
some extent
on that.
Sure, I mean, I like to see a source in that as well. But just to be clear,
it
wouldn't shock me because, like, and I have made this point before, like when we're talking about sexuality, this is inherently about sex, right? Like whether or not somebody's gay is we're primarily talking about who they're attracted to sexually. That's why it's called a sexuality. It has to do with who you want to bang. And so if you're trying to describe sexuality, depicting banging sometimes is relevant to describing that sexuality. And so I don't think it's an accident. In fact, I think it's sort of baked in that a lot of these novels tend to sort of exist a little bit on the edge in terms of how they're portraying sexuality, because they're trying to make a point. They're trying to demonstrate sexuality in a certain way. And what's the best way to demonstrate sexuality? Have sex scenes, right? Or have like sexual encounters.
Can broadly can include like probably like other types of romance in general. Like kissing I could see a definition of sexuality that includes kissing.
Yeah, it can, again, depending on how it's done. And this is what I said before. Like for me, like I would prefer as little sexual content be available for kids unsupervised as possible. And so I think that there is a real point that parents have, or I guess these activists have, when they're concerned about this literature being introduced unsupervised into children's libraries. And the idea of having councils being set up to basically check to make sure, all books sort of pass like some kind of like democratic threshold here in order to get into a public school where the people there are being forced to pay for it. It would make sense that they also get a say if they're being, if they're voting to pay for it. It makes sense they would also have a say on what kind of content is allowed. And all of us agree to this to some extent, right? Even the people who are like supposedly here against this, all of you would take issue with, the protocols of the elders of Zion.
Tyranny, can you take respond to my tyranny minority claim?
I guess could you specify? We're talking about like just the small group of people that like activists that are bringing attention to the issue.
Yeah, but you say that it's like now we have a democratic mechanism to do so, but it's not a democratic mechanism. Like it's not that we're voting on which books are not allowed, right? It's not like we're putting it up to the general community and say
the Texas bill. The Texas bill does that. The Texas bill does that. That's what I'm in favor of.
Hold on, sorry. Maybe I missed that part of the bill. Are you saying that there is a vote, right, to the local community, right, in the next election? These are a list of books that are banned, and for each individual one, the community is going to vote as to which books are banned.
Yeah. So right here, section 33.025, local school library advisory council. The board of trustees who are elected of each school district shall establish a local school library advisory council.
That's not what I asked, though. But that's obviously not what I asked.
Okay,
right?
so representative democracy works by electing people who then make decisions. I'm not saying that people are going to be voting on every single book. That'd be ridiculous. I do like the idea of a representative democracy where we elect people here that make these decisions for us, and that's where the democratic say comes in. So the idea of having the board of trustees who are elected, right, come into power, and then they select who goes on this council. That like it. So again, that's the way we elect the president, and the president selects people.
Sure. Okay. One. So to be clear, right? It's not. You're not responding to my initial claim about what, or you're not saying the thing that I thought you were saying. Okay. Fine. Right. But on the other end of that, like this is a system, right? Where we have these representatives that are mostly elected. I think there's a mix, right? I think there's some elected individuals and then some others within that council. I have to reread that section, but I don't think it's just like the representatives, but it doesn't matter, right? Even there's this council, but what this council is responding to, what the mechanism is, they're responding to these challenges that come in, right? And these challenges take a amount of man time. And at some point, like it becomes easier than actually dealing with these challenges over and over again to just not order the books, right? Like they won't get challenged if you don't have the books. And so like through the tyranny of the minority, through the mechanisms of the system that's set up, you have this way that you can have a de facto censorship done by a very tiny minority, extremely tiny, sometimes 1 or 2 people within the community who actually have a say over all the other people. Doesn't matter if they elected the council or not.
Okay, so I just double checked
They don't have
in
a say
Texas, the
over
board
They're
of
just the only ones
trustees
doing
for every new
anything.
school district is elected by popular vote. So they are an elected representative, and they do. So they will be putting together the council that makes these decisions. Is it true with all local governance that a small percentage of the community is going to, like, the ones who actually bother to show up to these meetings are going to have an outsized influence for any topic ever regarding all local governance in the history of America? Yes, this is absolutely the case. When you have, like, when they're talking about a new zoning idea as to whether or not XYZ restaurants
I
going to
get
be.
how city councils work.
Yeah.
But
So this is how this council will work.
But that's not how that works. No, that's not how that works, right? So let's say, I'm going to illustrate this to you, right? So let's say that it's packed, right? That every day it's packed with new people who are very much engaged with this topic, right? And and almost all of them are in support of the books, right? But if like there is a few individuals in that group who are just doing the challenging, right? Then these are the books that have to go through the process, right? Have to be reread and rejudged, right? Like the whole process comes in through the bans. There's not a mechanism for the other people there to necessarily say that that we're okay with this, right? Like that's how, like, the mechanism is the ban. It isn't simply like a general discussion, right? Like, oh, we're going to reach a consensus in this meeting, right? The general public and the advisory council on this. It's the ban.
Hold on.
I'm not sure if I'm being clear here.
Well, I don't know if you are either, because again, I fail to see how this doesn't describe all local governance, especially school board meetings. Yes, you have groups of people come in and advocate for hold on. In this case, none of the people showing up and making a stink have a veto either. They're showing up and, like, pressing the school district. They're saying, I want this because I think it's XYZ is good or XYZ is bad. And if you have a bunch of people who like the books, they're going to show up and they're going to advocate for the books. And if you have some people show up who are shitting on the books, they're going to shit on the books. And then, according to this bill in Texas, like, the council comes to a recommendation to give to the school district, and then the school district makes the final decision.
When you're zoning an apartment building, right, unless there's a specific law that says so, right, the people that show up are just giving their say, but they don't have, like, the specific, like, legal ability to challenge it, right, in the same way, right?
True.
There's no mechanism to...
Yes, they do.
No, there has to be a specific law. That's a completely different thing, right? That's a completely different thing. It's like, oh, we can sue the city. That's a completely different mechanism. I'm talking about within the meeting of the city council, right? Within that, there isn't a ability to challenge. You can speak your mind, right? And I'm okay with if it was the case that all these individuals simply came to the school council and simply spoke their mind. I think they have the right to do that, and that would replicate the city council model. But this is different. Giving them the specific ability to challenge could be different, right? If I, within my backyard, I could say, I'm going to challenge each development, right? That is planned within my local community, then I can single-handedly hold up any new developments in my community, right? I just keep challenging them. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. That's the issue.
Hold on. So, according to the law that was that you sent,
I'll put it in the Discord for anyone.
I mean,
if you want
yes,
to see
you
it,
can
go to
have
the Discord.
people, like, write in and say, I don't like this book, but, like, they don't have to listen to you. The advisory council can still make a recommendation that's entirely against whatever complaints that a parent or an activist would make. I fail to see here. Can you point to me specifically in the bill what differentiates this from, like, any other form of local governance and kind of the concern?
I already did. I literally did. In terms of the ability to...
Which type? Which subsection?
Whatever subsection talked about the actual... I mean, there's a whole subsection that talks about the actual challenge to the bill. Because then you have to go through an entire process as the response. Right, where like in a city council meeting, it's not necessarily a process. You're simply hearing out the community, right? And then from there, decision is made, right? Like, okay, we're hearing
you
your
can
word,
write.
right? You're submitting advisory committees, but like we don't have.
I have the section up. I have the section up right here. First of all, you can do this with local governance. You can write to your council.
Well, I had
person.
to cut off some.
You can,
I had to cut off
bring
the
up
top and
shit
bottom.
to be challenged. Like there are mechanisms in place in
what are you
most
talking
local
about?
governance do this, right?
No, well,
but let me read the section.
Give me an example of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm
if you
read the
haven't
section
done
right
that
here.
yet.
Section 33.027. This is the part, I guess, that Prime has a problem with. Challenge or appeal regarding library materials, local school library advisory council recommendations. A parent of or a person standing in parental relation, which, by the way, limits this specifically to parents now, to a student enrolled in a school district, a person employed by the district, or a person you're right, or a person residing in the district. So if you live in the district, you can. That's way bigger than parents. You can submit to the district a written challenge to any library material in the catalog of a school library in the district using the form adopted under subsection E, or to the district's board of trustees an appeal of an action taken by the district in response to the written challenge received under subdivision 1, not later than the 5th day after the date in which the school district receives the written challenge. Under subsection A1, the district shall provide a copy of the challenge to the district's local school library advisory council, these councils that are being created, established under 33.025, and then they have 90 days to make a decision.
That's the process.
So again, so they could do this all within 5 minutes.
I forgot to get
and
the
they
necklace.
could just say, no, fuck you, we're keeping the book.
But that's not how that works, right? Like they could do that.
Why is that not how that works?
Because I've given you actual examples of how, because this is a theoretical book because it hasn't actually gone to effect, right? Of how it works in other states. We have the massive challenges, not like these parents or these individuals, whoever they might be, are simply being dismissed. No, we're going through the process, and at great expense to taxpayers, we're going through that exact process. So it's not the case that, yes, well, maybe theoretically, I'm not even sure if within 5 minutes they could do so. I think you have to do some like formal response. But in any case, let's just go with that. Like in actuality, they go through the process, and at some point, right, when there's a certain type of book that's being challenged all the time, these are the books that don't show up, because that's what it actually works out to in the numbers. I don't have to be hypothetical with that. Like, those are the numbers. The numbers are the numbers.
Do you think maybe it's because, like, ultimately these people are elected officials, and if parents come in and make a stink, they're concerned about how that's going to look for their electoral chances?
If they're parents.
Or other people in the community that vote for them?
But you can say that, but on the other end, if it's just a small group of individuals who are doing this, well, actually, I know it actually doesn't even matter.
Well, in this one, it's if they live in the district, right?
Actually, it doesn't matter one way or the other, right? Even if that is the case, they feel a certain level of pressure, right? That doesn't mean that the system that has been set up accurately represents what the community feels about these bans. That the community is not necessarily a reflection of that. You've set up a system in which a small amount of people have a disproportionate amount of power. Here is what I'm saying.
You keep saying that, but again, I disagree. I think that when you have a system where the board of trustees, who are elected by popular vote, appoints this council, right? So we're talking about like pretty close in terms of like to the people, in terms of a democratic
he is
process.
odd November. Hit him.
And this is the council that decides on how to take action on these books, and they can ignore complaints that people make.
And Real Gibbs put up the left hates minorities involved in local politics. Confirmed.
If they're elected, or if they're directly appointed by elected officials,
that's fucking funny.
The only reason there's only two reasons I can think of in which they would be removing these books, right? Either A, they agree that these books should probably be removed. I think that's probably a lot of them. And then, or B, like they don't necessarily agree, but there's enough like local pressure in the school districts where they're like, the people here really want this to be removed, so I'm just going to go ahead and vote to remove it. Either way, I don't see the problem.
Or it's just easier to bend to the wishes of very loud and very obnoxious conservative activists who take it upon themselves specifically to ban books that feature Black people, that feature LGBTQ individuals, that feature people of any sort of minorities. That feature, don't prime me when I've like literally given you
if they ignore the activists, what happens?
You're saying that.
Answer.
But you're saying that they can't ignore the activists, but they don't actually do that, right?
No. What I mean by ignore is if they refuse to remove the book that the activist wants them to remove, what is the consequence to them, Prime?
The consequence is that, well, as I said before, these books will continue to be challenged, and you have to continually go through the process. So there's no direct consequence. There's no direct consequences in terms of like their ability to stay in office, as far as I can tell, right? There's no direct consequence to that. But at some point, it's easier, right, to simply not bring in books. Like we've seen already into the books that are banned, right? It's easier to just not bring in books rather than deal with the challenges.
So in your opinion, this whole thing could be fixed if they just put like a cooldown timer, where it's like if a book gets rejected from being removed, you have to wait at least like a year or two before you can bring it up again. At that point, the problem is fixed.
A cooldown timer would be useful, but it wouldn't be solve the problem, because there's a category of books that get challenged, right? So books along these lines, just books featuring Black individuals, are the type of books that this small conservative minority, right, could be just one single person, are the ones that are challenged, right? Then librarians will think twice about bringing those types of books in. But that would be better. Having a cooldown would help. That would help.
Well, I think the librarian should have to listen to the council in terms of what books they bring in.
That's fine. That's fine too. But let me go to Gibbs and Scott, right? So we're at almost 9:40. I said, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this now. So no, just do it. Okay, all right. So let me unmute Gibbs, and we will move forward. I'm sorry, my computer's being slow. Let's unmute Gibbs. Gibbs, love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, so a couple things. First, I want to go with idealwatch.com, whatever. They said that PEN America is a center left-leaning organization that they tracks censorship across America in regards to books. This is from a left-leaning organization. So let's just go through some stats. 57% of books that were banned had sexual themes. Something like 37 of those, here I'll find it exactly. It's been like 39% of those people had LGBTQ characters. Well, that's interesting, because then we go and look at some of these specific books. I've already mentioned the Anne Frank one as an example. Of this book, there's about 10,000. 2% of books total were books that were graphic novels, of which 67% involved LGBTQ people. Now, it's interesting that 2% equals out to 67% in this case. But when we go and look, the number one most banned book is a book called Gender Queer, in which this book, I can't even show y'all the actual graphic pictures because they are TOS here on Twitch. They're definite pornography. But in the novel Graphic Queer, Gender Queer, I'm sorry, it says, it shows a male bleeding from his, there's a person of male presenting bleeding from his legs. It shows them without their first bra. It shows them buying a silver bullet vibrator, $10 vibrator. And this is in a graphic children's novel aimed at the age groups of 8 to 13. So now, whenever you have the audacity to sit here and tell me, oh, they're targeting this, and I can look at two anecdotal examples, one of them being the number one most banned book in the United States within schools, and it involves an LGBTQ person, and the second one involves Anne Frank's, and guess what? Here's another one from the Anne Frank thing. It describes clinical descriptions of her vagina and vivid descriptions that some of them are graphicized or whatever, cartoonized, serialized, whatever the word is, for these models, showing her dreams and her fantasies about sex with other women. Guess what, fam? That's sexual content. I don't give a fuck if it's LGBTQ or if it's straight. You don't need to learn how to have sex in school. You need to learn about the dangers of sex, what sex is. I don't need them to go to sex education and have a Riley Reid film on teaching them how to fucking learn about how to have sex. I don't need an episode of Blacked in there teaching them about gangbangs. Like, I'm sorry. Maybe next we'll teach our kids about public disgrace and we'll throw them up in a dog collar and we'll have them fucked in public in the middle of Spain. Let's show our kids that. That's what you're advocating for. And guess what? Some of those would be considered LGBTQ descriptions too, because they're orgies where men and women have sex with each other in the same room. So that's gay sex. Guess what? Sorry, fam. That's not. This is a cop out. It's a cop out. It's bullshit. And I'm sorry when you're going to sit here and go, hey, all these things are so terrible. And then even the leftist organizations are saying 2% of graphic novels are this and 67% are these people. And of those, and of all of them is 57% sexual content. Then the other themes that are banned are graphic depictions of, guess what, violence, that's not even including sexual assault, violence, depression, suicide. This is all from the lefty organization saying this, and Prime's going, boo-hoo, woe is me, I can't figure out why people are upset about this shit. Well, guess what? Maybe I don't want to have my kid go to school and read a book where someone fucking decided to play, I don't know, six-finger Philly with their throat, or maybe decide they're going to play, Russian roulette and read the book about it. Like, I'm sorry, like, we don't need to be doing that shit. Like, yeah, five-finger Philly, my bad. Maybe they got to, listen, who am I to judge the people with disabilities? I don't know. And, yeah, we're getting all these people. It's bullshit. You know what? That's another one that probably got banned. I don't know. But the point is, they don't need to be sitting here reading books about eating a bullet, just like they don't need to be reading books about how to fucking buy your silver bullet. It's crazy. But no, the evil Republicans are coming for us, guys. They're coming for the LGBTQ. Maybe stop writing graphic novels for 8 to 13-year-olds involving bleeding from your legs and sexual fucking bullshit.
Okay, so I'm gonna respond to that quickly. It's actually okay to talk about periods. Like, that's actually something that people get.
But is it good to show male presenting?
I went to Barnes.
You want the photo from? You want to think this is an appropriate thing for 8 to 13? It looks like a fucking.
Hold on. 1 second. Hold on. I'm going to address the novel as depicted to me in a second, right? But on its face, it's perfectly natural and okay, and I would want it within books to describe periods, right? In the
graphically for 8
to the council, trans males.
That's another thing. That's another thing.
Actually, it's good.
You're mad about the 2%. You're mad because parents are involved in what their kids are reading. You hate parents. Why?
They're not necessarily parents. They're not necessarily parents, though. Right?
But you're fine when they're 2%.
Not necessarily parents.
But you're fine when 2% of the population bitches about, I don't know, Indian rights or Native American rights or Black African American rights. But 2%'s fine then, and then make the whole rest of the nation follow through.
Okay, so I like how you just shifted the goalpost. I love how you just shifted the goalpost. I love how you shifted the goalpost. Because then you talk about parents, and then I told you it's not parents. It's a bunch of small
really doesn't want other people's kids to read these.
Watch you do it. Don't worry, just watch you do it.
What if it's the priest from the town? What if it's the Ayatollah? Who knows? Who gives a shit?
Okay, I'm going to respond. So you want me to respond? So I'm going to respond.
Community leaders involved in
I'm going to respond. Whatever. Okay, all right. So in any case, like, we should be talking about periods, right? Both from cisgender women and from trans males. We should absolutely do that. Give them the space to discuss these issues, and you need to talk about it before they actually start having the periods, right? So I don't know when girls.
Are you a fan of them buying silver bullets? You want a graphic?
Hold on. Nice try. Like, that won't work for me.
It's in the same book.
I get it. I know you were used to, like, bullying to running over people, right? And then falling for your trap. It's not going to work for me. I am too good at this.
You're really bad at it right now.
So it's not going to work, right? So hold on. I'm literally going to deal with it, but you got to shut the fuck up for me to actually get there, right? So shut the fuck up.
Here's a blowjob scene.
Shut the fuck up. Hold on. Shut the fuck up, and I'll actually deal with it. I promise you I will. I'm not dodging anything. But you gotta shut the fuck up, and then I'll actually do it.
So you're okay with a blowjob scene?
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna serve a nude home because he can't fucking control himself. So I'll fucking do it for him. All right. So shut the fuck up. Learn to do it. Okay. Any which way, like I said, I'm gonna deal with everything that was presented to me. Right. Even all the bad faith bullshit that he usually comes up with. Any which way. So that was my first one. But beyond that, talking about the sexual imagery, right? At the very start of the conversation, I started off saying that you can present books, right, that all of us could agree probably shouldn't be within the school library. In fact, every time this subject comes up, every single time, it's the thing I say, that we can find, like, a general agreement, right? So it could be the case. I haven't seen this graphic novel. I haven't seen
Studio Lights,
heard about any of
like
it, right?
right by the mini map.
But I actually don't trust Gibbs. I don't trust him at all in his description, right? I've learned not to be able to trust his description of these things because he makes shit up all the goddamn time. But hold on. But still, I'll take it as you presented it, Gibbs. I'll take it as you presented it. And if you present it that way, then yeah, that sounds like it's something that I would agree that maybe shouldn't be there. But it still doesn't validate my point that I made previously to Lactoid or to Doobie, that the benefits that we get from having this mechanism to deal with that book, right? And I'm sure there's an array of other books as well, right? Isn't worth what we lose, because there's a bunch of other books that are great, right? And that would really mean a lot to different subsection of children that get tossed out. That's my issue. No, I don't necessarily approve of, you said the silver bullet, right? Type thing. I don't necessarily approve of and even yeah, I don't necessarily. I'll just make it simple. I don't necessarily approve of like, hey, like let's go buy a sex toy in a children's book, right? That's probably a very bad idea, right? I'll keep any nuance out of this, but sure, all right. Or a blowjob scene. Well, maybe actually, I might be okay with that. It depends on the context. It depends on like who is this aimed to, right? Is this aimed to a 16 and 17-year-olds? Is that like the target audience? And actually, yes, because we discuss this all the time, right? If it's to 8-year-olds, right? Then no, I don't. But it actually would require nuance, right? And if you can't bring that nuance, then I don't really care, right?
Yeah, but the characters themselves are minors.
Okay, so then if that's the case, then no, then I don't approve. However, but I was asked specifically. So he talked about this particular book, and then separately he makes the accusation about, well, Prime, do you approve of blowjobs in these children's books, right? And if that's the separate case, well then yes.
Depicted adult blowjobs to 17-year-olds?
Adult blowjobs to 17.
Don't
alter the scenario, because what he said specifically was, "Hey, Prime, do you approve of blowjobs in these books?" And I literally spent my.
I know, I saw that. That was funny.
Sorry, guys. And if we're talking about blowjobs in general, then yeah, there might be a case where I approve of that within the context of
right. So I'm trying to clarify. Like, are you talking about like you'll approve it if we're talking about like depictions of adults doing blowjobs that we show in health class to like 17-year-olds or 16-year-olds? I'd be fine with that.
No, I'm talking about stories.
What we're referencing here is we're referencing a specific book, the one that is like the most banned, the one that people have been finding.
But I've already agreed on that.
Okay, so you would agree that genderqueer should be banned from all school districts?
If, as it's described to me, right, by Gibbs, who I don't necessarily trust, I don't trust at all in these things. But
you can trust me.
It's pretty bad.
I do trust my friend Lactoid. So Lactoid myself.
He's Canadian. You can trust him.
If Lactoid says
he checked it out, he read it personally.
Sure, and he studied. But like I said briefly, it doesn't matter, Gibbs. I don't have to look at the link, because I said I'll take it even if I don't trust you. I can take it as you presented, and as you presented, since I've already said, yeah, like we should probably ban that book. There's books that we can agree should get banned. But the separate question I'm responding to about blowjobs in general within books to like teenagers, for instance, yeah, actually that might be appropriate depending on the context, but that might be appropriate. Okay, so that answers those questions. Let's go to our friend Scott, and hopefully, let's see if we can finish this off by 10. I warned you all. I did. But Scott, love to hear what you have to say.
So I guess I'll do this to try. We've had a lot of people crashing out. You're one of them, but we've had quite a few crash outs. All right, and so I want to present this like, as a conversation, as opposed to me just giving you a big list and yelling at you. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. I'll get to it in a second.
The maturity, the growth.
So first of all, one of the arguments that you made in your speech about this issue was you kept talking about how there's like this percentage of black people, this percentage of BIPOC, this percentage. And so my question is if we're talking about what is or isn't harmful, how is that in any way, shape, or form an argument as to why a book should or shouldn't be banned based upon the identity status of the people involved? I mean, maybe you could make that argument when talking about sexuality, right? And saying that, like, well, there's straight sexuality in the book Tarzan, for example, right? But there isn't enough sexual representation of like LGBT people, etc., right? But again, even that doesn't actually show anything. This to me seems like you're parroting points from critical race theory and critical theory, like, right, that in you know, an inequality of outcome is proof of racism or proof of discrimination, but there isn't any proof presented. So why is that? Why was that like such a big thing that you said was like important? How many black people, how many white people, how many BIPOC people were banned?
Every time we have 3 black people somewhere, people make a complaint like, "Oh God, the DEI." I'm sorry. It's
No,
like
he's making the complaint. He's making the point, not me. I'm asking, why is it percentage based? Is proof of discrimination or proof of, like, you present it as if it was like evidence that like the book bannings were evil or bad, just because it had a certain percentage of it, right? Like, so why? How is that proof or evidence of anything?
Yeah, and I should. There's another source in here somewhere. Sorry. Oh, but I will answer that in a quick moment. I just super chats I didn't read previously. Thank you, PDX plebe on YouTube, who said, "I don't think lactoid understands sexuality." LOL. Well,
your mom disagrees. Ha!
You should ask lactoid, like, what positions will he engage in and which ones he won't. It's a fun conversation.
And how many layers of cloth in between?
I know, and then the Democrats would want me to describe it and then put it in a kid's book.
We all know lactoid's a one-ply guy, so
Nice.
no, very thin layer of cloth.
Actually, your version can probably be depicted in a book. That sounds like.
And Scott, I'm going to get to you in a second, quick second. But the Alexander Wynn sent a $10 super chat. Says, sounds like books need an ESRB rating. We can do it with movies and games, but books are not. Categories: educational value, sex and sexuality, violence, language. I mean, don't we have ratings?
That's a terrible idea, actually.
Maybe we don't have ratings for books. I thought we
don't. That's why I said we should put a sticker on them. That was my argument way in the beginning.
Well, no, your sticker argument was like specifically in the terms of the library. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I thought it was in terms of the library. This is like a a concerning book or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a bigger thing to help parents pick what books are appropriate. Yeah. But like in the school library, that'd be a much less obtrusive. But why is representation percentages an argument that somehow these book bans are are bad?
Sure, I think if we, I think it's interesting that what would be. I'm trying to figure out the best way to phrase this, so I apologize. I think. Who am I missing? Sorry. Oh yeah, Doobie left. Sorry. I apologize.
He'll be back. He said.
Yeah. He did tell me he had to leave for a second. Okay. If this didn't have anything to do with those axes of identity, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that these groups would be so highly overrepresented within them. And also I've seen, because like what Gibbs did, which I was trying to avoid doing, right, is like go into anecdotal evidence, right? He pulls out 2 or 3 books, right? Says that we can all agree that this is, disgusting, and maybe we can all agree, maybe that is the case. We can all agree, right? Okay, but I can also do the opposite, right? And point to books, right, like by Black authors specifically. I have a source for that somewhere. I have to dig it up.
Okay. So
that are uncontroversial.
Sure. Okay. So what you're saying is like, look, I have a belief or intuition, we'll say, right, that I look for, and I went to go search for evidence to see if it supports that intuition, which is that some of these books that are being targeted are just because there are Black and gay people in them. And then what I find is an overrepresentation of Black and gay people in the presumed banned and or challenged books. That is fair. It's not quite logical because it's not a good way to go about looking for evidence, is to look for statistical evidence that supports an intuition or belief that you have. Rather, it's better to run an experiment, right? And I think the issue here that is being highlighted by that evidence is that as Lactoid kind of hinted towards a little bit, right? Which is that, if we have new books that are presumably, more problematic, that have more sex in them, that are pushing these things, they're almost certainly going to be overrepresented from the population perspective with BIPOC, LGBT people, because the types of people that want to write a book like Genderqueer want to make sure that nobody calls them racist, and they have black people and they have lots of gay people in them. I mean, obviously. So I don't necessarily buy that is evidence of anything other than that. Though it could be evidence of what you're suggesting. We'd have to actually look at all the books and categorize them. So, second thing, you talked about, there's this very low.
Oh, can I address one quick thing? I promise I'm going to go back. One quick thing, right? About the statistic that our friend Lactoid previously gave, right? Because I think that's what you were alluding to, Scott, as well, right?
I was alluding more to the mechanism to the statistics as opposed to the statistic itself.
Okay, well then I apologize. But just very, very quickly, right? So looking at this excerpt that you're giving, I haven't gone to the link, but I looked at this excerpt and it says, 40% had at least one BIPOC primary character, up from 39% in 2022. Well, that actually, so this isn't some sort of big break from the previous
I don't know that statistically
that I gave,
significant,
right? Because that's basically adding up all those other identities, right, and putting them in one category. So if you look at the diversity, look at previously, right, like the 2015 measure that I gave, right, it says 73% were aimed at white individuals, right? So nearly 30% in 2015 would be BIPOC. In this case, it's saying by 2023 is increased up 10%. So it seems like there's a shift upwards, but if you break it down by category, which I haven't seen the updated numbers, right? If you break it down by category, then for each individual group, right, these people could be like underrepresented or overrepresented or whatever the case may be. So just want to put that out there. But
it does break it down, and black people are overrepresented.
I'll take a look at those numbers then later. But yeah.
So moving on. You talked about how there's this tyranny of the minority, that there's this small level of activists. Obviously, you and Lactoid kind of hashed it out a little bit. But my kind of contention there is it seems like you're making an argument to become a libertarian or become an anarcho-capitalist, right? What you are showing is that there is inherent conflict, right, where a small number of loud activists can pressure lawmakers to go against what normal people may or may not want, especially as it deals with their own children, and that most people aren't actually politically engaged, and that those systems can be taken advantage of by loud activists. Now, in this instance, it is right-wing activists or people that would be on the right, like Moms for Liberty and things like that, right? But overwhelmingly, we've seen our politics hijacked by loud activists that are, critical theorists or woke, or, Black Lives Matter, for example, would be a small group, though larger than many others at the peak, during their things. So why is it that our democratic system is great, and that representative democracy is great when we elect people to deal with these issues, but now that it's a right wing that has a small group of loud activists that feel like the state is harming children and is doing things that are bad, this is tyranny of the minority, an example of how it is like evil and wrong and a breakdown of the democratic process. To me, it seems like when it's the right wing, you look at it like a libertarian and an ANCAP, and when it's your own people, you look at it like democracy's great.
I can reverse this, right? I can reverse this and say this would be wrong as well. And I tried to make this point previously, but I can give you an even more clear example, right? Let's say in socialist California, they had a rule, and they actually might have something like this, I don't know, that says that an individual within the community can, on behalf of, an endangered species, right, submit a challenge to development within that area,
all
right?
The time, yeah, it happens all the time.
Okay, yeah.
It's actually designed to occur. That was the whole thing that Jon Stewart was like reacting to, is that the Biden administration's own bill that they designed as Democrats left it open towards their infrastructure bill, allowed like any challenge whatsoever from any activist organization or group to stop and destroy. Like this was, I believe, step 12 of like an 18-part plan. And that's why only 3 states have even gone through the process of Biden's infrastructure plan bill, because the other 47 states couldn't go through the process.
So I was unaware of that, but I, just on my own, I'm designing the system, and that system is a problem where, like,
I agree.
I would want to protect those endangered species, and I would like want some sort of infrastructure in place to
like even if you care about even if you care about the species, even if you care about the infrastructure bill, and you think the taxes are good, you don't want all of the money wasted on just like red tape over red tape and lockdown.
Exactly. And so I apply that to an ostensibly left-leaning topic, right? That I would same on a conservative-leaning topic that I wouldn't want to turn in my minority, right? Even if it was right, like left-leaning do-gooders like me, right, who are out there for the fucking brown tree frog or whatever the fuck, right? Defending that. That would be an issue if, yes, we as a society just can't move forward because we got like 20 goddamn tree frogs that happen to live in this particular area. I would not be for that. That I would also want to demolish that system as well.
Yeah, so I mean, like, this is very libertarian of you, right? Like, I appreciate, this is very libertarian of you. I think having a system put forward where like individual parental concerns require every book to go through a committee, there is a problem here though, one flaw in the logic, which is kind of like, I don't know if you've ever heard this phrase, but in order for me to die on that hill, someone has to be willing to kill me on it, right? And so people keep pushing this shit in schools, right? Like that's why people have to keep fighting these things, right? Or on the inverse, if normal parents got together and said, we're sick of this lockdown and these activists, they could just elect representatives that said, yeah, cool, we looked at the video, we looked at that book, it's on our approved list, go fuck yourself. Because all of these books should go through some approval process to go into the library in the first place. So if they're challenging it, you could just vote in Democrats, and then the Democrats would be like, yeah, it was an approved book. We already looked at that book. Go fuck yourself. Right? Like, oh, we'll look at it again. Yeah, sure. Flip. Yep. It's the same book we already approved. Bye. So moving on, you keep calling this a book ban, that this is a banning of books. I'm trying to figure out why you keep using the word ban when what is occurring is that books are not being allowed only in public schools. No one is lacking access to these books, the freedom to go purchase these books. I can
adjust that school library book ban. That's what I'm talking about. That I didn't maybe make that clear, but school library book ban.
Right. I mean, but like you have to approve, but like we agree that we have to approve what books go in. Like obviously every book in the world can't be at every school. We approve what books they go. Those books should be there for a purpose, right?
Sure, no, but I'm already for the approval process though, right? And in fact, I said specifically before that I would be for a more conservative, narrow process, right? Like categorizations that there as well. I'm talking about the challenging. That's specifically what I've been addressing.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of addressed that with the voting thing, but maybe we could look at slightly revamping this bill so it's more efficient. I don't think conservatives would particularly be against making a more efficient, less wasteful in terms of spending bill. If that's like your big critique of the bill, you should get elected as a Republican and fight for, I don't know, like Doge or something so that you can clean this bill up so it's a little bit more efficient in getting rid of these bad books from schools and not wasting taxpayer money on like frivolous things. So then there's another thing. Hold on, let me just look at my notes real quick because a lot was said. I would like to point out, what would you say to the argument that it is indeed nut picking when you bring out a woman or a man that challenges a book that's not that bad, right? When you say like, for example, one woman, wanted to get rid of a book that was two penguins, right? And that had raised a child together because they might, I would consider that nut picking. And I wouldn't consider it nut picking to put out a book like Gender Queer or, let's say This Book Is Not Gay, where they teach children, that the
what
best
is nut
way
picking?
to,
I don't know what that is. I've never heard that.
Yeah, this book, well, This Book Is Not Gay is one of those books where they well, nut picking means you pick out the craziest person.
We understand the context of what you're
no, you don't. No, Black Bam, you're wrong. It's not nitpicking, it's nut picking. Nut picking is a type of fallacy where you pick out like a crazy person. Like you see street interviews and like they interview like 100 people and then they only show you like 3 people and it's like, look at what modern women are, right? They're nut picking.
I understand. No, I'm just saying that when I was using a word that Prime could understand to understand the context of what you're saying. I know you meant nut, but I'm saying
that's racist.
That's what
you can understand nut picking. I'm teasing. So I just want to say, what would you say to the argument that it's nut picking when you pick out one woman that challenges it, right? As opposed to a book that was approved and put in by elected representatives into our schools. Because one is an example of a single person challenging at a level, and I can agree that there's always going to be some crazy Karen that thinks that Harry Potter's bad. But it's a little different when you have a book that is already in the schools, that has been approved by librarians and been approved by councils and elected representatives, and then is put there to our children. So I just don't think the two are comparable.
Why would I bring up books that I already agree? Now, again, I hadn't heard about this particular book, right? So why would I bring up an example that I already agree with?
Well, so I brought up that one because it teaches kids how to get on Grindr and tells them that they should get on Grindr, like, and influences them to like do that away from their parents. You know, like,
agreed, right? So, but like that's something we both agree on. So there's no reason for me to necessarily bring it up.
What I mean to say is that when it's a really bad book that is getting banned, it's obviously a problem, and it's a problem that has been instituted and pushed in by people in power in our governments and in our schools. And it's not necessarily a big highlight of a problem when you try and kind of reverse it and be like, well, what about this woman that wanted to get rid of this book one time just because it's a black person? It's like woman is not the same thing as the people in power putting schools in our books.
Remember the context of what I brought up, right? It wasn't just this one person tried to ban this one book. I said it was 2 individuals in that particular article that were banning a bunch of books, right? And that's why I brought them up. And they were just examples of that. So those were the nuts.
So you're saying it's like it's an example of like the way this system doesn't work efficiently because one person can make the challenge and then they have to go through this complicated process. Agreed. Yeah. I think that is probably a weakness of the bill that all conservatives would agree with you on if it makes government more efficient and cheaper. So the last thing that I want to say, 2 things. I'll just say this one quickly. I do think it's a little bit disingenuous to compare banning of books from a rights perspective, which I don't think you necessarily did, but it is an important thing to highlight because, when you're banning a book, no one's rights have been violated. No parental rights over a child have been violated, keeping their child from being able to experience some book or another. But when you do put books in and you don't inform parents about this, you have absolutely violated those parents' rights to be able to curtail what type of media they get. And I think that is an important aspect we have to think about.
I agree.
Do you disagree?
I agree. And I agree with Lactoid. Lactoid talks about another part of the bill that parents can access the school catalog, right? Like it has to be online, have to be able to access it. And you can individually say that your child can't look at this particular book or something.
Okay.
I'm fine with
last thing. And then last thing, you talk about librarians and how librarians are the people that ought to be in charge, but you were kind of iffy on it. But then, most of these councils that approve these books are like funded by and, work with the American Library Association. So would it change your opinion if you understood that Emily Drabensky, a self-described Marxist lesbian that said that she wanted to force as much Marxism and lesbianism into schools and into libraries, was the president from July 2023 until July 2024 that was pushing this as much as possible? One of her pieces of research being queering the catalog, queer theory, and the politics of correction, and explaining pedagogy and how we can connect and push queerness onto children, as well as this. I can send another article from NBC if that's your favorite top librarian calls Marxist lesbian tweet backlash regrettable, right? And at the very end of the article, they say the ALA, right, the organization she was president of and up until July 2024, has plans to beef up its supports for libraries facing any political challenges, including raising funds to hire lawyers and providing crisis communication support. The ALA will launch a campaign school to support and encourage people who believe in intellectual freedom to run for school and library boards. Tracy Hall, the group's executive director, said at the group's national conference in June. So when we have an organization whose president is a queer Marxist that writes that writes theory on how to influence children and get them to be more Marxist and more queer in charge of the American Libraries Association, that is a big part of this process of letting in school books, and they're dedicated to funneling money, both taxpayer money and donations, into the fighting against these things. Doesn't that kind of make you wonder about the information you're getting, the data you're getting, and the books that are in these schools, that there might be some kind of agenda that's worth fighting here?
Okay, so
what are the facts here, Gibbs? Is it like, what is it, a triangle monster?
I'm trying to get through this so that we can go on to the topic. It's 10:10, and I did warn you all. There's two things, right? Let's put these things. One,
I'll just send
you the part at the end. The part at the end where they're sending funds to help libraries, and instead of libraries in general, it didn't seem like it was just school libraries, but libraries in general to help defend them.
It's both.
Okay,
right? Like
yeah. So to help defend them against
they're the American Libraries Association, not school libraries.
Yeah. So I would 100% support that. That's great. That's fantastic. Let's expand that, please. Because not just school libraries, but like just regular general public libraries have been under great harassment, where like all these librarians have quit, right? Not because they've actually done anything wrong. They haven't, right? Not because they're trying to push anything agenda. These are one of the greatest people within our communities, librarians, and the services they provide, right? Almost selflessly. But just because there's like these right-wing activist groups that have come in and like bullied and harassed them until they left. Yeah, fuck that. I guess we should support them. And so if that's what this woman is doing, then I'm 100% on her side on that particular issue. Right.
Well, she's also,
but then there's the other issue,
pushing to run for school boards and run for library boards in schools. And this is an organization that is completely overrun by Marxists, to the point that their own president is a Marxist lesbian, self-described as her identity.
Sure.
That writes research on pedagogy and how we can push those ideas onto children.
If just like Moms for Liberty, right? If they're going through the democratic process and they're winning these school board seats, then it is what it is, right? Just like liberals and leftists had to suck it up when conservatives took over those school boards, right? Mm-hmm. Then those conservatives had to suck it up when the backlash came and a lot of those individuals got thrown out in the next election cycle. That's just a democratic process. That in itself, like, it is what it is, right? Nothing to say about that. But then
I don't disagree with that. But like, the conversation is about whether or not it's morally right to engage in specific policies of whether or not books should be in schools. And we're painting a picture like it's one side of like crazy right wingers, when obviously the people that are in control and power are woke as fuck.
You can absolutely put on. You've heard me, like through the years you've been here, you've heard me criticize leftists, right? And the crazy things that'll come out of leftist mouth. I hope you remember me doing that. I've done that many times, right? I've criticized liberals and I've criticized leftists that I disagree with, right? I have very heterodox opinions. Yes, you could have some leftists, right, that says some shit that I disagree with, right? And I don't know, yeah, that's bad too. Agreed, right? So that's an issue. I would have to look into this individual, right? Because you're saying she's pushing of lesbianism, right? If that is
queer theory,
simply
Marxist queer theory,
queer theory. Yeah. I'll say it, queer theory, right? If she's pushing queer theory, but that simply means to her, because it might mean something different to you, that hey, gender isn't a binary, right? It's a bimodal or whatever she defines it as, right? We should be open to greater types of family configurations. Let's just be more accepting of people, including our trans brothers and sisters, right? I'd be okay with that. But there is a version of that maybe I wouldn't be okay with. So I don't know.
Okay, just to read her abstract from one of her studies, right? Critiques of hegemonic library classification structures and controlled vocabularies have a rich history of information studies. This project is pointing out to the trouble with classification and cataloging decisions that are framed as objective and neutral, but are always ideological and work to correct bias in library structures. Viewing knowledge organization systems from a queer perspective, however, challenges the idea that classification and subject language can ever be finally corrected. Engaging queer theory and library classification. I mean, like, come on, dude. Like, we need to go on to not know that the president is
Scott, what you just said, I completely agree with. Right? I haven't heard the whole thing, but I completely agree with that. What she just said. What was read to me? What was read to me? What I heard, right? And maybe I missed it, right? But what was read to me is that, hey, we have a classification structure, right? And embedded with that classification structure are certain assumptions, right? And it seems some people can say that, oh, this is an objective way of doing things, of organizing our books or thinking about like how we place books within the zeitgeist, right? But it's not. They come in with a certain level of assumptions. And so we're saying if we look at it through another perspective, actually we would redefine these things. And actually there's no such thing as being unbiased or being unpolitical. Everything is political. That I absolutely believe. Everything is political.
I feel like you made my argument for me, right? You're just gonna simp for any fucking level of destructive woke Marxist nonsense.
Hold on, no.
And your bias is so clear it's not even worth talking about.
You have a bias. Hold on. I don't care. The thing that we're just talking about is that you have a bias, right? And I'm not saying bias is a bad thing. You have a bias as a conservative, as a anarcho-capitalist, right? You come with certain biases into all our conversations, right? And I come with certain biases, right? I come in the Marxist bias, absolutely do, 100% I do that, right? The socialist biases, right? The person of color bias, I come in with all those things. But these are true. If you design a system, Scott, right, that system is most likely, unless you work very, very hard, going to reflect your biases. If I design a system, that's going to be the case. So yes, I am biased because, of course, I have a bias, and then you have a bias. From what we've heard from that abstract, and I didn't hear the whole. We didn't hear the whole thing, right? And we didn't hear the whole thing. But what we heard from that abstract, it seems like they're just acknowledging that Scott has a bias, Prime has a bias, Latcher has a bias, Gibbs has a bias, usually of all awful things. We all have biases, and that's okay.
Listen, if you want to schedule a debate, if you want to schedule,
no, you can't make a point. I want to get to the topic.
If you want to schedule a debate at a later time on why the American Library Association absolutely needs a Marxist lesbian to come in, and push.
They don't need a lesbian
into them.
They don't need a lesbian,
but they need a Marxist.
Right,
no, they don't need a lesbian. They don't need a Marxist. They don't need anyone in particular. All they're saying is,
hold on. You muted me for like fucking a half.
I'm sorry, Scott. I apologize.
When were you muted for a half hour?
I was muted for like a whole half hour.
He was.
You were doing that. You were doing that thing. You were doing that thing where like you don't actually participate in the panel at all. You just get up and eat and farm. So
you farm what? I don't recall. Who am I farming for? I try to get in edgewise. It's just you kind of have diatribes, brother. You go hard.
It's hard to get in when you're gone from your seat for so long. You don't know I was muted for half hour.
Yeah, we can blame that. We can for sure blame that with your. Let me get to 5 points real quick. 17 minutes, and then he has to respond to your 5 points individually. Yeah, you're right. I'm the issue here.
You're right. You're right. I do speak a lot, and you take up space whenever we have free topics.
You wish I took up space. You take up airspace. I take up visual space. At least I'm appealing. That's the difference. I'm appealing. You're not.
Right, fair enough.
You're not in your chair, so it wouldn't matter. It's not helping.
I do want to say one last thing, if possible.
No, God.
I think I'm sorry, Ollie, but I'm not as long-winded. I think, but Prime.
Yes.
I think what you said. When you said it's all political, I think maybe that's kind of like what our point is that it is all political. And so when you guys are saying
the personal is political is critical theory stuff.
Hold on, why are you banning these books? The children they need to read. When in reality, like what we're identifying is political agents have a goal here, and they're implementing this literature for a purpose, and we're cognizant of that. And I mean, fuck, I'm reading this person. I didn't know about this Emily person until now. I think I'd rather have like a Christian theocrat
I'm sure you would rather have the Christian theocrat. Yeah, I'm positive of that.
Well, as opposed to this person, absolutely. This person's crazy.
This
person ran the organization.
So we have. So again, I haven't looked into any of this individual, right? I'm only being told by conservatives that they don't like a Marxist. Okay, right? Newsflash on that one. But like, yeah, maybe there's something I disagree with. But like to Scott, the point that Scott was trying to make, at least I think so, and you can correct me, right? He's saying, hey, Prime, you're saying that we need a Marxist lesbian to come in and clean things up. No, that's not what I'm saying, right? And I don't think that's what she was saying, at least from the abstract that I heard. Is simply stating that it is the case that the categorization systems that we have in place now, and a queer theory one, and one that's based on racial politics, and one that's based on Christian national politics, and one that's based on, I don't know, Zionism, right? Like all those categorizations have biases built into them, and simply acknowledging that. That's what it sounded like to me. But again, I could be wrong.
You could read the abstract later. It's fine. We're likely want to get to the topic. That's not what she's advocating for. She's advocating for pushing a queer theory lens into library classification systems so that we can funnel people to like queer literature more easily, as opposed to people having to like search for queerness and things like that, which is just another means of ideological subversion of our children via, library cataloging systems, so that they go to school and there's a giant thing right in front of them. It's like the queer books. This is what the good people read and things like that.
You should have a section where people can find lesbian and gay books, right? If they want to be able to like have that content. Yeah, absolutely. Of course not. Why wouldn't we, right? We want to be open to our gay and lesbian brothers and sisters, right?
Your skull is so open, your brain is falling out, but fair enough.
If they can't, sure. If like they haven't, if there's an African American section, I don't know why we can't have a LGBT literature section as well. But again,
I do that. My favorite thing to do is to go to Hallmark for Father's Day and my father's birthday and get him the blackest card I can find in like the mahogany section. And God, do I love seeing his face when I'm like, I found this card. It just makes me think about it. And it's just like Jesus and like black people. And he's like, what? And like, and he's confused every time. And I love it. So, maybe we need that in our children's libraries so that they can troll their dad into being non-racist or whatever the fuck.
Okay. All right. So let's move past this. All right. Okay. To be clear, it is 10:20. I fucking warned you. I was like, maybe I should just wait, guys. But you want it now. All right. So we'll get started with the topic. Apologies. That's what it is. Hello, all. This is where every roundtable should have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. I've got a great group of guests here. And we got a good topic. I'm excited about it.
Books.
Books. Let's talk about books. But guys, if you have enjoyed this panel, this group, this loving, then consider supporting the channel like PDX did a little while ago. Maybe it was my mom and dad you were after, buddy. Oh yeah, because Lactoid made a response to PDX previously because he talked about his sexuality. But thank you PDX for that other $2.
You said you don't understand sexuality, and you said your mom does.
Yeah.
Oh,
something like that.
I fucked his mom or whatever
the fuck. So yeah. So consider supporting the channel if you've enjoyed all this. Right, this was a lot. This wasn't a topic at hand, but still, I think we had a back and forth discussion with a lot of different points on either side. And I thank everyone for participating. So consider subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs, resubbing to the channel, or using super chats in YouTube. All great helps, or gifting memberships in YouTube. Anything like that would be a great help. And follow the channel if you haven't done so already, right? If you've been here, you're like, wow, this is a lot of fun. I like this conversation, right? Even though someone annoyed me here, right? Doesn't matter who that was. Consider following the channel. I would much appreciate it. Okay, so I'm going to unmute Gibbs, and I'm going to read the topic, and we're going to move on for our lives. So...
It would be fun if you forced Gibbs to write out his whole opening statement on his whiteboard, though.
Good deal to my friend. No. But okay. So Gibbs is unmuted. Let's read the topic out loud. NBC News is reporting that Trump has put forth the idea of attempting a third term in office. In a phone interview, Trump repeatedly reaffirmed the idea and said he was, quote unquote, not joking. This isn't the first time Trump has alluded to a third term, but this would be the most forceful and direct if the reporting is accurate. Assuming that it is, how should citizens view the prospect of Trump attempting a blatantly unconstitutional attempt at a third term? Do you take it seriously? If not, what makes you think it's not actually a problem? And should we even have term limits on the office of the presidency? So in there, I put like if the reporting is accurate because it was a phone interview, and I didn't hear the recording, right? So I'm just putting it out there. I don't think NBC News is necessarily lying, but I didn't necessarily hear him say the words myself. Putting it out there, okay? And just wanting to explore this idea of a third term. Like according to the reporting, Trump was like, "Yeah, we're exploring a bunch of options as to how we can make that happen." Right? I don't know what all these options could be. Only one was presented in the context of the phone interview, and Trump didn't really acknowledge it. So
124 gold,
sure.
fell cloth bag.
But I want
Jesus Christ
to say, because there's a lot of talk with like Trump says proclamations all the time. He says all kinds of things, right? And the response we get is oftentimes that, well, he's just joking, right? Or he's trolling, or he got some larger plan, and he doesn't actually mean the thing that he says, right? Well, let's actually explore that. Is that the case? Should we not be able to take our president seriously? Like when he says words, and is it responsible to say things that you're not even serious about on the national stage, right? Let's explore all these topics. Let's start with our friend Lactoid. You can do intro and opening at the same time.
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV and Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I said before this, the worst thing that Trump is doing, which is potentially tariffing Mexican beer and Japanese motorcycles. And so I'm already got massive concerns regarding that front. This, I'm not too concerned because I don't think it's going to happen, right? It's just for a couple of reasons. The first reason is, by my reading, I think you would need a constitutional amendment. I know that there's, he sort of hinted like, well, what if JD gets elected and kind of puts me in? I don't think that would work. I think the 22nd Amendment was intended specifically to prevent somebody from serving 2 terms as president. This is why they account for a scenario in the 22nd Amendment for if somebody takes power during 1 term, because let's say they are VP and the president dies, they can get elected once more, but then that's the limit they set on that. The 12th Amendment also specifies that if you're not eligible to run as president, then you're also not eligible to run as vice president. And so I think it'd be difficult to make the argument that if you're not eligible to run as president because you've already got elected twice, how could you even run as vice president? I think Donald Trump is probably barred from even running as vice president now. I think that's over. But even if, which I don't, and it's just my reading, I think that he would fail. I think the Supreme Court would block him from being able to run again. But I think it would be, even if he, let's say in the wildest of worlds, this loophole is accepted as legitimate. I think with how close American elections are these days, I think that you would lose such a significant portion of moderate support by trying this shit that I just don't think it'd be worth it. I think you'd be better off just running JD and having Trump endorse him, which I would be much more in favor of.
Okay, thank you so much, Scott.
So I saw this article, and the article was about how some woman went to the Daily Mail and she claimed that, when she was in her early 20s, every guy that she dated, their worst nightmare would be that she had cheated on them. And then she was saying, now that I'm in my 30s, things have changed, and every single guy I date, it's their biggest fantasy that I have sex with other people. And so I saw this article and I was like, that's how I feel about this situation with Trump. And the way that I think these two situations are similar is that it's like certain individuals, in this instance, Trump, and the other instance, this whatever crazy feminist woke person, right, have like a vested interest in trying to normalize crazy shit and like make it seem like the crazy is normal. I don't know if it's the author making something up, or maybe Trump really did say this himself. But in either case, it feels like it almost feels like we're being psyoped into like just something so fucking ridiculous that like when Trump does some shit that should be considered crazy, we'll be like, it's not that crazy. I mean, he's said crazier things. He's done crazy. The entire thing feels like a distraction to me because it makes no fucking sense. I don't know if they're just lying about the guy or if he said something that they're misconstruing or if he really is just trying to shotgun crazy shit to news organizations so that they will like, they'll go all fucking wonky about everything and then like he can just get shit done because nobody trusts the media on anything. I don't know, but it all feels like a fucking psyop to me. It makes no goddamn sense. And the reason it makes no sense is really fucking obvious, as Lactoid pointed out. Constitutionally, he could not fucking do this. Like, he would be stopped in so many different ways unless he decided to make himself God Emperor Trump and stage a coup, which I guess is possible, but like, I don't know that he'll have the wherewithal, the ability to really do that. I mean, maybe he will, but like, there's not even a need to do that, right? Like, Trump could just become kingmaker. Also, he's going to be old as fucking dirt by the time he's done with this presidency. I know he said something, somebody had talked to him about it, and he was like, I like working, right? And it's like, sure, dude, but nobody wants to be the fucking president in their 90s. Like, I mean, maybe if you're narcissistic enough, you can, but he's going to be like in a bed, like fucking handing out fucking dictates with a quill, like, and next we will make a bill to stop the gays from coming over the wall, and then he'll have a handler be like, okay, old man, I guess I kind of knew what you really meant. Auto pen signature like Biden.
I'll use
right?
auto pen.
It's way easier for him to just groom somebody like Vance. Somebody that is a sycophant, somebody that, he can mentor, right? And get them to agree to a lot of things. And if he does so successfully, endorse them and then always have his ear, always have a phone call. I mean, imagine a Vance presidency. Let's say Donald Trump is very successful in his edicts, whether or not you agree that you like him. Let's just say he gets all the shit done he wants done. And then Vance is like, keyed up, right? And then he can endorse Vance and everybody, we voted for this, so they elect Vance. Dude, he could just call up his old buddy Vance and be like, yeah, come golfing with me. I'm going to tell you some things. And I'm either going to make your life hard or I'm going to make your life easy. Like, he could very easily set up a puppet without having to do any of this shit. Or at the very least, somebody that kind of follows him. It sounds absurd. It is absurd. I don't know who's lying, but the entire thing feels like a psyop. And so I'm currently playing World of Warcraft Classic while all of you guys are in the corner of the screen because like it's a psyop and it's not that serious to me. But I'm here and I will respond. And but you have 90% of my attention.
Okay. All right, I appreciate it. And I should have said it previously before Scott started talking, but let's try to keep it quick because we have a little bit amount of time here. So Corey.
Oh, so just starting with me to keep it quick.
Yeah, I know. I should have said it before Scott. That's my fault.
Targeted.
That's my fault.
I'll try to be brief. Okay. Well, obviously, I'll agree with Lactoid's legal assessment in terms of like what the intention of what the 22nd Amendment was. But I think generally speaking, if you dissect a rule hard enough, you can always find a loophole. And I have no doubt that is going to happen. Now, whether it actually be successful or not, I don't know. I would sort of reject Scott's premise in terms of the age thing, because I think generally speaking, given not only Trump's character as far as I can tell, and also just old people in general, and that includes Joe Biden, of no old person really knows when to quit and when enough is enough. Okay? I think you see this all the time. I'm sure just about every 90-year-old who can barely walk or speak thinks they can still drive a car. But they clearly cannot, and no one should ever trust them on the road, generally speaking. And so I think that also holds true probably with Trump, and also the fact that he adores the spotlight and all that stuff. I don't think there's any really good reason right now to think that he wouldn't want to do that if he can get away with it. Whether he can or not, I guess we'll find out. But I think it should be taken seriously, just like I think all his claims should be taken seriously. I think even before, before he actually implemented tariffs, everyone was like dismissing that. He wouldn't do that. That would just be like a ridiculous thing. And now it's happening. And so I'll leave it there for now.
Thanks so much. Tyler, first of all, Tyler, thank you for being here. This is the first time coming through. Really appreciate your participation. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. So half of what I was going to say has already been said basically by everyone else. It's probably no legal way to do this. So why would this happen? And my speculation is because the Signal chat was the first real punch in the mouth in terms of polling that the Trump administration's gotten since they've taken in office. Almost everything Democrats have done prior has landed flat. If you look at polling, Democrats are less popular than they've been in 40 years, and Trump right now is sitting about 1 point off of when he got elected. A lot of it's not working, especially the immigration messaging. He's very high up in immigration. It's basically carrying him over the line because he's low in foreign policy and immigration. He couldn't take this hit to his foreign policy that's already hurting and to his outsider who he needs to protect because he's bringing the outsiders in. So if he just lets his boy go out there and, take the shots, then it's going to make him look bad. So he basically is just passing this one over. I don't think it's 4D chess. I think it's just simple politics. Let me go out there, say something stupid, change the narrative for a couple of days, and we can move on. The 4D chess aspect of it, I would insert in, as I think this also gives him a threat for the GOP to keep them on board. He is a lame duck president. So if he doesn't keep the GOP whipped somehow with the threat of, I will blow your party up and nuke it on my way out the door if you guys abandon me, then yeah, so this also serves the dual purpose. As far as your second question of actually listening to Trump's words, and if we can believe what's out of his mouth, if that was the case, I think that the last guy that was in office who was known as a serial liar in the Senate, who lied about marching with civil rights leaders, who lied about all sorts of things, who had to cancel his first presidential campaign because he plagiarized the entire speech that led his campaign off, that's a serial liar. I still trusted Biden because he was the president. He was making official statements through his office and everything like that. The guy personally was a liar. In office, I still trusted. And I trust Trump when he's in office to pursue his message with these tariff threats. I'm fully behind tariffs. I'll slap these in place. They're good for our country. I swear to God, I'll do them. But every single tariff I put on has an off-ramp. Mexico and Colombia, if you take these migrants, there's your off-ramp. China, if you sell us TikTok, there's your off-ramp. Panama, if you switch your economy away from China back to the U.S., there's your off-ramp. Russia, we're going to put sanctions on your oil unless you come to the table, there's your off-ramp. So all these mean things Trump is doing and flexing his muscles, every single one has an off-ramp that actually gets him closer to his actual first goal. So I think a lot of this is just him posturing, rattling sabers, and there's nothing too unique about it.
Okay, Gibbs.
Did he mute himself, or is he still muted?
No, I'm muted myself this time. Yeah, I'm unmutable except when it's a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Doesn't mean it's good, but yeah.
Yeah, so here's the interesting part about this to me. I noticed on about actually right after I responded to Prime, I got online today. And I got on late. It's been a wild day. There's been storms. There's been hobos. It's crazy stuff going down over here. And a long story. And I got and looked, and Prime mentioned to me about this. And this is interesting because I'm supposed to be on 3 debates this week about this topic on 3 of the next 4 days. But I think I'm going to cancel one of them. But it's very interesting to me, and I've noticed this happen several times. And this is, I think, the biggest problem with the Democratic Party today. Is that they are inorganic. They have become manufactured talking heads, all the way down to
Stacey. I just looked at your super chat.
I don't think that he's doing this on purpose. I think this might be more coincidental than anything else.
A whole bunch of them.
It's 3 of the 4, three of the next 4 days.
It's just them nodding in the bottom of
this corner. It's interesting to me because I can't decide if it's because Trump is winning so much that now they have to go after his
going to make this so much worse.
Rambled thoughts where he says, "Hey, I would be a third president. There are ways." Doesn't elaborate, and then says we gotta wait until after I, am done with office. I'm focused on the here and now, and if I do such a good job, I'm sure there could be ways. Maybe he does the vice president thing. Maybe he does the whole we re-amend the Constitution. Is it unconstitutional? I mean, maybe by the current definition, sure, but FDR, the most leftist president in history, served for about umpteen million terms and then died in office. When I'm sitting here hearing all this, it's just crazy to me that Lord, everybody like that, and then they're going to turn around and claim Trump's a dictator. That seems to be the angle the left is taking. Look, he's saying he wants a 3rd term. He's a dictator. And I go, hey, I've been the most pro-Ukraine Republican I know, right? And I've been upfront about my values. But what if, hypothetically, Trump was to suspend elections because we were being invaded by a normal army, would we still be calling him by a foreign army? Would we be calling him a dictator then, not allowing elections if we continued it? I don't know. It seems like on the left, they'd be kind of wishy-washy about this. They'd probably say he was a dictator, but because it's Trump. But if it had been Biden and we were getting invaded, they'd probably be like, oh, no, he's a democratically elected guy like Zelensky. It's just cuckery. It's crying because we don't have real stuff. We have to manufacture points to come and argue against Republicans, and it's just a nothing burger. It's an absolute nothing burger. Trump didn't give any specifics, and it's more of the ideology of Trump that we want going forward, and less so Trump. I mean, if Trump is still cognizant and he's just done the best job ever, and there's some sort of groundswell, and we decide to amend the Constitution or find some other way to get him in there through legal means, I mean, what's the problem?
Let's go to Bam.
I think that everyone who is okay with this, who is okay with pursuing this, is absolutely disgusting to me. You have no principles. You have no values. You just appeal to whatever's going on, and you will follow this man over the edge, no matter what he says is good. With some other people who have minimized, like, oh, he probably can't do it. It doesn't matter if it actually happens or not. We can't exist with a president. We can't continue to exist with a president who shows they have zero respect for the Constitution. Like, and the thing is, he's not only has no respect for the Constitution, it's like going downstream into his followers. People are actively coming out and stating, yeah, the Constitution is not super important to me. It's just a piece of paper. Like, I'm more interested in, what I value to be good or right. Like, this is becoming the actual, this is becoming a mainstream conservative talking point, that the Constitution is an issue. Something that Tyler brought up earlier is that there's, that, like, what we're doing, everything he's doing has, like, 4D chess off-ramps. There are no off ramps for Canada. Like, if these off ramps existed, the media literally asked Trump directly, "Oh, okay, what are the reason that we're tariffing Canada?" And he says, "Oh, it's because of all the fentanyl." And it's like, okay, so how do they like prevent the tariffs? Do they like less fentanyl? He said, "No, there's nothing they can do. It's not about that. We just don't think they're giving us a good deal." Like, if these off ramps were actually lined up, he's doing a horrible job of naming them. We have tariffs, 25% tariffs kicking in 2 days that no one really knows is how it's going to work, including his top economic advisors. Something that like Scott and Corey, maybe I'm not even Corey at point two, but the idea of like, oh, he could just have someone else, have Vance be his puppet. Trump isn't necessarily interested in power. He likes it, he'll take it, but he's interested in fame and notoriety and building a legacy for him. That's why he was outside with all this going on in the world. He was talking about getting himself added to Mount Rushmore. And when we talk about like, oh, he can't actually do this, he can't actually do unilateral tariffs without being considered in a time of war invasion. That's why they keep framing it as we're in a war with Canada right now. Like every time the Trump himself and his administration comes out and discusses Canada, they speak on it as if we're in a war related to them, and they're also framing us in being in a war with Venezuela. That's how they approved all of these freaking sending people off to slave camps. It was because they're determined to be war. So yeah, he could just not step down. He could just decide that the United States is a war, and I'm going to continue on my administration. And you know what? Like, but I'd say at this point, 85% of the people that support him would justify, not just like not just be okay with it. You would say that it's the right thing to do, and like this is based, or you would just say, "Hi, that's funny. He's owning the Dems. He's owning us." That's all I got.
Let's go to our friend Ali.
Fucking guy Bam said everything I wanted to say, damn near. Yeah, so like, listen, Trump doesn't. I don't think he wants to be king, right? I think he just wants to prove a point. He wants to be the president that, like, hey, I got the third term. Fuck you. That's kind of like that. He wants that to kind of be his ending legacy. I got a third term. Fuck you. As far as the Constitution goes, I'm not gonna lie. I think the average American knows like the Constitution exists. It doesn't really think it does or handles much, doesn't know what it is, doesn't know what it means, none of that. So like the Constitution, everyone like appealing to the Constitution doesn't matter. The Dems are in shambles right now, right? There is no Democratic Party. There's no one. Where their infighting is fucking crazy. So really, you have Republicans that are going to be the ones left to voting, right? So it's like MAGA and then MAGA and then not MAGA is really what the Republicans are. And so like when you brought up like if he's successful as a president with Doge, with everything. Yeah, I don't like. I've asked this question to like a lot of people, and I always get the same answer. I always go, if Doge and Trump are like successful, 60% of their plan, 40% of their plan, whatever the fuck it may be, like, would you vote for a third term? No one ever says no. No one ever says. They always go, that's ridiculous. This is illegal. They never say that they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't say no. That'd be dumb. They just always point to the fact that it can't happen, but it can happen. He can just do it. If people vote for it. Like he does a coup, whatever it may be, but if people vote for him to win, which his fans will, because they're not citizens, they're just fans at this point, because the president is a celebrity, which is fucking nuts. Yeah, there's an issue with our president, kind of just like the rhetoric just being like, hey, I want to run for a third term. And it's because he does the Drake thing. He leaks his project, right? He sees how the populace handles it, right? Is like, are my fans okay with it? Are my supporters okay with it? Well, if they're okay with it, then fuck it, let's go. Right, and the whole thing with prepping JD Vance, I've asked this before before Trump got elected. After Trump, you guys don't have like the same energy. Vance doesn't give the same energy as Trump. You don't have the same support behind Vance that you do behind Trump. So like that's another thing where Trump's going to be looking out, and he's going to be like, well, hey, listen, he who saves the country breaks no laws, right? He already posted shit. He posted on his last term, I posted it in the Discord, the Trump forever meme, right? Where it was like Trump 2024, Trump 2028, 2032, whatever it may be. He's done this before. I think it's more about fame. It's more about the power grab. You don't have another Trump after. He's not going to pass the torch, and his fans will support it. His voters will support it. So, Lacto, I asked you this like way before. If this turns out to him being an actual like fucking like king, essentially, how do you feel? And you're like, just some mud in your face. That's not good. This is what we voted for. No principles. And this is what I said about voting for Trump.
Thank you for the $2 super chat from Sir Bobble saying Steve Bannon says it's going to happen. So talking about the third term.
Horseman of the apocalypse, you mean?
I've heard Bannon say that he wants it to happen pretty bad.
Also, Donald Trump isn't like when you talk about like the power and like building towards the future. Donald Trump has no interest in the future. Like Donald Trump, like Donald Trump trying to make Canada a state would be the worst thing in the world for the Republican Party. Like they would have as many electoral votes as
also just real quick before you get in, Scott. He came in saying he doesn't want to do any wars. He's getting into like a lot of shit that's going to lead to some perpetual war coming down the line.
I didn't vote for the motherfucker.
Not you specifically. I said before, just like the ethereal you, which is the,
I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing, right? Like I didn't like I knew the guy was
wartime
president.
president.
I mean, I like all these things. That's what I voted for. I'm like, hey,
you voted for him.
Yeah. So when man becomes king and you get fucked,
you hear that sound? That's the sound of the B-52s getting ready to carpet bomb Iran. Oh, Lordy, I'm ready. I've been praying for that day. And then, Greenland, looks like we're annexing that. Hey,
there you go, Lactoid. That's your side.
I do want Greenland to be annexed, that's for sure.
You can't just say you want the one thing, but all the other things that these people support.
I agree with some things. I disagree with other things. But
I want
to ask a quick question. If they go through the constitutional process, Ollie, and they remove term limits, let's just say they dominate the midterms or something happens, I don't know, and they're actually able to get like the political support. Yeah, I know, long shot. Let's say
fraudulent but Democrat voters.
Something, and they're like it happens.
Yeah,
at that point,
it would be
80,000.
Would you have a problem with it happening?
At that point, if
because I wouldn't have a problem with
I promise you, I'm leaving before I get deported. Because if that happens, I promise you, the Muslim Holocaust is coming. They're gonna round us up and kick us out. I'm leaving before that shit happens. Because fuck that.
I'll give you a job before that happens.
Right now, I'm done.
You can come be a ranch hand. You'll be fine.
I'm an expat if that happens.
If they pass a constitutional amendment, the Supreme Court would have to let them.
Sure, but no, but I'm saying that like, but it's such a weird appeal. Like you wouldn't like if Barack Obama tried to engage with the process of getting that appeal, you would obviously point to the like what's wrong with that. Like it's weird that we say that. Well, it would suck if he did it, but if he does,
but I mean, fuck, he did it legally. You know, he did it legally. I'm out of here.
If Obama
like the desire.
If Obama pushed for a third term. Because like there's nothing necessarily anti-democratic with removing term limits as long as they have to win every election, right? And so if Obama like had the power, like the democratic power of the country to remove the term limits, and he could do so via the constitutional process, then I mean,
if he had the democratic power to make himself a permanent God dictator. He's like, you know what? I think I want to be a dictator. I think I just want to do that. I want to pursue that legally. Like
I want to put what is the I would oppose that. I mean, hold on. I would oppose, depending on what you mean by dictator. I'd probably oppose.
No,
that.
I'm gonna make myself a permanent king God. Like I think
permanent king God.
Do you think Franklin Delano Roosevelt was a permanent king God?
Trump is real. 40K is not a meme. It's a future telling.
Bam. Do you think
it's a prophecy, bro?
Do you think that Franklin Delano Roosevelt was a permanent king God?
I was about to say him serving half of a third term during
he served his fourth term.
He died during his fourth.
Yeah,
but I was about to say
specifically during
terms. But there was reason behind it.
Yeah, what was the reason?
No, there wasn't.
Hold on.
What was the reason, Bam?
Term limits were implemented, I believe.
What was the reason, Bam?
Hold on. Stop.
Yes, it was.
Listen.
Was it maybe a world war?
Stop. There could be plenty of reasons, right? But if your argument is that if he were to go through a constitutional amendment and win that, and then win a third term, that this is somehow him setting himself up as a permanent king dictator. And then you say, oh, but Franklin Delano Roosevelt, he had reasons. Well, I mean, you might value his reasons and dislike Trump's reasons, right? But so long as you're a believer in the democratic process and the Constitution, I've always said, fuck the Constitution. It's just a piece of paper that gets abused constantly. Boo. I've always told people to go read Lysander Spooner's Constitution of No Authority. I don't need fucking Trump or any of that to tell me why there's problems with it and how it gets subverted constantly. But if you're going to say, I'm a believer in the Constitution and the rule of law and all these other things, and he goes through the entire process legally and democratically, how is it there's reasons when it's FDR and when it's Trump, it's the discussing permanent.
No, wait. World War II. Hold on, you're saying World War II, but the reality, there was no rule against holding more than 2 terms. But at that time, in fact, this came immediately after FDR, partially because FDR did 4, right? And it had been sort of a tradition to only stay for 2 terms. And then FDR comes along, and there's no rule saying he can't do it. So then he does it. And
sure, but I don't think he just desired to I don't think that it was like I don't think there's anything coming out that he's like, you know what, I think I just want to be president for as long as I can. I think he was a fascist. So you're saying we can't find documentation of him saying specifically related to World War II? Is why he's
So he may have brought that up as like a political messaging thing.
But that's
FDR,
not rejected. Does that exist?
No, well, hold on. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Into the second term, and he's saying I want to be president forever.
What I can say is FDR specifically had like hardcore statist kind of like borderline fascist tendencies, right?
You can say your tendencies all you want.
You can see this. You can see this in like the court. You can give me a second. You can see this in the justices that he appointed. You can also see this in his popularity and he was massively popular
and his camps.
And his camps that he put Japanese people in. But the main reason why he was so popular is a lot of the reasons why kind of like dictatorial figures at that time were popular is that if you happen to luck out and be on the tail end of the Depression coming out of that, right, a lot of people gave you the credit if you were the leader of the country. And FDR was the president leading us out of the Great Depression, right? And so a lot of Americans loved him for that, and they're willing to keep electing him as long as they could. And so he just kept running, and he kept winning.
Well, and the war. He used a lot of war stuff. I just posted a link.
You're saying that if you pick up your story and don't appeal to what was actually going on in the world, then we can create a different story.
I just posted a link.
We're in the middle of a war.
Man, so I posted a link.
So we're in the middle of a war, so he runs again. So
he ran. Yeah, he ran on the war. The war aspect.
So once
FDR,
they
just keep voting him in, and like, what's the difference between that and like?
Okay, but like, hold on.
Go ahead,
Here's
go
the
ahead.
thing, right? Like, so the substantive difference is that we're in the middle of a war, and that I would presume, right? I want to add to this to steelman you as best as possible, and that is like a large war of which we are not the aggressor, right? But there are a lot of Democrats, not Republicans, right? More Democrats than Republicans that have argued over and over and over again that like, if we don't stop Russia and the Ukraine situation, that this is, that this is a threat to NATO. It's a threat. Like, we will have World War III if we don't stop them now, if we capitulate. So by
Involvement in Gaza, Israel.
But by
If
your
that does
logic,
happen, like if we have like superpowers that are engaging in direct combat, like at that point, Trump would have a legitimate argument to why maintaining stability in the presidency.
But so
would be
two
really important
things.
at this time.
So two things.
But that's
one,
not the world we live in. He's just saying, you know what, for the memes.
Right. So one, why is that the substantive difference? And two, wouldn't this just mean, by your logic, he would be incentivized, since he's such an evil guy, to not bring about peace between Ukraine and Russia? Stop. That instead of trying to get a peace deal and avoid that conflict, why wouldn't he just encourage world conflicts? Because then that legitimizes his ascent to a third or fourth term.
Because I don't think he cares about legitimacy. He's not interested in what people think. He just wants to do it.
It's not that it's evil.
You can't have your cake and eat it too. He can't be obsessed with his legacy and then at the same time simultaneously not give a fuck what people think. And then you can't talk about like how one president, because of war, is it's okay for them to have multiple terms, but not Trump. But if he were to do that, then you would support him. And so, or that you would support, you wouldn't support him, but you would support the legitimacy of it, or that it would be justified. Well, okay, well, if he's trying to gain that power and that legacy, why wouldn't he just sue for, not sue for peace, and instead try and like increase conflicts across the world?
Because he can try other methods first.
No, but like this has been a power grab by dictators throughout all of human history. Caesar.
You're saying that he's not a dictator because he hasn't started World War
No, what
III?
I'm saying is what I'm saying is throughout all of human history, kings, emperors, and presidents and prime ministers and dictators have used war. We're watching it right now with Zelensky. Have used war as a means to get rid of democratic processes, or to convince their people that like they need to support them for the war effort because it gives them an external enemy. And I don't understand why you would say that's a legitimate reason to allow someone to maintain power for a long time, because that is a direct incentive to make dictators and emperors and things like that start conflicts. We saw it with Caesar. We saw it with Alexander the Great. We saw it with Philip the Massacre. We saw it with the Boxer Rebellion in ancient China.
If he's trying the soft thing first, right? He already won the presidency, or round two.
No, don't describe the process. Answer the question.
That's what I'm saying. He's trying the other route first, while he's also simultaneously could be prepping for letting a war happen.
No,
okay,
so
how is it subverting? You asked me a question.
You're saying that he's secretly letting this slip so that he can start wars, so that he can convince people
I'm saying he's in power already. I'm saying he's in power already. I'm saying he's doing the thing where he tests out his constituents and see, hey, are these people willing to vote me in for a third term? Kind of seems like people are willing to be open to the idea, right? He may not be necessarily wanting to do it. And then he's going through with that method. I think by the time his term comes to an end, I think we will be in wars, right? And I think that's just going to give him the incentive. I don't think he's getting into wars intentionally, but I think it's just inevitable. I don't think you can get away from war in the Middle East or war with Russia, Ukraine right now.
What I'm saying,
I don't think he can bring peace.
He doesn't want to pursue a war between. He doesn't want to pursue a war with Russia. But necessarily, but will he claim that we're at a border war with Canada? Will he claim that we're at war with Venezuela, a smaller country? Will he make that argument? Possibly. Like I say, that's how he's justifying his
Right,
tariff.
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
I mean, if
but
they're
you're
sending
arguing-
bad
hold on, but
actors,
you're not
if
answering
they're
my-
sending
you're not
bad
answering my
actors here in
question.
droves,
Hold on, no,
is
no,
that
no.
not a
I'm not
war
letting
act?
it get
No, it's not
distracted
a
from this
war. That's
fucking
not what
point
war
because
is.
my
Oh,
point
buddy.
is base as fuck. Fuck
you
off.
justify everything.
History has shown
What's
us.
your point?
History has shown us that conflicts.
This is what
Okay,
other people
that
do. What does that have
world
to do with
conflicts. No, listen. History has shown us that world conflict, that war, has been used as a means of justifying.
He learned
those
from history. He's doing it differently.
Shut the
There you
fuck
go.
up. Shut
No,
the
you're
fuck
gonna
up.
repeat your fucking point.
Yeah,
You're
because
gonna
you're
repeat your
apparently
fucking
either
point.
too
If
stupid
you
or
go
too
to
much of a
war, then you can
subversive
become
to
king.
actually
Why doesn't
answer
he
the
just
question.
go to war? We already answered
Okay.
the fucking question.
No,
we
you
did
did
it.
not.
Getting the point.
No, you did not. I'm gonna fucking get
Everyone
this
pause.
point.
Everyone pause. Because I do want to. Because I feel like Scott hasn't finished his question here.
Yeah.
So I do want to give him the space to do that. Sorry, Lactoid. I do see your hand up.
I've got a question
anyone
for
else?
Bam.
Okay, and Tyler and Gibbs. All right.
Throughout all of human history, governments from fucking chiefdoms all the way up to the invention of liberal democracy in the United States of America, dictators, emperors, presidents, warlords, we saw it even in World War II with Hitler. Okay, they justify their power, and they justify maintaining power by engaging in conflicts. And it is not until the experiment of America that we said, fuck that. The president doesn't have the power to declare wars without Congress, and that the president is going to be elected no matter what. So why are you saying that this additional amendment that came across because one president captivated so many people that it felt like we were returning to a time where we had kings and emperors as opposed to elected officials, that he was justified because of World War II, and yet you don't, and you would even apply that same logic to Trump? How is that not going to incentivize us going backward in history, where presidents such as Zelensky right now justify their own power by engaging and maintaining conflicts that create a bone grinder that kills young men and conscripts and women and children, and it has been something we are trying to get away from, not go back to?
Okay, can we acknowledge that you didn't say a single word differently from what you said twice now? Can we answer you one more time and you not answer that same question again? We've heard it.
And I will acknowledge that I reframed and rephrased the thing you refused to fucking answer, and now you're putting distance in between because you want to bitch and complain about how you're a pro-death warmonger. Go fuck yourself.
Bam,
you're evil.
Answer however you wish to answer it.
I'm not pro fucking young men and conscripts and slaves being killed. I'm not pro maintaining dictators' power.
Okay,
so stop dancing around it and just say
no
why you're such a dumb
You want to kill young children in Ukraine,
gotta give you space. Bam, I want you to respond. Then we're going to
Immoral.
We're going to go to Tyler. Then we're going to go to Gibbs. Was it? Yeah.
Yeah, I reject the framing of the question because it preassumes that there's no. I'm going to answer. I'm saying I'm rejecting the framing because it preassumes that there aren't legitimate reasons why why there can be issues of changing leadership in times of war. Well, there's no reasonable, measurable way that Ukraine, for example, could reasonably hold a safe and fair election while under current invasion.
Plenty of people do. Plenty of people have held elections during wartime.
That wartime and being currently invaded. While there's citizens that are currently in occupied territories that wouldn't be able to get to a polling booth to have their democratic say be accounted for in this. Like there's plenty of war benefits regarding types of negotiations that have been made, allyships that have been made. It's when you're at war, one of the leadership, wars is one of the most important times in the country where leadership matters. And the changing of leadership.
Does your argument apply to FDR? Does your argument apply to FDR?
We got to go.
Was it impossible to hold an election?
No, we got to go. We just have to let him go. Sorry, and we got to move on because we got to move on time.
Because this is the answer. So yes, you're asking why hasn't Trump pursued World War III? Because he doesn't want to be World War III. He wants to be president. He's not interested in power. I've answered your question. I don't want to hear anything else from you. Lactoid, what you got?
Leaving the war thing aside, which FDR did have elections during wartime. I think that's important to note. I mean, he won them, but were still elections. I'm just out of curiosity, right? So you said you have a big problem even if Trump goes through the full legal processes. Is there a reason why like 2 terms is like the right number? Like
it's not about oh, sorry.
Like should we drop it down to 1 term? Like, wouldn't that be like the super democratic thing to do?
No.
Why we gotta keep it at 2?
Sure. So my issue with it isn't about the specific term limits. I'm an institutionalist. I believe in the value of our institutions. I feel like without them, we're animals. And we're showing someone. This would be one thing if this was the one thing Trump ever did. But Trump has shown time and time again, like there's a pattern of behavior that he has no respect for our institutions and no respect for the Constitution. And he has people like you that will come out and dick suck for everything that he says and does related to the assertion of our country and everything that we stand for and our values. It's not about this. It's not about like, oh, maybe he just wants to do a 3rd term. It's like what could Trump possibly do for you to finally
disavow?
I'm gonna go back. Okay, I'm gonna go back.
Well, no. Here's the thing. I was born.
Real quick.
Can I answer the question? I want to answer the question too.
I want to answer the question.
He's on my side. He's on my side.
I want to answer the question too.
Bam didn't answer the question. I'll get an answer from Bam, and then you can answer the question. The question was:
don't you dare repeat the question, brother. Don't you dare repeat the question.
Assuming that Trump,
you're not allowed to repeat questions, brother.
Oh my God! Assuming that Trump follows the legal processes, aka respects the institutions, and goes through the constitutional processes to amend the Constitution. You seemed before you still had a problem with that, and so if you're an institutionalist and he follows all the rules that the institutions have placed upon him, and it motivates the voters to change the rules to allow him to be a 3rd term, you had a problem with that. Why do you have a problem with that?
I have a problem with that, but because again, Trump isn't this. It's not just this one thing that exists in a vacuum. It's not this one thing that exists in a vacuum. It's a combination of numerous behaviors. Like we can decide when someone is doing something that like has poor intentions to you. There's nothing wrong with picking up a knife. There's nothing wrong with walking with someone holding to a knife. But once someone's killed, you watch someone kill 14 people in front of you, we can say that those 2 behaviors, like we can say that, like, hey, maybe we shouldn't let them do this. And you can say that. Do you have a problem with picking up a knife? What is your foundational principle with picking up a knife? No, like we can. It's a preponderance of evidence. Donald Trump isn't interested in
your problem is that this is Trump. Yeah.
No, it's everything in Trump is Trump behavior.
No,
it's everything Trump. It's Trump.
No, not everything. No, it's Trump behavior. You use the word I'm saying.
Oh yeah, Trump's behavior. Apparently,
yes.
You're saying that because Trump has exhibited behavior, then you're saying that because of Trump's behavior, if he goes through the institutional processes necessary to change the rules to allow this, it's still a problem.
The institutions no longer matter because Trump.
Yes, because I think we'll see the same if Putin tried to change our institutional.
Okay, Ali, you can quickly answer the question, but we got to move on.
I mean, it's really simple. That like that's just not what we do. That's not what that's not what we were raised. That's not what we were told. That's not what the president does. The president runs. They get their 2 terms if they can get it. They dip. The next person has to come try. If we just start breaking down one by one, like that, to me, that them being for like a 3rd term means they can just go for a 4th term. Why wouldn't you just vote in 5 terms then? And if that's the case, like eventually, I mean,
that's sorry. My question.
Yeah, I mean,
why
eventually
not just have 1 term?
Because then you just have a king, and then his kid becomes. That's how it starts.
I think 2 terms is a king.
That's part of the way of how it starts, man. Yeah.
You need 1 term, 1 year. Otherwise, that's kingly shit.
I'm going to move on to Tyler.
1 term is 8 years.
So you are willing to vote for a 3rd term? Just say that you want to move.
We're going to move on to Tyler, Gibbs, and Court, and Electroid and Scott. Right? Like, hold on to these questions and ask me later because I have a different answer than both of these guys. Right? So I'd love to deal with that later. But I got to get Tyler in here.
Okay, of course the Marxists would like dictators.
I got 3 different people I'm going to address here. Bam, you're first because your introduction was the first thing, so I wrote that down. You said in the introduction that the off-ramps are not there for Canada. You're absolutely right. We don't know what the fuck he's doing with Canada. We know it was fentanyl with less than 1% coming out of there. But you know who does know and doesn't hate that veil of ignorance is the leaders of Canada. They know exactly what Trump's after, so they don't get to hide behind that just because we don't know.
What? I don't think that, at least as far as someone, as a Canadian, unless they're lying to the public, they make it explicitly clear we don't know what Trump wants.
Trudeau had a hot mic moment a few weeks ago where he was like caught whispering Trump is serious about this and he wants more than he's saying. So they have more of an idea, at least, what Trump wants from them. And I think it's to hurt their economy, but it's all speculation from there. So otherwise, those off-ramps for Trump have been there. I've heard him say every one of these things. That's how I knew to quote them. That's how I knew the China off-ramp for this second round of tariffs was the TikTok sale. He flat out said that in a meeting. I heard him say it. So, like, he's been vocal about these things. You just got to watch him, and he's on the news every fucking day. So it's kind of hard to keep up. To Ali, Trump never really ran on this. There's this separation. There's the Trump voter that doesn't like vaccines, doesn't like war, doesn't like certain things. And then there's Trump, who's pro-vaccine, who brags about Operation Warp Speed, who said bomb the shit out of them before he got elected over a half dozen times. He never ran on an anti-war stance. This is something that was attributed to him by people trying to find a reason to vote for him that were anti-war but sort of right-wing. It was never something he actually said. It was pushed on him. He did embrace it a little bit in the second term, but as soon as he put Marco Rubio in place and Marco Rubio started talking, it was very clear that's not what was going to happen. So it is they're taking the exact stance of who they put in place.
Do you want to get all? I'm about to say I disagree with that. I'm about to say, should we stop there or just let you? I don't want to stop you on your roll.
I got one more thing for Scott real quick, and then we can go back to that because I think it's kind of a. But so Scott,
I'll let Bam respond
you are talking.
Before I do.
Well, yeah, you were talking about this incentive system. I felt like nobody really addressed your point directly. I just wanted to give you something just to take away from that. So you are correct. This incentive system has always existed in the past. And even though it's tampered down, it does exist in the U.S. today. But we have a difference here that we have the voters to make up the decision. So Biden and Harris both ran on this message that Trump was going to abandon Ukraine, abandon our allies in Europe, and basically sell the country over to Russia. They said it multiple times. Hillary Clinton said similar things. Trump's going to leave NATO. He's going to abandon our international allies and our all around the world and let China take over the world. And both of them lost elections on that message because it really matters with the populace how important that message is in the current moment. So you're taking a little bit away from the voters when you make that statement. And that's typical of a libertarian who would strip us of our voting rights because you're a tyrant.
Okay.
That's all I got.
I would say two things really quick. One, as far as the off ramps, like the Donald Trump is like waving the United States around like we're the mob. Like, yeah, like he's like, yeah, it would be a shame if something happened to your little TikTok. Like he's trying to like get that from China. He's trying to like he's working with Putin to directly like rob Ukraine of their minerals and their nuclear power plants. But as far as the second point you made about Trump not being anti-war, he's literally on quote shaming the Biden administration for bombing the Houthis. He was like, "Why?" Because he's a deal maker. He doesn't like. He said, "Why do you need bombs? Why do you need war?" He said, "I would never bomb the Houthis. I would just make a deal with them because he said that's what I do. I make a deal." He shamed Abraham Lincoln for allowing the Civil War to happen to stop slavery. He said that he would have rather have just made a deal and let some of the states have slaves. Like he
that was Lincoln's original plan, by the way.
Sure, yeah. He's quoted saying, I think I'm about to say, if you think I'm necessarily a huge fan of Lincoln, I'm not that person. But like Donald Trump did frame himself as this anti-war deal maker type of guy.
Yeah, I mean, just to respond quickly to both of the things at me.
Just very quickly, super chat. Alexander Wynn gave $10. Again, thank you, Alexander Wynn, $20 today. I really appreciate the kind support. And thank you, Sean, for the membership previously. But Alexander says, regarding a third term, what if they passed an amendment saying that we don't have to vote for the next president until this one dies and that the Congress can no longer impeach him? Would you be okay then? I'm not sure I'm following this. Let me read it again.
I understand the question.
If they pass any law, it makes it okay.
So the two things.
I don't like that. I don't. Yeah, I don't like it.
I'll just say this.
And I can go into it as to why I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, what if my uncle had kids? He'd be my aunt. I mean, like, come on. Sorry.
No, Lactoid made a legitimate argument. I know, Scott. I know you want to respond to AV, but I'm saying they paid money. It's like Lactoid can answer the question.
Yeah, I guess. Let me just quickly respond to the super chat. So, the reason this was talked about at the founding of the country, where there was the Federalists were advocating for this kind of sort of system, where I forget the founding fathers specifically, but there were a few that had the idea of, well, no, we should probably select the president and then the president for life. right? And then they die, and then we elect a new president. That was the idea, and this was rejected because it felt like an elective monarchy. It felt like, well, I think that we should at least like send this back to the people every once in a while, which I'm cool with. I would prefer to have a system that has like a decent amount of elections, but I could be sold as to why do term limits necessarily make sense? I'm confused as to that, right? If you have somebody so popular that they're winning over and over and over and over again, that's still democracy speaking, right? Now, I agree that you got to, test it every once in a while. Like, 4 years is pretty good, 5 years, 3 years. Like, we can make arguments for any of these kind of time periods. I'm fine with that. But if they keep on winning, I'm fine with that. I'm not okay with the idea of like president for life. I don't like that.
Wait a minute. Being okay with it is one a different thing.
We got to go. We got to move on. Go ahead, Scott.
So, I just want to point out, you described Trump's foreign policy. It sounds like Teddy Roosevelt's walk tall and carry a big stick. And I'd like to point out that he also ran for a third term. But setting that kind of meme thing aside, obviously, as Average Debate Enjoyer, highlighted, my question was never asked, even when I got made fun of, answered, even when I got made fun of for repeating it. So I'll let my unanswered question go, and ask you, Sociologic. You talked about kind of piggybacking off what I had said. Your worries about this becoming like a situation where we have families in power, right? Where there's this, then it's Trump, and if they're in for too long, then it's like, well, what if it's Donald Trump Jr., and then it's his granddaughter and things like that. I think that that's a perfectly fair assumption, of our current political landscape and our own history, right? I don't think, currently we have a Kennedy in the administration, right? We've had a Kennedy president. We've had Kennedy senators. Donald Trump won because he defeated Hillary Clinton, right? Bill Clinton had 2 terms, and then he tried to set up his fucking wife, or, she set herself up, whichever one. I'm kind of imagine that she probably wears the pants in that family more than he does, but nevertheless, right? Like, I don't think that it is good to have someone winning over and over and over again. And I think the reason that it's bad is because there is a familiarity bias or an incumbency advantage, right? I think it's something we learn about when we're, in like 3rd grade. You learn about the incumbency advantage, where, there's name recognition, there's the ability to send out mail, right? There's a lot of advantages when you're already in power to maintaining your power. And one of those things that we have seen over and over again in our own history is that a president that is going through an election during wartime is way, way, way more likely to get reelected for a second term than a president that is a peace president. And so that's kind of my critique about all of these situations is, I don't like Trump. I don't necessarily hate him more than I hate Kamala or other people, but I think it's probably worse for us to set up an incentive structure where presidents go over and over and over again and maintain power, because I think it is a bad incentive to start wars and to start conflict and to use as an excuse to maintain power. And, I just don't understand why that's okay for Democrats, but somehow really bad only when it's Republicans.
Let's go to Gibbs, has been waiting patiently, and Corey Campbell.
And then I want to answer that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Well, like, where do we start with this? I mean, what's crazy is the first thing this is what Trump is doing is what we call seeding. If Trump's a business, I bought 2 new Trump books this week, and so I've been reading up on my Trump, trying to get in his head, and Trump is a very good businessman, whether we like it to admit it or not. And one of the things that we see across the industry is something called seeding. You see this a lot in fiction. A good example of this would be with Marvel or with Star Wars. Star Wars: The Expanded Universe, for example, they were going to bring in the using vlogs. So first thing they did, they started dropping hints in the Old Republic games, right? And then you see comics where they have tie-in characters of random Vong that came to the galaxy beforehand, but they don't tell you what it is. You have like hints of them throughout the Then you have in Marvel, we have like all these ideas where he places an idea and they're like plot hooks. And we see this a lot in 40K where they'll like leave an idea like the ether, the dark elves. Then if it like catches on, it's a good movie, they'll come back to this, right? But if it's bad, they let it go. Like,
You did that with dwarves like 7 times.
yeah, we could talk about the dwarves. That's another one. But like, we see this over and over, like a lot of different industries, right? You can see it with like product placement and movies. And one of the things that Trump is doing is, okay, if y'all like what I'm doing, if you want to see me do a third term, like if we're gonna actually have this conversation, we're gonna put that thought out there now. And yeah, there may or may not actually be a way. There are some maybe methods, there's some possible loopholes, but the idea is to get people to start talking. And unironically, what's crazy about this is on the right, and the reason I asked in my opening, before we came on, Fabian and Lactoid here, what they were doing for panels this week as far as their own content, is because I know with my own content, and I know with like all the other righties I know that are doing their own content, none of us, not a single one of us, is talking about, hey, let's get Trump third term in here, right? Like this is something that Trump has bamboozled the left into, right? He has brought it up, and now all the leftists have latched on and gone, oh, hey, dictator, this is the trick. Instead, what he's really doing is he's getting this conversation out here using leftist media, and they're sitting here talking about this thing, and then now righties are having to come on and defend this on panels, and they're developing the legal theory as they speak. They're coming up with the ideas, and guess what? Y'all have invented y'all's own boogeyman. So if Trump does well, they have now created the precedent for how they're going to get this done. They've come up with the legal logic. Congratulations, you played yourself. That's what he's done here, and it's really clear to me that's what he's done. And like, what even better is now we have 3 panels that I'm on this week talking about this specific issue. Guess what we were talking about? Oops, pigs, hacks, cats, oopsie, which was actually something bad that actually had something of substance. But now y'all are over here playing piddly dicks, playing right into Trump's 4D chess. And what's crazy is y'all are going, oh, Trump dumb, all the Republicans dumb, and he's over here laughing all the way to the bank. Like, and I'm just going, wow. Like, how do y'all not see this? And like, it's so obvious to me, but hey, I'm the dumb redneck from the South. I don't know what I'm talking about. And so when I sit here and go and see this shit, and I tell y'all what's happening, and y'all are gonna laugh at me and go, he's dumb. He doesn't know. But this is what's happening. And like, instead, y'all are gonna go, yeah, and y'all are gonna sit here and make baby face. Yeah, sure, maybe you did, but you're not on the left, so it doesn't really matter. But maybe they're gonna sit here and make baby face JD mouth memes, and they're gonna sit here and talk about like masculinity and stuff like earlier, and they're gonna just miss the message because Dems don't understand what happened, and it's because y'all are inorganic. Y'all are so manufactured that it's so easy to play y'all because y'all don't even know the game you're playing. You're all playing Foursquare, and this motherfucker over here as a grandmaster in chess. It's crazy. Like, y'all are sitting here trying to play basketball, except you've got a middle school girls team, and we got LeBron James. Like, I mean, who do you think's gonna win?
What you just described as a super villain? Like, if that's what you believe he is, then fine.
I mean, if the supervillain, listen, if he's the supervillain's on my side, and like, if the supervillain's on my side and he's getting me what's done, then guess what? He's not a villain. He's a winner. He's a winner.
Let's move on to our friend Corey's been waiting quite patiently, and then we'll go to Ali.
Can you repeat that? Did you say if the super
villain's on my side,
then he's not a villain, he's a winner?
Because of, yeah,
that's a surprise to you.
That's actually a deep statement when you think about it. That's actually
think about that statement.
And I think that perfectly aligns with Gibbs' entire philosophy.
I think it might align with everybody's philosophy a little bit.
No, I don't think so. Actually. I don't think it does. No, I think it gives, not everyone else's. But go ahead, Corey.
Well, yeah, first, I reject that. That doesn't align with me at all. But so
you say that,
and I'll back it up. I'll debate you some other time on it. Lactoid. Okay, so I'm curious in terms of like, so let's say Trump actually attempts to do what he presumably is claimed to do. Like, do you think that reflects like a good thing or a bad thing in your opinion? Or let's say, does that reflect good intentions in your opinion?
If he does so legally, I think it's fine. If he does so like illegally, that's bad.
Okay, so then I'm curious, since like you have the legal expertise here much more than I do. So what does the Constitution say about like when a president's term ends specifically?
Well, it says he can only be elected. I can bring up the 22nd.
No. When it ends, of like, it ends on
term ended. His second term ended.
Yeah, but what is the end time?
Yeah, what does it mean for your term to end?
You are no longer the president?
No. What does it say in the Constitution of like what is the date, the ending date, or does it just say 4 years and you're done?
I think technically it's January 20th at a certain time.
I think
Like, because I think there was like we had an hour of no president, like whether somebody's elected or not.
Okay. So then I'm curious. Okay, like as in like, so does it say that in the Constitution, like the term ends on like I think noon at January 20th.
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay. I'm curious. Again, I don't know. I just want to see your view on it. Like, what if he actually, through some sort of means, whether it's actually, I'm not sure if it's evil or not, but like, he changes the calendar. It's no longer January. It's something else.
There's actually a million days in between January 19th. Okay. Yeah, I'd have a problem with that. I'd have a huge problem with that for sure.
Okay, and like, so does that require a constitutional amendment?
To change the calendar to add more days?
No.
I have not considered this.
This is a good one. No. This is Liberty Month now. It's no longer January.
Okay, here's what I'd say. I'll let you get to wherever you're trying to go. For me, as somebody who's looking at the original intent, I think it's clear to me that the original intent of this was to give a term of a certain amount of time here, 4 years, and it was intended to end on what we know as January 20th. And inventing a new calendar to get around that is not really, that's not the original intent. And
hold on. This is the lefties coming up with legal theory for us. They're coming up with the stuff for us already.
Do you know if it requires a constitutional amendment to change the calendar?
I don't know. Does it?
Okay. Well, do you see a problem with that? Do you think that that is a pathway forward that he could try it?
No, hold on. I think that if he tries
I gotta play WoW on stream more often because y'all motherfuckers just become anarchists.
I think that should get struck down for being unconstitutional. I think it specifically violates again what the original intent of the Constitution is.
I think most people
you're trying it.
Let me explain.
I can't back it up for themselves, you know.
Let me explain what I mean by like original intent. The only valid theory of law is to look at things as the drafters of the law intended for it to apply. Anything else is entirely incoherent. Everything else is entirely incoherent. So, for example, the Second Amendment. Let's just say you had like Obama or another gun grabber get elected to be the president of the United States, and they said, "Aha." Actually, you guys can have the arms of bears, but that's it, right? You have that, and you can build fortresses. You can do that, but you cannot have any guns because look at the Second Amendment. I would say no. That's not what the Second Amendment was intended to apply to when they wrote that. What they wrote it to intend to apply to was firearms, specifically firearms that are more or less equivalent to the firearms the military has in terms of small arms weaponry. This is part of the reason why I think fully automatic weapons should be allowed among the civilian population.
Amen.
Now, I think this is in a similar example where if you try to add in Liberty Month in between December and January to get around the term limits, no funny business like that. Like the term limits, and this is why I said I don't think the vice president plan idea or whatever like that's not going to work either. It shouldn't work either because when they drafted the 22nd Amendment. It was for a very specific purpose, which was we don't want these motherfuckers being president for more than 2 terms. That was the idea because FDR had just done it. So that's what they were intending with that amendment. So yeah.
And you're okay. And you're okay. And you're okay if he can find a loophole, or like if anyone could find like a constitution, a way to constitutionally amend it.
Yeah, hold on. The way to constitutionally amend it, which is the process in which you go through a constitutional amendment.
That's why I bypass that.
Yeah. So if he does that, first of all, if he's able to get 2/3 of Congress and 3/4 of all the states on board with this idea to let him run again, this is by far the best, like the biggest political achievement any politician has ever achieved on the history of the planet.
But it wouldn't be a landslide. Just remember, it wouldn't be a landslide.
What?
No? Okay. Apparently that joke fell.
I laughed.
You haven't seen tons of articles from Democrats being like, Trump barely won. It's not a landslide. Why does he keep saying landslide?
I got it.
Sure. Whatever.
Well, he did barely win. That's actually true.
Anyway. So, but if he accomplishes that, I mean, that is a tremendous political accomplishment. I think it demonstrates the unwavering will of the people at that point, right? He has truly. Like by any definition,
we're gonna go to Ali.
But if Biden could do that too, I mean,
sure,
that would be allowed. I would oppose it.
I like how our local biologist managed to outsmart all of Lactoid's fancy past law school training.
How did I get outsmarted?
I'm just saying that, like the fact that you've never considered this, right? That maybe someone would stick extra months in between the calendar, right? Like, yeah, it looks like all that fancy law school.
I had an answer.
No, I mean, sure. I mean, I guess you came up with something. I'm just saying that, like, your law school didn't really prepare you for this,
still
right?
asked you in terms of like what's the ending date. Like that's an obvious. That's why I said in my opening statement, if you dissect any rule, you can find any loophole.
Yeah,
okay? And that's simple.
like
you can. This is why.
What is your law degree even worth if you didn't think of that
sure.
before?
Let me respond to this. You're right. You're right. You can create any loophole if you like investigate the English language enough. This is why originalism is important. This is why you have to look at what they intended when they were writing it, because then you can't like try to do some like dumb little loophole around it, because we look at what they actually intended for it to apply to.
Let's go to our friend Ali.
And this is why Democrats hated Justice Scalia, by the way.
Scott, I want to see if I understand. If I understand your question from earlier. Was it more or less that like we're okay with a third-term president if we're we're in war times, right? But we shouldn't be like why should we be okay with that at all? Or was that like kind of?
I mean, like we've kind of beaten that to death already.
Yeah.
But yes, my question is, why is it that it is somehow a reason? Seems more so because it's a Democrat. But like, why is there a reason that it's justified to have multiple terms when you're in war, as opposed to, beyond the 2 terms, as opposed to when you're not in war times? And doesn't that set up a really bad historical precedent, which is kind of the entire one of the major reasons we have the current government we have is because of that, right? It's why Congress has to declare war, not the president. Or one of the reasons, so, balance powers, et cetera. But.
I mean, which is like your issue with like Zelensky, and then like what further issue with like Netanyahu, right? Because it's like the same thing. He's in war. He's not going to get voted down, or the ICC charges, or whatever it may be. I don't think
Israel's government is just fucked in so
many charges are more like guidelines than anything else.
Yeah, they are.
Like they do like no confidence votes like every fucking 6 months, and then the parties restructure and shit. It's crazy.
But I think during like time, I don't think you should get another term. I just don't think it'd be smart, like if you are in the middle of a war, to like sit here and try to have an election to like revote and restructure your government. Because like once again, it could go from like Democrat to like Republican or Republican Democrat. You're having to restructure during like the middle of a war. I don't think like
you want to pause elections during wartime?
Like for the president?
Yeah, is that what you're saying?
I mean, isn't that the whole point of a wartime? I don't understand. If you have a wartime president, don't they get extended for the term?
During the war, because we're in an emergency where
that's just Palpatine
is happening, and we don't want to shift direction.
I thought that's what happened. I thought that's legitimately what happened already.
Well, I mean,
no,
that's not how that works. No,
okay, so then never mind.
So we've been.
That's what
happening to Ukraine.
Oh, okay. Then I wouldn't be okay with that.
But he's not a dictator, guys.
We've been in some.
I'm saying
we've been in some military conflict
that can justify it. Like, I'm saying that it can be justified just because, like, wars themselves are, well, I mean, depending on how they're going.
I guess I was saying I understand his justification, but like I thought that's what happened already. If you were in like an actual like okay, listen.
I'm saying
I don't even know everything.
I promise you, if the United States was like, if we were invaded on like U.S. ground, there wouldn't be an election.
So we had
the United States benefits from.
We had the War of 1812. How long did that last? Was there an election during that time? I actually don't know.
So the most important election to actually like really go nitty gritty into this would be the election of 1864 during the Civil War.
Yes,
right?
during the Civil War, we had an election.
Abraham
really?
Lincoln held an election in 1864.
Not controversial.
Now, obviously, there was a lot of things that were problematic during that election. So he had suspended presses that were pro-Confederacy. He had arrested journalists. He had suspended their right of habeas corpus. He had taken journalists and dressed them in Confederate troops and lied to people, saying that they were actually soldiers in the Confederacy, so that they could be like shamed and beaten and have like things thrown at them. There's some level of evidence to suggest that he may have cheated in the election as well, because there were a lot of people in the North that obviously didn't support the Confederacy, but Lincoln, along with the Confederates, Jeff Davis obviously, had promised that this would be a very, very quick war, that this would be over in an instant, right? You know, the
one
Lincoln
afternoon,
promised
they
that,
thought it was going to
you
be
know,
one
a Bull
battle.
Run. They thought Bull Run was going to be a thing, and then they were going to stomp in. And that's because the North had superior trains and had superior industry by like an extreme degree. Now, what they didn't account for was Robert E. Lee was probably one of the greatest generals to ever exist in human history. And the South had an incredibly strong cavalry, though they started losing that advantage towards the end of the war. And Richmond was their only manufacturing base. It was only General Wingfield Scott, Old Fuss and Feathers, of which I'm actually a direct descendant of.
Wait a minute, this is going to take a lot of time.
That came up with the Anaconda Plan, right, and knew that this was going to be a long war. But we held elections, okay?
But the state,
Abraham
the South,
Lincoln
the Confederacy didn't participate.
Okay,
Like
yes,
they weren't
because they had
participating in it.
had seceded. They had said we are no longer in the United States. Every other state that
feels really
that had
relevant to say
not
that we held
seceded.
elections during war, except for the states that didn't.
Okay, but was it not a threat in
that's
any
not
one moment?
That's not a duh. That's a huge thing.
Wait. Ukraine has territories it can't
listen,
reach
listen. The entire Gettysburg,
which is why you probably shouldn't have an election.
General Lee leading up to the election of 1864 tried to invade and go all the way and push into Pennsylvania. Okay, there were northern states that had been invaded by the South, and they still held elections. Now, the reason that he did this was most likely to disrupt the election specifically, and in the hopes that if he could win some battles in the North, he would get support from the British. But even in Civil War, when we were at war with ourselves, and when the North or the Union that had stayed America had been invaded and states had Southern Confederate troops marching through towns, they still held an election.
Sure,
So
but
this
we still
idea
consider-
that
we still
we're at
consider the
World
South
War
to be part
II,
of
we
the
can't
Union.
have a fucking election is crazy.
Sure, but I don't think that. Like I said, I don't think that that's a justified reason they shouldn't have held an election because according to Lincoln and the Union, they never recognized the secession. So literally, they never recognized the South as anything during that point. They were just the regular old
Yeah,
United
but
States,
there
and
was
they
the
didn't get to participate in.
Hold on, but it could also be the case that like Russia invades and establishes like new Moscow, right? Like in the states of Oregon and Washington, right? And the United States says we don't recognize that territory, right? As like a new Lenistan or anything. We don't recognize that territory. Those are still our states, right? But if we ran an election during that time, like we wouldn't expect to get poll results from there, right? Or like that would be fine, right? Even though it wouldn't mean like the election is
right.
Why wouldn't it be fine?
We wouldn't count.
This is really common. This is really common sense. Let's say that again, wars can be really tough because people's kids are dying on presidential popularity. There's times where they can unite, but with time they can the will to continue fighting can be rough, especially if you're not even losing, just if people are dying. Like
yeah.
So
overwhelmingly, it's the other way.
So let's say on November 6th, November 5th, some crazy, I don't know, terrorist type attack, whatever, and we send off the president sends off troops to or maybe it's January 19th because we're talking about the switch of the presidency. The president sends off ships to go defend some territory, and then we flip January 20th and we tell them to turn around and come back. That's not there's no.
That's the new incoming president's prerogative. That was
right. That's of course. I'm arguing. Of course, it would be justified. That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't happen.
But then Scott's points earlier was that hey, throughout history,
we did it, and that's wrong. We shouldn't have did it.
But hold on,
that's what I'm arguing.
No. I don't understand. I'm confused, Bam, and maybe I'm missing this. So help me out here, right? Because Scott's earlier point was yes, throughout history, rulers, however, like presidents or kings or whatever, right, have used wartime to like supplant democratic processes, right? To say specifically that framing. But but then you call back to it. But then hold on. But you disagree with the framing. But then you call back to it and say, "Hey, that's actually correct. That during a wartime, we should suspend democratic processes."
Yes, because one's assuming the other. You're saying that like they manufactured fake wars to maintain power versus during
it happens in both though. It happens in both. One, they manufacture it, and then two, even if the trouble comes to them, right? Like Russia invading Ukraine, then they won't like stop this democratic process. There's no elections happening in Ukraine.
No, it
happens both
ways. A reasonable thing to do during times like I'm saying that one assumes that like you're incentivizing people to manufacture fake wars and occupation to keep power.
Let me give you an actual historical reference. Let me give you a historical reference, right?
During times
of not a historical reference.
Let me give you a historical reference so we can
describe the process. Let me just ask before then. Just let me ask one hypothetical future question, right? Or let's say that during Trump's first term, Russia did invade, right, or China, or whatever, right? The axis of evil did invade, and then we began a war, and this war is going to last us 20 years, 30, 40 years. During that time, there should be no elections. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense.
Okay,
yeah, we need.
That's
it's not ridiculous when you're at times of don't ask me a question and then move on to Scott.
I'm sorry. I thought you were
at times that we're the most vulnerable. You need consistency at the top. We can't just switch every other day on.
It's not every other day.
Politically. That is what you're asking for.
It's every 4 years.
No, we shouldn't. You think just because a war lasts more than 4 years, we can just switch to a guy that wants the exact opposite, who doesn't know any of the our military?
Yeah, maybe if he wants peace, maybe if the best path forward is peace, and that's what the people voted for. Actually, yes, if that's what the people have voted for, then 100% yes.
How can we vote if we're under invasion?
Whatever is left of the country. Right? If we've lost half the country, well, then the other half is going to have to vote whether we continue on this fight.
Decides what happens to the other? No, that's dumb.
We can't push them back. Like in Ukraine, we can't push them back, right? And then yes, they actually have been lost in all practicality sense. We can't actually run the election there, and so
Tyler needs an outro.
The country decided they're going to continue on.
I think it's too late.
So Tyler needs an outro. Prime.
Oh,
okay.
Well,
I think he.
It's Tyler's first time.
Then he's already gone.
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay, so right, like we have probably the most famous example in world history.
I don't need examples. I don't want to talk about history. I want to talk about the principles.
Look, it's a debate panel. It is also about discussion. Yeah, I'm sorry that you're so fucking uneducated about history that I need to
you're
be
just saying that they did this at this point. That's not my argument. I'm saying that it's not good policy. I'm talking about politics right now.
I don't know. Yeah. Sometimes politics requires pathos, ethos, and logos. Okay, your logic is fucked. So I'm trying to go through a route of ethos by establishing that I actually understand the history, and pathos by telling a good goddamn story. So it's entertaining, it's content. Shut the fuck up. So we have an example. Everyone knows Veni Vidi Vici, right? Which in ecclesiastic Latin is Veni Vidi Vici. Right? I came, I saw, I conquered. Okay, now
yes,
it's extremely well known. What this was Caesar's fuck you to the Senate, because when Caesar was first rising to power, he had formed the triumvirate. Okay, he had a financial backer, and he had a political backer, and then he had himself, which was like a warrior, right? He had done this intelligent thing of getting money and getting fucking a guy that was really good at politics and getting himself that was really good at war. And he marches out of Rome, and people are like, "What are you going to do?" And what he did is he took advantage of a refugee crisis. That is what the Gallic Wars are. Okay, Rome had pushed the Gauls into a situation where they were pincered against the Germans, and the Germans were killing them and the Romans were killing them, and the Gauls were like, "Can we please flee over here?" And then Caesar came in and said, "Actually, yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, actually, you know what? We're going to kill you." That's how the Gallic Wars start. And when the Senate asked him, they go, "What the fuck are you doing?" He said, "I came, I saw, I conquered. That's what I do." And he marches back with a beloved group of soldiers that love him and essentially he gains war loot, he gains public support by being this great conqueror, he gains all of these things, and that is the beginning of Caesar's rise to power. It's not like he won some elections, he fomented war that didn't need to exist so that he could gain money and so that he could gain popular opinion. And he did this throughout his entire time as an emperor, and it's one of the many reasons that he was fucking stabbed to death, because that's what it took to get rid of a populist person that the people loved, but that also caused massive problems in war so that he could maintain the people's love and his power. We don't want that in an American president, and that's why Congress is supposed to have War Powers Acts, and that's why we have elections. Now, I'm all for fucking a king over a fucking democratic position if it works out better for liberty and freedom in some regard. But if you're such a fucking institutionalist, why do the institutions no longer matter just because it's a right-wing guy? It's fucking silly. You're willing to dispense with all of human history and knowledge and the institutions themselves so long as the person more likely agrees with your political positions, and then you claim institutionalism. It's silly.
I said, you see how he just made that up? When I literally argued that Trump could do it, he's like, you're just doing it because it's a right-wing guy. None of that was worth any of our time. It was a waste. We're all dumber for having listened to it. Prime, I got a question for you. Do you let's say that, actually not say, let's deal with reality. Russia, the Russian propaganda, the Russian talking point is literally saying that, hey, Ukraine hasn't did any elections in a while. I think Zelensky might be a dictator. You know what? Let's hold an election. Matter of fact, let's hold an election in the occupied territory, and Russia's even offered to manage the votes coming out of the occupied territory to make sure that they get back to mainland Ukraine. Do you believe that Ukraine should say, yes, we'll hold an election, we'll let Russia manage our occupied territories electoral votes and getting the people's opinion on this?
No, I don't think
they would never offer that.
Wait,
they had to offer that.
You can trust them, guys.
Their position is the territory they hold is Russian, so they wouldn't.
They specifically asked for an election to be held, including the people they've gone to war with. So you can look it up. That's the Russian talking point.
But let's
in the territories that you would say they occupy.
Yeah, they said they've offered to manage. They've offered to manage the votes. Because they say because
you can trust them to manage those votes with no problem.
Is believing that those people don't want to be Ukrainian in the first place.
Well,
I trust them about as much as I trust.
You're talking about the referendum to stay in? Is that what you're talking about? Because that's a different one, rather than the
they're
whole
talking
country.
about they're holding an election over Ukraine, regardless. Ukraine needs to.
You mean for a new president or for
new president?
Okay, well, I haven't heard about the new president.
Yeah. By the way, I googled it. The only thing is a suggestion to have the UN help with their election. Nothing to do with Russia managing the votes.
Yeah, if you got a source for that, Bam, I'd love to see it. Fill that up. While you're doing that,
that's kind of
and just to be clear, this wouldn't make any sense. As somebody who's followed this conflict pretty closely, it wouldn't make any sense because the Russian position is that those territories are Russian. So why would you let your own citizens vote in somebody else's election?
All of Ukraine is Russian, but he's also
no.
He does believe that all of Ukraine is Russian.
No.
And he's also made the advocacy that they need to hold elections. He's like, they haven't held an election in a while. Trump even started copying that same talking point.
They have not held an election for a while.
I think he means
he doesn't believe all of it is Russia.
He got it from the talking point.
He doesn't believe all of it is Russia.
They haven't had elections. First of all, Russia specifically annexed. It was Zaporizhia, Kherson, Donetsk, and Luhansk. Right, those are like the four. Right, besides Crimea. The Russian position is that the people living in those territories are Russian citizens. It would make no sense for Russia to say, yeah, like you're us, but you can also vote in the Ukrainian elections. That doesn't make any sense. I think what he said is, like, for all the Ukraine that we have not annexed, right, everything outside of the four territories plus Crimea, like, we want the UN to maybe help you guys with your elections because you haven't had an election yet, which they haven't.
Well, yeah, I think what he said was we didn't mention the UN, but I think he's talking about Russia's willing to offer whatever resources in helping manage that, facilitate those votes, the voting process. Hold on, I'm finding a source for it. But Putin said this specifically. But yeah, what would be your principle against it? If you believe that, like, oh, you should hold elections and your citizens should have a say, right?
No. I mean, not under the threat of like a foreign enemy who will handle the votes. Now, I wouldn't trust, right, an invading force, China, let's say, right, to capture the west coast of the United States to then kindly hand over votes to the U.S. as to the next leader, especially now the most populous state, right, and say, well, I guess it counts. I wouldn't actually do that. I would say we could have the election, but since the United States is no longer under physical control of those territories, and those territories are naturally excluded.
So those territories aren't American citizens now. That's what you are.
And that's something we are. I didn't say they're not American citizens, right? I'm just saying the practicalities of the matter is that we don't have like physical control of those states, right? Then we're handing the apparatus of an election to an invading force. Actually, that would be problematic.
Maybe the UN will help.
Is that crazy? What the fuck?
Maybe the UN ambassador will come pick up the votes.
The UN ambassador. Okay, yeah, so we're not going to.
He'll take care of it all.
Yeah, he'll take the UN ambassador. He'll take care of the West Coast. I don't. That seems like a pretty bad idea. Look, in wartime, things are complicated, right? And it's not like I don't. It's not that I think your idea is like completely silly, right? That to say that, hey, we need some stability when we're in a war footing, right? Like that's not the craziest idea.
Leadership, like changing, like you can't have like there.
Which we do have it all the time.
You lose lives when you have 180s.
There's a statistic, and I have to like look it up, but maybe like Lactoid might be familiar with this, right? Or Scott or someone, right? There's a statistic that the United States has been out of war. Right, like just like a handful of years during its existence. I'm not sure if you guys have heard this before.
We're in conflict constantly, yeah.
Yeah, we're in conflict constantly in the United States, right? And it's like and I'm pulling this out of my ass. It's like 12% of the time, right? Or no, like 12 years or something. I don't know, something like ridiculously small. Like 8%, yeah, let's say 8%. 8% of the time.
It was that number when I was in college because I did a project on this to get one of my modern political thought things. I did a research experiment. It was like 400 pages, but yeah, at the time it was like 8%. I'm sure it's even lower now.
Yeah, like let's go with 8%. 8% of the total years that we have been a country, we have not been in some sort of military conflict. So if that rule was in place, right, America, the
George Washington, the president.
Then we'd never get any goddamn elections. It just wouldn't happen. We are always in conflict.
Quick point.
We haven't been in war since World War II.
To correct the record. So the UN has helped in conquered areas during war in elections in conquered areas, such as in Afghanistan in 2001, Iraq in 2003, and in Cambodia in 1992 during the peace climate accords. Accords in 91.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold
on. I got to take umbrance with this. All right, Fabian. All right. Do you know who the current biggest contributor from Africa, one of the biggest contributors to the U.S. security forces are overall is?
I mean,
it's Rwanda, right? It's Rwanda. Right. Rwanda is currently invading their neighbor. This is all for our benefit, by the way. They're invading their neighbor and taking all the rare earth minerals. They're fulfilling contracts all over Africa for security contracts for stuff. I think they've even.
I don't care because Rwanda has so many female engineers now, and I've been told that's good.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, listen, I'm pro Rwanda dominance. I guess I don't know, but here's the thing. Like when I see this, and you say like, oh, the UN guaranteed this. Now I know you're not claiming this.
No, I'm not making that claim. I'm
saying
that I was just reporting
you're just reading the stat. Like I trust the UN, and especially when they're using people like Rwanda, such a classy, great government that never would do anything under shady to guarantee the safety of elections about as much as I trust Prime to throw me like a football. 0%. It's not going to happen. I just don't see
taking shots. Collateral.
I accept that.
I trust the UN to handle elections in conquered areas about as much as I trust President Zelensky to handle elections in his own country. I don't
you
think
think
there's any
he's
substantive
unpopular or
difference
something?
between
No,
how much I trust
y'all
those two
pass-
people, and there's no excuse. I'm sorry. I don't think Zelensky or the UN is any more trustworthy in this process.
Wait a minute, hold on. I want to deal with the Afghanistan example. I'm not familiar with the other examples, so I can't comment on them, right? But the Afghanistan example, right? My understanding in that situation is that the U.S. had conquered all the territory, right? The U.S. had conquered all the territory, and then we're going to have an election. And then the UN comes in as a guarantor of that. That is different, right? To have like a hegemonic power that, you know, has control of this territory and who is like running the process of the election, but then it has a third party that validates that election. That's different from no, yeah, it is. Hold on.
Well, did we let the Taliban?
No, you haven't heard my other my contrast, right?
Oh,
a country which has been divided by two opposing powers, right? Who each have reasons to skew the election one way or the other, to then have like say that, well, the UN has been involved and that's enough to validate the election. And
I'm not saying. So two things. One, I'm not saying I agree. I don't even fucking agree with voting, dude. I'm an anarchist, but I was just trying to report.
I understand
that this
you
has occurred. Hold on.
Just addressing.
I was just trying to report that this occurred in conquered areas. This is also true in 2003. They had set up a commission, and there were security, and they had security details because there were threats by the Taliban in terms of the elections, and they still held elections in areas that were on bordering regions as well as some areas that were under Taliban control. Okay, and so like that occurred. I'm not saying that I trust the UN. I'm not saying that I trust election processes or any of that.
I'm not saying you do any of that. I was just addressing the topic.
I was just there was some. I don't remember who exactly it was that said that. It was like, how could the UN do that? And I was like,
I was just addressing that specific example, but I'm not saying that you are for or against it. Okay. Let's first of all, we've already blown past time. But Lactoid, like you had something you were asking the other two before, and I said like hold on to it. There was a question earlier. Remember I said like hold on to this question. I have a different answer than everyone else.
Why only 2 term limits?
Yeah. Like, do you? I think that specifically the question was like, what's the problem? Like, what would be all that bad about getting rid of term limits as long as we had like a term that the president had to win every time?
I don't think it would be bad to get rid of 2 term limits. Sure. I don't think it's necessarily wrong to not have a term limit. I wouldn't want that, like no term limit. But like if we didn't have a term limit, that's not necessarily undemocratic. I mean, if there's a democratic process every 4 years and being reelected, then it is what it is. Whether that elects Trump a bunch of times, right? It is what it is. So yeah, I wouldn't have an issue with that, whether it's 1 term or whatever. My problem with sure. Hold on, and let me last thing. My problem with what Trump is saying that he'll do is one, something that I agree with something Bam said, that simply stating that I'm going to do an unconstitutional thing and pushing that forward and getting your followers to like jump on the bandwagon that we should be undermining the Constitution is in itself a bad thing, right? That is a bad. And then beyond that, the attempt, let's say, but he hasn't actually attempted yet, but let's say he did attempt it, right? That in itself would be bad because it'd be, undermining the glue of our country, which would be the Constitution. That's my answer.
He's even said that there's a few ways. Like if he came out, like it would. I think it's disgusting either way. I'm not gonna pretend I would feel too much differently. But he came out and said specifically, you know what? I'm gonna prove to the Americans over the next 4 years, we're gonna go out they're gonna want to change the Constitution. They're gonna remove the amendment. Like the states are gonna ratify.
Convinces everyone
to give me that. But he says, there's a few ways. We're working it out. Like, does that not even feel shady to you? That he's like. He's saying he's going loophole method.
He has some legal theories as to this, which I do disagree with.
For January 6th, too.
Like a calendar.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Hold on. I'm so sick of the January 6th thing. They literally blew up the Republican headquarters in New Mexico this week, right? Like, I don't want to hear about insurrection no more when they're blowing up political party headquarters.
I don't know why that would. I don't know why one would invalidate the other one. Thank you, Sir Bobbles, for the $2 super chat. That says, why is Gibbs so interested in Putin's presidency? It is weird. Gibbs, why is so interested in that? But thank you, Sir Bobbles, for once again. Yeah, he says, why is Gibbs so interested in Putin's presidency?
What did I say about Putin's presidency?
I actually don't know. But I appreciate the super chat nonetheless.
Yeah, we appreciate the money.
Yeah. But yeah, so Scott, you want to say something?
Yeah, so the thing about term limits, right, is when people say they want term limits. I see this all the time. Oh, I want term limits in Congress. I want term limits in the Senate, things like that, because it will like stop political corruption and things of that nature. But the problem that I have here is you can either accept that term limits are a means of getting rid of meritocracy, because you are saying that the best person for the job can no longer do it because they've reached a term limit. We have to pick a new person, right? So we're limiting our candidate choice and the people, and limiting the democratic vote of people by saying that like we're blocking people from doing that, even if that's what they want. We're going to stop them from doing the thing that they want. But if you but if you recognize that term limit is presumably a means of combating corruption, then you kind of explicitly, or maybe like not explicit, sorry, implicitly, showcase the problem with our political government in general, that it is a corrupt system, that it is a means by which it is not meritocratic, that it is a means by which it is not democratic, because you believe that you're constraining in that corruption from taking root, even though the political process involves the voting. So like, I do think it's interesting and probably good for your position, PrimeCayes, that you said, yeah, why not get rid of term limits, right? Because if the best person for the job is voted, right? But if you are in favor of term limits for presidents or for senators or congressmen, you're in favor for restricting potentially the best candidates from doing the job because you believe that state power is a corrupting influence and like anti-democratic.
Like DEI for presidents.
I think the first thing you said, Scott, was actually like you made you made actually a lot of the strong arguments for the issues with not having term limits. Like you rightfully pointed out the issues of name recognition and the popularity contest that it come down, like the reality of how humans interact, especially when it comes to our like House and Senate seats, and like people, like how's someone sitting in the House as representative so long? Because you're going down ballot, you're like, oh, I know that person, they've been on there forever, that's who you vote for again. Like because
democracy is retarded. Like I've always said that.
Well, it's like I said, if you're like, the gotcha is like, you would have to admit that the current system we have isn't flawless and perfect in all ways. I think that a lot of people would easily admit that. That's what we set in stopgaps to deal with a lot of the imperfections, and we realize it will never be perfect, but it's just the best system we have over everything else. There's value in saying, like, there's value in sort of instead, I guess, in terms of representation, of saying that, like, oh, okay, we've had this guy 4 years or 8 years, and now we're gonna do a reset. We're gonna do a reset on it. Let's go back, get back to our roots. Let's talk about the issues, see who comes out on top again in this time. Now, again, there's negative to that. Like the benefits of monarchies, and like 20 and 30-year leaders is, one, the country gets to, you can actually do longer term plans. Like you can think in more long term than our president's allowed to. Like, especially with the economy, there's probably things about our economy that the United States fails on simply because an elected official doesn't have enough time before the next election to like commit to the issues. One of those things being probably Social Security. The way I'm a big fan of Social Security, but the way we currently fund Social Security is like inevitably going to fail. Like, we have to change policy around our Social Security, but no congressman, no president can actually meaningfully address anything related to
what you're saying,
because they'll never win again.
What you're saying is in many ways very close to the thesis by Hans Hermann Hoppe, the anarcho-capitalist, when he wrote one of his most famous works, Democracy, the God That Failed, that explains why monarchies are superior to liberal democracies and many of the ways that you put it. I mean, obviously there's an Austrian kind of like analysis there, which is that when the king is in charge of everything, he treats the entire country as his property. So he invests for the long term, and he knows that he's handing the country itself over to his children. So even a bad king is still one that is treating it as a private property owner that respects the property and the citizens, as opposed to, you know, politicians that come in and push things like welfare and all of these things that get them elected because it's popular and it's free shit, and they don't actually care about the damage that occurs 4 or 6 years later because people will forget about those things. I would suggest, if you're interested in like that line of thought more, like definitely read Democracy, the God That Failed.
So
it's a great book.
I wanted to deal with your question directly, and then we can like maybe wrap it up if people want to
wrap it up. I'll take it.
Okay, I don't know that reference either. Scott's just an old guy. I don't think elections, American elections, certainly not, are like meritocratic. Like they're absolutely fucking not, right? That they put the best person in charge. If that was the case, Trump would not be in charge. If that was the case, Biden would not have been in charge. If that was the case, Obama would not have been in charge. If that was the case, Clinton would not have been in charge. These aren't the best leaders,
or even running.
America has to offer, right? It's a process. It's maybe not even the best process. It is the process that we're using, right? It's better than having a king or whatever, but like it doesn't mean it's meritocratic. We like to think that there's a mythology about the meritocratic.
Is it better than having a
meritocracy?
king?
Yes, actually, yes, I would say that 100%. I will say that it's better than having a king. Yeah, right.
What if the God That Failed?
Maybe if the king is like someone here, that person I disagree with, right? But I would hand power to him if I had to, like Lactoid, right? A person.
Yes.
I disagree with Lactoid, and you guys know I disagree with Lactoid. But yeah, I think I could hand power to Lactoid, we'd be okay, right?
Well, so
but,
like a big argument in Democracy, the God That Failed, right?
More than okay.
So like a big argument. We've talked about this. We've talked about.
You can either come work in my administration; it'll be perfectly fine.
One of the themes that I was stressing, right, is about.
We'll get some of your issues handled. I'll let you handle however you want.
One of the themes that I was stressing is about how wartime affects elections and things of that nature. It's been a big point of contention in this panel, right? And you know, when you have a king that understands that his entire country is his property, that he is going to pass on to his children, you will notice it is not just technological innovation that has made war more common and brutal. It is also the fact that democracies, liberal democracies, the people that are in power are making money off of war. They're not doing the exact opposite, which is a king loses money in war.
Scott, there's a big if that's embedded in there. When you have a king that understands that like the country is his property and it's his legacy, he has to take care of that, right? No, there wouldn't be every king, right? We've had mad kings. We've had
what happens to mad kings? What happens to mad kings?
Yeah, we have to rely on violence to take them down. That can't be the answer.
Vote is violence.
Okay, whatever. Okay, so I'm ignoring that. Okay, right?
This is facts. A vote is violence.
It's a million paper cuts.
I'm ignoring that part, right?
And
we have to have
every time a soccer mom votes to try and fucking save the whales, she is arguing in favor of guns and violence being used by the Leviathan of the state to protect other Leviathans.
Lawyers, that means lawyers are also violence, right? Lacto is part of a violent system because, like, we have to.
I don't like to say more.
Not lawyers that are fighting for freedom. Not lawyers that are fighting for restitution.
And to enforce the rules handed out by a judge, right? There's got to be some threat of violence to back it up.
Lawyers aren't an enforcement mechanism, but pigs are.
but he's part of that system, right? He gives legitimacy to that system, right? He gives legitimacy to the genocide if you're part of the genocide, right? Well, I don't do the genocide, but I work the mechanics of the genocide, right? So no, absolutely, that would mean him as well.
You can vote against the system just like he can fight against the system from within.
But he's not.
From within, I've infiltrated the system.
He's not. He's fucking not. He's not
like
doing
benefits are not appealing to the.
These insurance companies that they think they have me bought, but they don't.
It's past midnight. I'm allowed to just fucking turn this panel into a handicap showdown. All right, after midnight, I don't give a fuck about the topic anymore. I'm just gonna make your audience based and tell them to read Hans Hermann Hoppe's Democracy and the God That Failed.
Is what I'm saying, that like we need to have a civil. We understand, and I know you, of course, understand the difference between a civil action and an actual violent, actual military action. These things are different, right?
Yeah, civil actions are meaningless unless they're backed up by the threat of violence.
All the time, everything. Yes, that's what power is. Power is violence. Power is the ability to enact a certain level of violence to get your will done. That's the way it always is. We can understand.
Agreed.
Okay, whatever, right? But we can understand there's different levels of violence.
So voting isn't nonviolence.
And civil violence is the best thing that we can.
The best form of violence.
The best form of violence. Sure, whatever. I don't care, right?
I mean, you say so. I disagree.
Okay, whatever. Okay, so anyway, Bam's gonna leave in a second because I know that's his position.
I gotta get going too.
All right, bye, Ali. His camera's frozen right now, and he'll just stay there. Look at he'll stay in this position. Take a look at that, right? But anyway, so yeah, there's a difference, and that is better. Like then having to assume that we can coup a king, that we that the people can rise up and perform extreme amount of violence to dislodge a king. Obviously, a terrible idea. I know you already know this, Scott, and so I'm not going to entertain it any longer.
No, my argument isn't kings are good. My argument is that
I got something for that.
Are
I got
better
something for
than
the
democracies.
Right here. This is what we're gonna tell the next government that comes in.
Okay, and then you would say Ancapistan would be better than a king altogether. That's your point, right?
Absolutely,
yeah.
King,
and then, okay,
I don't want to have to execute Caligula. I'm just saying that even with the occasional Caligula, it's better than liberal democracies where retarded people vote for retarded politicians.
I would absolutely be a better conversion of Caligula. Absolutely, y'all can trust me.
Okay, we can move on with our lives. If God is saying that is indeed that he's an ANCAP. Okay, thank you all for coming through and for being a part of this. This was a lot. Hey, if you haven't done so already, consider following the channel. If you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, if you're new here, if you had a lot of fun, or if it annoyed the hell out of you, come back and get annoyed again. Consider doing that. Support the channel in any which way you can. I really appreciate the ones that did, especially out there in YouTube land. Admiral Gibbs, you did resub. So a shout out to Admiral Gibbs. But other than that, YouTube land didn't do anything for me. So then I care about Twitch land didn't do anything for me. But YouTube, you did a great job with the super chats. Thank you, YouTube land. Please come back. It would be great if you did. We appreciate the kind of support. Thank you to all our friends who've been here, including our friends Lactoid, Scott, Corey, Gibbs, Ali, Bam, Tyler, Doobie, who disappeared to talk to his fucking accountant. I'll send you guys out to. We gotta find an attractive.
I know you're rich when you have a fucking accountant. Jesus Christ.
I don't say what I was about to say.
This woman. I think that she's black.
Gibbs' accountant doesn't account.
She's Canadian
because we know she's a stripper. He gave a title to.
I have two. First of all, I have two accountants. And their names are Cinnamon.
Canadian.
One dances exotically, and then the other one.
One's name is Cinnamon, and one's name is Tahoe. And Tahoe dances on Thursday nights.
No, it's
Corey,
the other one's name is
Fridays.
What she does with my money. Yeah, the other one's Mystique because we don't know what she's doing with my money. That's the real question.
I hear you, Prime.
Corey, don't say I've never cared for your countrymen. Like, I've just rated a Canadian. Country women. Sorry, I didn't want to be PC. I didn't mean to not be PC.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up with that women men shit. Okay, Whiffman and And weremen is where those words come from, because men means humanity. We eventually dropped were, but we kept the whiff in women. Okay, that's why it's a werewolf is a male werewolf, is a male wolf.
I was
beast
just
man.
joking with Prime about him just saying.
I know. I just wanted to fucking talk about that because I hate that shit.
Oh, you wanted to talk? That is a big surprise.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody's got to talk on the fucking Campbell, Corey. It ain't gonna be you.
You're not wrong about that.
Don't take that from him, Corey. Don't take that from him. Get him back.
I'm not looking to.
I appreciate all of you guys for coming through.
Tell him to go fuck himself. That's what
that's what you gotta say. Be like, hey, I got 2 words for you.
I'll respect you more if you do.
Yeah.
Not looking for your respect.
That's pretty good.
That's a bad one.
There you go. There you go. Come on.
If Trump wrote an executive order to change the month of January to something, like, does that have any implication? Can he do that? Do you think he could do that?
Yeah.
He should change it to what?
I mean, he could probably write an EO to get rid of
Emperor Trump
daylight
eternity
savings
year.
time. You know what I mean? Like,
nah,
wouldn't be that different. It'd be stupid.
See, listen, this is what I'm
I
saying.
think daylight savings time is actually that might be in law.
Y'all are actually letting us come up with
I
the
could be
legal
wrong.
theories for us right now.
Yeah,
It's
it
like
is.
this, y'all, thank you. You're welcome. I love it. Trump is just like playing
dumb
like a
fucking law.
We're literally.
This is not hard
Yeah.
to come up with. That's the point. It's actually very easy.
I want to keep, by the way, I want to
but
keep daylight savings time and get rid of standard time. That's the way to do it. But a lot of people disagree with me. It's really frustrating.
Dude, but yeah,
I would
but
like
like
to
plenty of
daylight
people have
savings
had
time.
this idea. Corey,
Sorry.
it's not a new idea or anything. Plenty of people have had this idea. That's why we have a Supreme Court that then goes and says that's illegal because that's.
What if
not
he renamed
the
it
law meant.
Trumpuary, but kept everything else the same?
And let it go on for like I don't know.
I think there would have to be an act of Congress. Like for any calendar change, it's always
I
been
don't
an act
know.
of Congress.
Okay,
I
Have
don't
to do
know.
a holiday.
No, we would just
They
gotta
would
get the
rename the Gulf of Mexico. So I mean, is
just gotta
February
get-
really
hold on.
that big of a job?
Hold on.
We just gotta get the
Hold on,
Pope on board.
Primecast. Hold on, Primecast. What if he renames February Trumpuary, but he moves Black History Month to August when Black people actually want to go outside and it has 31 days? Come on. Come on.
What if
No, no.
what if you
It's the middle of football
Trumpuary,
season. You're
gives
crazy,
it like
bro.
50 days, then keeps that to be Black History Month, so you guys get like a whole another 2 weeks.
I would say like put it on April because we want Black
Almost
History
3
Month to be during school time, right? So we're learning about it. not,
April's
like,
only
during
30
August.
days.
School in
I don't know why
February.
you're trying to get rid of a day for Black people, man.
Okay. All right. Well, Lactoid, you're saying daylight savings time. You want maybe I misheard you. You want permanent daylight savings time rather than permanent
Yeah.
standard time?
Just to be clear, so the rule is right now it oscillates obviously between summer
Yeah.
and winter, right? We have standard time in the winter and then we have daylight savings time in the summer. I want to keep it so that it stays brighter later. That's what I want to keep it at.
No, fuck that. Well, hold on. Then we'll be offset with Canada and Mexico and like the rest of the world. Like,
And we don't use the metric
Who
system.
gives a fuck?
no, hold on.
Facts.
That's it's a
Unless
dumb
we're doing-
thing. to
Oh
be-
no!
Unless
Don't
we're
do
selling
something
drugs.
just do it.
We can just lie to it. All we have to do is just adjust when we do things, right? Like,
Oh,
like
it's just
Oh my
adjust your
god,
clock
you are
to
asking
the hour
way too
border.
much.
no, it's not. It's super
We already
simple. What are you
we already
talking
adjust
about?
we already adjust
Absolutely
our
what we
clocks
do.
over time.
Alright, people already adjust-
What we do when we go to the border? What's the big
People already adjust their schedules for daylight savings time. What are you talking about?
I don't want to live in a world.
This is less
No.
work.
I don't want to live in a world where I get done with work and then I look outside and it's almost dark. That world needs to end.
That's gonna happen any which way. You're gonna look
No,
outside at some point and be
no.
dark, no matter what the
Well,
clock says.
at some point, but I'm saying right after work, right?
Hold on, but then adjust work.
They're done at 5.
Adjust it an hour earlier. Then, like go to. Yes, we would adjust our daytime then.
If you
So, like,
adjust everything an hour earlier, you may as well just adjust the time then.
no, don't adjust the time because then we're out of sync with the rest of the world. We should be in sync with the rest of the world. What are you
We're not,
talking
whoa,
about?
first of all, we're not in sync. China, the entire country, has a single time zone. Countries have all sorts of different
and
wacky
look
rules.
at socialist lactoid. Where
I'm
is
not
his head?
saying having
Talking
a
about
single
all
time
the
zone.
good things that the CCP does. Look
People
at you, like, oh, we
say
should
I'm a
follow
dreamer.
the CCP.
No,
Everything
I'm
that
just
God
saying-
said was
you're
correct.
saying the whole world
I mean,
does this. You're saying this whole
But
world
I'm
does
not
it.
the
It
only
doesn't.
I'm sorry, the whole free world. Okay, we should be in line with the whole
the world's
free
most
world.
populous country.
Okay,
That makes sense.
the
I'll get off work
The world's most
and the
populous
sun
country.
will still be
yeah. So we should. Yeah, it's nonsense. We should
Daylight
we-
savings time. I want
We
I
just
want there to be light
adjust-
until 9 o'clock
It doesn't make any sense. Then you want to adjust it further. You just want to like.
I want to adjust it further.
It's not that. Marco Rubio, I think, is the one who put forth that bill to have permanent daylight savings time. And it's a horrible idea.
I am
Fuck
so
that guy.
excited. I'm voting for him.
Okay. All right.
For that, I mean, seriously, like, I'm like somewhat dead serious about this. Like, and maybe this is just like the seasonal depression talking. But like the idea of getting off at work at 5 and it being dark is like so immensely depressing that all the positive memories I've ever had in my life are in summer.
Get off at work at 4 then.
It's just dark. Like, get over it.
Yeah,
it's just dark. But the vitamin D in my endocrine system disagrees with you. Okay,
you'll be fine.
I'm not. No.
I got a solution.
It's not the same.
Hey, this right here is what they call a sun lamp. Just buy you a sun lamp.
Oh, that's lame. I don't
you'll
want
be
good.
Lactoid. This is
like
just
a plant. You'll
another example.
photosynthesize.
This is just another example of the double standards on the left, that we cannot address this institutional and environmental racism against white people that have a more difficult time processing vitamin D through our skin because of our lack of melanin.
Well, actually, we have an easier time.
Government,
yeah.
Shush.
The other way around.
I know, motherfucker.
This is how you know I'm. No,
he didn't know that though. Like fucking, I could have gotten away with it.
But wait, Prime, you want to continue the time changes, or are you just against the daylight saving times, as in the
PrimeCayes is a very, very exceptional hobbyist farmer. Okay, like he definitely needs.
We don't even want to put daylight savings time switch thing. I am a rancher. It's just annoying. It's fuck. You have to gain one, lose one. That was maybe important like 50 years ago, but nobody's doing that shit now.
It was never important. It was always liberal city elites
thinking
they were doing something good for farmers.
Exactly right.
Except farmers woke up when the sun came up. That's just what they did. And when the seasons changed, they changed.
We got
farmers to change their schedule, not me. I'm not a farmer.
We already know that anyway.
Don't be a city slicker like me, right? You should be a humble farmer, and you should wake up when the sun is up.
I am not a farmer. Okay.
The problem is that anybody that works in white collar is going to be downstream from like the openings and closings of the New York Stock Exchange, right? Like anytime we have a market that powerful, right? What those hours are. Other businesses are going to follow those, like, so banks are going to follow those hours, and then from the banks, every other business is going to follow. So what you're not going to have businesses if they want to be most productive in terms of like the system switch from like 9 to 5 or 8 to 5.
So my actual position on this, okay, is that like businesses are fine staying where they are, right? Like people, like adults adjust like all the time, all throughout the year. So like the changing like hours, like that's whatever, right? Like the most convincing argument has been put forward is specifically about children and school time starting, right? Because like there can be a situation where like you're putting kids out when it's like very dark, and that's an issue, right?
I know you're gonna reference. There's data on both sides of this, Prime.
I'm probably not going
to the accidents, like, yes, when you have daylight savings time, there's more accidents earlier, but there's less accidents later. Like
I wasn't referring to accidents, but that's interesting data. I wasn't referring to that at all. I'm just saying that it's unsafe for kids to be going to school, not just accidents, just like in general, like in the dark. That's an argument I've heard from my parents, right? Then we can just adjust the start of school, right? Especially since.
But it's safe for them to walk home when it's dark.
I
guess they get done at 3.
Yeah, but they don't. They're like school kids aren't in school as long as adults are in work.
Whoa. Let's just have them start later then.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, they should start later.
Anyway,
that's what I'm saying.
Early school.
Yeah, that should happen anyway, right? Because the kids start too early. It's bad for their brains. Yeah,
I agree.
Two problems with one solution.
No daylight savings time. We don't need that.
We keep daylight savings time, and then we also push back the start time for schools. I'll give them 2 more hours. They can.
You want the time changes? You just you want the time changes, or you're just against daylight savings? Like you're okay with standard time and keep it that.
I'm not okay with standard time.
Yeah,
which one we pick? Just pick one and leave it alone.
I'm picking daylight savings time, and then I'm leaving it alone.
Prime wants. I'm asking specifically what Prime wants.
Prime wants standard time.
I want standard time.
Okay.
I don't care. Wait, but y'all are both okay with just picking one of the two, right?
As long as it's mine.
That's why black people are late. I never knew. Prime, I never knew that's why black people are late. I'm on the East Coast. They're on fucking standard time.
Yeah,
Dude, you saved me so much fucking headaches and life.
Yeah, you want to hear from a real rancher's opinion on this? It's real simple. I don't give a fuck which one it is. Just let's pick one. God damn, like it's annoying to have to switch this clock back and forth. Like, I mean, who likes this shit? Who actually?
No one likes it, right?
Who is
Everyone would like my system. Standard time. The Canadians right here.
I want standard time. I'm with you, Prime. Standard, like
he's an actual factual living Canadian, and they managed this somehow. Lactoid, but Lactoid fumbles around. Oh, it's dark. I can't find my way home. Right? Like Corey.
I can find my way home. I just like grilling.
Yeah.
I like grilling. Okay.
As someone who suffers from astigmatism, I cannot believe that you would
just this motherfucker right here. You can grill in the dark. That's the most.
As someone that suffers from astigmatism, I cannot believe that you would discriminate against my disability and my difficulty doing night driving.
If I'm barbecuing, you got to start at nighttime and then you finish up at nighttime the next day. Like, what are you talking about?
I would say people with Scott's prescription probably should be barbecuing.
I don't know.
I flash fry that shit. I throw it on the grill. It's delicious. Look, most of grilling, honestly, is the socialization that comes with grilling. That is most of it. I like it when there's some sun.
You put up tiki torches. That's what white men do. White men have tiki torches.
I can't do
that. White people aren't allowed to have tiki torches anymore, motherfucker. We're not allowed to have tiki torches again. Okay, like the moment I put on some fucking khakis and try and buy some fucking tiki torches at the Lowe's, all of a sudden it's a problem. Okay,
I got khakis right here. But
that's a bad regulation. If white men can handle fire responsibly, then I say it's a bad regulation. If they can't, well, then maybe we should take it away from them.
I don't know. White people do tend to get the firebug at higher rates than the blacks. That is one thing.
Oh, really?
That is firebug.
We like to burn shit.
Arson is a little bit more common.
Yeah, because the fire speaks to you. Have you never spoke? Never mind.
It tells me that all of my problems can go away if I just burn them.
It's like, you know, the hobo over there, that's calling for you.
That tent looks like it was bought from Temu. I bet it's not as anti-flammable as they think.
It's highly flammable nylon. Yeah.
You know, flammable means two things, right? Flammable and inflammable means the same thing.
If it's not, it's gonna be flammable after we put the gasoline on it for sure. You know.
But yeah, lactoid, like Canadians manage this, right?
Dreams.
Are you saying? Hold on. Are you saying the anti-American statement that Canadians are better than Americans in anything?
No,
they're handling daylight or standard time the entire year, and they can do it. But you're saying
no, they're
Canadians
not.
can't.
No, they're not.
Americans
no, they're
can't?
not. There's an epidemic of alcoholism in Saskatchewan, and it's clearly because of daylight savings.
Is that not part of Canada now? That's what I thought. Yeah.
No, it is. I mean, there's some unique.
It is, and it's specifically because of standard time. We could fix the problem.
We have told like 40 fucking jokes in a row, Corey. Relax.
We barbecue in the snow. We barbecue in the dark. I'm sure you can manage
like
it.
Factoid.
Also, for the record, I just want to point out, Canada is fucking north of us. Okay.
True.
Yeah, and also they don't know what barbecue is. He's calling grilling barbecue.
That's a good point. I didn't think of that.
I was gonna finish, and it was way funnier to not finish and just see who can figure it out what that means. Who remembers third grade science and who doesn't?
Yeah. All right, I'm out, boys.
What part? It gets colder? I don't know. Okay, but anyway.
No, the closer you get to the poles, right, the more drastic the difference is in the amount of hours of sunlight and the amount of hours without.
I know, and they handle it better than us, right? If they can, Canadians, like Corey, look at Corey. He's a tough dude, right? He's like
because they have more sun in the summers.
You want to be Canadian?
They have more sun in the summers. That's the
Canadian.
point.
I want to beat Canadians at their own game.
Their policies.
I want to beat them at their own game.
You want to adopt. You want to become their little sub. You want to submit to them. That's what you want. I want to establish American independence. Okay, we're not a metric system. We're using miles per hour, and we are going to have daylight savings time. Okay, and we're going to have golf that actually goes late, and barbecue and all that good shit. And can you imagine some poor Corey is up there in his fucking igloo with a fire trying to barbecue shit.
One last question for you, Lactoid, that has nothing to do with this, but I thought of it previously, and I don't know why I didn't ever ask you. 69. Would you 69 for a girl?
No, that's like the worst of
both. Well, why not? Hold on. Your whole thesis is that like you don't want to do anything that looks submissive to a woman.
It's egalitarian, and egalitarianism is submission. All right, like I must be in a position of dominance.
Good point, actually. Yeah, it's reinforcing this.
It's a feminist sex position. It's trying.
I don't think Scott was here when we discussed lactose.
I was.
Whatever.
Well, hold on. I've been.
I think
maybe not that specific one, but he has talked about eating pussy and why it's bad so many fucking times that I can basically infer his theory about sex positions. Okay.
I actually host like occasionally rooms in politics, the Discord, with this title and bringing a lot of people to fight about it. So I feel very passionately.
I felt like that was going to go a different way, right? I thought it was like a host, like get-togethers where like-minded adults come together.
Like-minded adults all come together and talk shit about
and have sex.
I'm just imagining. I'm just imagining Lactoid in a fucking rented hotel room with a slideshow, and then he just goes, "I've gathered you all here today. Click the Kama Sutra. Why this is subversive degeneracy. Click."
And he's like in a bathrobe too, right? He's not gonna take it off.
He's just sitting there like first up, click the Amazon. This is liberal propaganda.
True. It's Marxism when you think of it, really.
Oh my God! All right, we'll have to explore that some other time because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm good, Prime. I'm good.
This was great. This is amazing. As long as we've all, land on the consensus that Prime was right.
About standard time, I agree. Yes, I'm with you there.
That's what he said right there. All right. And that's what a consensus means when one other person agrees with me. I redefine that. That's what a Marxist would do. Anyway, thanks, guys. This was a lot of fun. You guys are great. I'll tell you guys later.
No, thank you.
Care, Prime.
For sure, Prime.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, I'm out as well. Actually, did anybody else here watch Severance? Did you watch Severance, Lactoid?
No, just the first episode.
All right, boys. Boys and Stacy. I'm sure most of you are in bed at this point. So, like, share, subscribe, join the Discord. It's the best way to stay in touch with the community. Follow me on X. Consider donating in Super Chat. Stacy, I did read your Super Chat. I don't know if you missed it, but I've seen shit like that before. Like with AI and everything, I am like concerned with like how many times I see like a Joe Rogan or like a Candace Owens or like some other popular figure like at the bottom corner like reacting to something, and it's like, why don't they talk about this at all? And I'm like, oh, somebody else just added their video and made it seem like it's them reacting to the thing. I almost like for sure. So I appreciate you guys. I will see you tomorrow, I believe. We'll see what's happening. I may or may not be reacting to a debate or something else. But again, stay tuned. I'm leaving Thursday to go to Tim Pool's. Friday, I should be on the Culture War. It should be a lot of fun. And I got to go through my email and verify all my hotel shit now that I think about it. But yeah, I will see you guys. We'll see you guys soon. See you tomorrow, hopefully. See you in the Discord. I got to get some sleep, drink some water, and prepare for another day. And, I got a bunch of shit to do tomorrow because it's payday as well. Turn on the hearts for me. See ya. Oh, yeah, for sure. Peace.